Good morning and welcome to South by Southwest. As a reminder, to ask a question for the Q&A portion of this session, please use the Engage button on the session page in the South by Southwest Go app. Everyone, please welcome to the stage Simran, Jeet, Singh.
Everyone, good morning. It's good to be back, South by Southwest. It's good to be back in Texas. I was born and raised here. And a couple of my brothers live here. And one of our traditions, when my younger brother picks me up from the airport, like a good younger brother should, he picks me up and we go straight to this taco truck, our favorite one here in Austin. And that's what we did on Saturday. We went straight there, we parked, we got out of the car, start walking over, and there's a group of people walking towards us. And this woman starts repeating over and over again. She's saying, "It's about to get Arabian Nights up in here. It's about to get Arabian Nights up in here." And I'm looking at her and I'm looking at my brother and I'm like, what's going on? Like, I'm just here to enjoy my tacos. I want to enjoy time with my brother. And all of a sudden, in an instant, I have to make a choice. How do I want to respond in this moment? What do I want to do? And my natural impulse, I think it's natural for all of us, is anger. Right? I'm annoyed. My day could be ruined, and I want to say something mean back to her. But I know through my life of experience that it's not actually going to make me feel better. It might feel good for 5 seconds, maybe 10. But this moment has the potential to ruin my afternoon, to ruin my day, to ruin my time here at South by. I don't want that. And I also know, growing up here in Texas, you don't want to escalate situations. You don't know how people might respond. You don't know what weapons they might be carrying. And so we make a choice in this moment, my brother and I. We just let it go. And I'll tell you, that choice on Saturday when it happened, it made all the difference. And I know this is the tiniest moment. The tiniest moment, it's a tiny choice compared to all the different kinds of racism that I've faced in my life and the different challenges that I faced at home, at work, and otherwise. And even for you, the challenges that you face daily. This one's pretty tiny. Right? It's not that big of a deal. But what I want to share with you is this choice made all the difference, not just for that moment, not just for the day, but for my entire week. And what I want to share with you is we all have the opportunity to make these choices constantly. We face these choices every day. And that's part of what resilience is about. It's about recognizing that life doesn't just happen to us. That when things happen at work, when it feels like things are out of control, when stuff hits the fan, and we feel powerless, it's reclaiming our agency, being able to understand that we can navigate the adversity that comes our way. It might look different for you than it does for me. It might change from time to time and in different contexts. It might be at home, or it might be at work, or it might be at a taco truck. But each moment is an opportunity to claim our agency. That's what resilience is all about. Now, I feel a little conflicted talking about resilience because, in a way, I find it to be one of the most annoying words in the English language, right? We're talking about it constantly. Everybody is always saying how we should be resilient, how resilient we are, how amazing it is to be resilient. We have chief resilience officers. We have corporate resilience awards. We have resiliency workshops. We have resiliency workbooks. This morning, the shampoo I used said it would make my beard resilient. I don't even know what that means. And actually, that's kind of the point. The word resilient has become so ubiquitous, so overused that it's lost its meaning. We're talking about it constantly, all of us, but do we actually know what we mean when we're talking about it? And that's what I want us to explore in our time together today. What is resilience? What is this thing that we know we want, but we aren't quite sure what we mean by it? And also, how do we build it? How do we become resilient? Because the ideas enough on their own, they're not enough. The ideas, they can give us guidance, but we also need to know how we enact them. How do we create resilience? How do we become resilient? And I want to explore some of that too. And if you read the description for our session today, there's a little spoiler alert. I'm going to make the case that one driver of resilience, as I've experienced it in my life, and as I've seen emerge in the research, is compassion. I'm going to tell you why these two things are connected and how we can use compassion as a way to build resilience for us in our daily lives, in our work, and in our world. I want to start with a brief story that helped me realize some of our cultural biases about resilience, and also pushed me to start understanding what is resilience actually and what is it not. It started for me on a Friday evening. I'd had a tough week at work. I think that's fairly normal. We all have tough weeks. Raise your hand if you've had a tough day, a tough week at work. Yeah, okay, so relatable, right? This is a pretty common story. I was having a tough week at work. And I went to one of my friends, and I was explaining it to him. I was telling him what had happened, why I felt frustrated, the toll it was taking on me. And he's a good friend. And he also leads an organization. And I expected him to understand. I also expected compassion, or at least sympathy. And I was surprised when I didn't get it from him. Instead, what he said was, "You'll be fine. You've been through so much worse." And I was intrigued, right? I knew it was well-intentioned. We had a relationship of trust. I wasn't bothered by our relationship, but I was a little bothered by his comment. What did he mean? That I'd be fine? What did he mean that I'd been through worse? And so I asked him. And he said, "Well, I've seen you deal with all the hatred you get in your life. This problem that you have at work is tiny in comparison. It'll be okay. You'll survive." And I saw the truth in what he was saying, right? Part of it felt true. It was true that I would be fine. It was true that I'd survive, right? I wasn't worried that I would not survive the challenges I was facing at work. And it also felt true that I had confidence that I would be able to get through it. I knew that. And what the research tells us is that people who come from marginalized backgrounds, who face unique hardships in this country and around the world, they have deeper reservoirs of resilience. I've learned how to deal with these kinds of situations. It felt true. And at the same time, something didn't feel quite right. And it took me a few days to figure out what it was that was bothering me. And here's what I identified. Our bias around resilience are assumptions that certain people have more just because of what they look like or what their lives are like. It can lead us to overlook their struggles when they're going through them, right? In this moment, my friend didn't have a natural reaction to give me support when I was looking for it. His reaction was, "You'll be fine." I don't want to just be fine. I don't want to just be okay. I don't want to just survive. I don't want that for any of us. That is too low a bar. What do we want? We want health. We want well-being. We want happiness. That's thriving. And the difference between the two is immense. My friend was talking about survival. You'll be okay. Sure, we'll all be okay. But what if we could be great? What if we could be better? What if we could be healthy? Resilience is not about survival. It's not about gritting your teeth or biting your lip or sucking it up. It's not about being okay. It's not about enduring. It's not about suffering. Resilience is about thriving. What are the conditions that we can create so that we all have well-being? That's something that is cultural, it's social. We can create environments in our communities, in our schools, in our workplaces, where we have the opportunities to thrive. What does that look like? What are some of the core components of resilience? Trust, support networks, community, perspective, grounding. We can create for that. We can solve for that. And this is where I want to introduce the concept of compassion. Because what I found in my life is that resilience isn't just something you announce. It isn't just something that you do. It's something that requires inner transformation. Something happens inside of you. There's an alchemy. There's a shift. Something you have to grow. It's a muscle that you can build. And compassion can help us get there. Now, before I get into how we build compassion, I want to talk for a moment about what I see as an impoverished way of thinking about compassion in our society. We, in this country, are too limited in how we think about kindness and generosity. And I'll also make the case that, actually, we know better. We already know better. There's a gap between what we've experienced and how we think. And I want us to close that gap. If you ask somebody in the West today why it's important to be generous, why it's important to be kind, they'll typically give you two answers. We say, we should because it's the right thing to do. We have a moral responsibility. I think that's true. I feel that. And we'll also say we should help other people because it reduces their suffering. I think that's true too. Both are true. But there's a third element that we don't talk about that to me is actually the secret sauce of compassion. It's self-transformation. And we know this, right? Think about when you're generous, how it makes you feel. There's a reason why we say it's better to give than to receive. It changes us. It softens us. It opens us up in a world where we don't have enough softness, in a world where we're constantly closed off to one another. Compassion does that. It sounds like a big shift. It sounds like a big idea, and I promise you it's not, right? We already know this. And in fact, my kids who are in elementary school, they can already understand this. Being kind to people helps them find happiness, and it finds us find happiness too. It's a win-win. It's not complicated. And we've already experienced this in our own ways. And if we can learn to close that gap between how we think about it and what we actually know intuitively, it can change our lives. Now, there are a lot of different frameworks. There's a lot of research around how you build compassion, how you build resilience. And I want to share a simple framework that I found to be very powerful, very simple to remember, and very transformative. And the thesis is compassion is a driver for resilience. The first element I want to share with you is curiosity. Each of these three elements start with C, because I think that's cool. So the first one is curiosity, and I want to share it with you through a recent story. Again, something that I knew already, like this is work that I've been doing for a while, but sometimes we forget, right? We're all constantly learning. And so I had this experience a few weeks back. I live in New York City now. I was going to a flight at Newark Airport in New Jersey. So if you know New York, you already know this is my mistake for trying to go to New Jersey. And it's Friday afternoon, it's rush hour, the fastest way is by train. So I get to Penn Station, and of course, the trains break down. And I get out of the station, I go up to get a car, it's surge pricing, cars are like $200. I'm annoyed, right? I had this plan and it fell apart. And I get in a taxi. And the taxi driver comes out, he's Pakistani, he speaks to me in Urdu, and he says to me, he says, "Where are you going?" And I say, "Newark Airport," and he's like, "I don't like to go to New Jersey." He says, I have to go on the highway, it's so far, but since God has willed it, I will take you. And in my head, I'm like, okay, guy, I don't need your drama, right? Like, this is your job, like, let's go. And, and maybe I should have been more sympathetic. I wasn't, right? I was annoyed and in my head. And immediately, I could tell this was going to be a tough ride. He presses the button on the meter and puts in like $25 for the starting fare, which is absurd. And then he tries to go around the car in front of him, and he has plenty of space, but he's inching around as if it's close. I'm getting more annoyed. And then he stops at a yellow light when he could have easily gone. And we're getting into the tunnel, and the part that really got me was he hands me his phone, and he asked me to put the airport into his Google Maps. And I'm like, man, you have one job. Like, let's just go. Like, you should know what you're doing. And I'm getting more and more annoyed. And as I'm watching the meter go up, my blood pressure is going up. And he misses the exit to the airport, and then he misses the next exit. And this, I'm not somebody who gets really upset. Like, I don't really get so mad. But like, this is me at my most furious. I pull out my phone, and I put the map directions in, and I start telling him the directions in both English and in Urdu, which is pretty aggressive, right? Like, let's go. And finally, we pull up to the airport, and I'm getting my things, and I'm looking at the meter to see how much I'm going to have to pay. I want to be quick, getting late for my flight. And as I look up at the meter on the dashboard, I see his hands on the steering wheel, and they're shaking. And just immediately, without any intention, right? It's not like I did this on purpose. I just start wondering, why are his hands shaking? Maybe he wasn't being so dramatic. Maybe he knows how bad of a driver he is. Maybe he really is scared of being on the highway. Maybe he has a neurological condition. And I'll tell you, just those questions as they popped into my head, that 10 seconds, it changed my entire experience. Like, all of a sudden, I wasn't seeing this person as, someone who is messing up my day. And I'll tell you what was even more interesting to me. I didn't even need to know the answers to those questions. I didn't ask him, right? It's New York. You don't really talk to people. So I didn't ask him any of those questions. But just wondering about him, just that curiosity softened me to a degree that then all of a sudden I was walking into an airport, which is not the most peaceful experience for anyone, especially if you look like this. I walk into this airport feeling calm. 10 seconds, curiosity, those questions made all the difference. And what I want to offer you is in a context like today's, where we are so polarized, where it's so easy to make assumptions about other people, where we're constantly trying to figure out what box do I put you in so that I can judge you? Where am I going to disagree with you so I can tell you why you're wrong? Curiosity is a way out. It's a lifesaver. It takes us away from that judgment. It gives us an opportunity to say, not what's wrong with you, but why do you think that? Why are you behaving that way? Why are your hands shaking on the steering wheel? It's all we need to open up in a context where we are all shut off from one another. So that's curiosity. That's the first one. The second C is courage. And the thing about curiosity is it means nothing if you're not able to act on it. I want to share two simple moments with you, very different kinds of moments that demonstrate to me what courage looks like in building compassion, in building resilience. The first happened on an elevator for me. I was in a condo building in New York. I walk onto the elevator, and there's a kid with his mom. He's probably about 10 years old or so. He sees me walk in, he looks at me, he looks at his mom, and he says, "Why is that man wearing that thing on his head?" And I've heard it a million times, right? I could have answered, but it's usually more interesting to see how other people answer. And so I'm waiting to hear what this woman's going to say. And she says to her son, "Well, he's standing right there. Why don't you ask him?" And I'm like, oh shit, I am standing right here. Why don't you ask me? And just think for a moment how different that is from how we behave in our culture. Can you imagine? Can you imagine asking the person sitting next to you, why are you the way you are? We don't do that. It's scary, it's uncomfortable. But what this woman did in this moment was she leaned in. She didn't know how I was going to react. I could have been offended. It wouldn't have been unjustified. I could have been annoyed. I could have not wanted to talk to them. It happened to be that I was open to it. But let me tell you, that act of courage that this mother had in this moment, how it made me feel, like for the first time, I was probably 30, 35 when this happened, I felt seen in a way that I'd never experienced in my life. Like so many times, people had asked this question in front of me about who I am and why I look the way I do. For the first time, it felt different. That's what courage opens up. It's vulnerability. We talk about that quite a bit now, especially in corporate spaces. It doesn't always look the same. We're not always sure what to do in these moments. But by leaning in, by taking that risk, we can change relationships. We can change culture. The other example of courage that I want to share with you came through a phone call I had with a friend who's one of the brightest people I know. He's pretty young. He's rising the ranks at work. He was recently promoted to a manager, and he called me and he said, people at work don't seem to like me. Like they don't like that I'm advancing so quickly. And I'm starting to hear blowback. People are spreading rumors about me. I don't really know what to do. And I said, I don't know what to do either. Like, good luck. And he said, well, has something like that happened to you before? Have people said things about you behind your back? And I said, all of us. That's happened to all of us. He said, well, what do you do in that situation? And I didn't have an immediate answer, right? I didn't have something thought through, but I shared what felt true from the top of my head. And I didn't quite see how it tied into courage, but now I do. And what I shared with him, and I think what a lot of us know, is that in these moments, you have to have the courage to receive criticism, whether it's true or whether it's untrue. And part of what gives you the confidence to uphold yourself in these situations is knowing who you are and what you're about. I mean, what else is there to do in these situations? People will say things about you. They're not always true. The woman at the taco truck who was saying Arabian Nights, like, I'm not Arab. I don't even really know what she was talking about. Her perception of me was very different from how I see myself. That happens to all of us. It happens in the workplace. It's hard. And what I shared with my friend then is actually something that I'd been talking to my kids about, which is a line from Sikh philosophy. It says, Har jan Ram naam gun gave, je koi nind kare har jan ki, apna gun na gavave. The devotee, they're focused on the divine qualities. That's what they're singing. And even if someone says the nastiest thing about them, they don't lose those qualities. They still are who they are. That takes focus, right? It's so easy to get distracted. It takes clarity. Who are you and what are you about? And it takes courage to hold strong, to say, this is how I'm going to be. I'm not going to get sucked in to your negativity, right? That impulse to say, you said something about me, I'm going to say something about you. You denigrated me in front of my boss, I'm going to do something to undercut you. You're ruining my relationship with my colleagues, I'm going to ruin your relationship. It's so easy to do that, and it doesn't serve us. And the courage to recognize and the confidence to recognize who you are and how you want to be, it builds resilience. It rebuilds inner strength. It's hard. I've been there, right? I've made choices that I wish I could take back. But that is how we build inner fortitude. It's how we become stronger. The third C that I want to offer you, and the one that feels most intuitive when it comes to conversations around compassion, is connection. It feels obvious because what is compassion if we don't feel connected to the people around us? It's easy. And so instead of focusing on the idea itself, I want to offer a reframe on how we think about our relationships with other people, on what we think is the ceiling of connectivity. Because in our culture, in the modern West, I would say we have a very limited understanding of how we can approach our relationships to people. The way that we see one another today is very much informed by the European Enlightenment. As philosophers, as communities, as people are interacting with new cultures, they're trying to understand, hey, how do we deal with this diversity? Right? Does that sound similar? We're trying to figure that out in our country right now too. And so they're trying to figure this out, and they come up with a model, right? You will know names like John Locke and Voltaire, and what they'll say is, we need to figure out a way to create unity through our diversity. The founding of this country, the United States of America, the founding motto is E pluribus unum. Out of many come one. And it belies the approach. It tells us that we come from great diversity, and our aspiration is to create unity, to become united. That's the aspiration. That's the vision. And it's a beautiful vision, right? We are the most diverse country in human history. The first to align not on the basis of shared ethnic identity, but on the basis of shared values. It's a really powerful idea, and it's really fresh. And what I will offer you is, it's not enough. It's not enough, because what we're essentially saying is, we want to become united, but that's an aspiration that we have not yet realized. We start from difference and move towards oneness, whereas many cultural and philosophical traditions will actually take the inverse approach and offer a different kind of understanding of relationship, and that is, out of one comes many. It's a subtle shift, right? We're just flipping the script here. But what we're essentially saying is, it's not an aspiration that we find unity. We start with a sense of connection. We might call it interconnectedness. My well-being is bound up with yours. By helping you, I'm not just helping you, I'm helping myself and everyone around us. You might hear this in liberation traditions where we say things like, our liberation is inextricably intertwined with one another. It's a different way of seeing who we are. it's not that you're you and I'm me and good luck to you, right? I'm going to take care of number one. It's not this individualistic approach that is so central to how we think about the world today. It's a different kind of being that says, I'm going to take care of you because I'm going to take care of myself. We're all going to take care of each other. That's transformative too. So these are the three nodes that I want to offer you of compassion: curiosity, courage, connection. And if we can build these and create transformation within ourselves to become more compassionate, we will become more resilient. We will be building trust. We will be building support networks. We will be creating perspective and grounding, the building blocks of resilience. This is what I want to offer you all today. And now I'm going to invite a name that you might know, Charles Duhigg, who has been for years known as an expert on habit formation. And what I want to talk to him about is how do we actually go from understanding these ideas into building them. So Charles, you are welcome to join us.
Thank you so much, Simran. That was amazing. It's so touching, and thank you for sharing so much of yourself and your thoughts. Can I start by asking you the story that you told first about encountering this woman? I think that all of us in this room, we have the same aspiration, that when we encounter something that really shakes us or someone who feels threatening, that we aspire to this kindness, to making the right choice. And yet in the moment, it can be so hard, right? It's almost like it's an ambush. You get caught off guard. Why do you think, what is it about you and how you see the world and your experiences that made it possible for you to make that choice?
Yeah, thank you. And I see the lead-in question because it'll get into some of your expertise. Well, first, there's a reason that I shared this particular story. It's not just because it was recent, but also because it makes me look good. So and I'll say, one of my experiences of growing up in this country is that these moments happen to me fairly regularly, and I have had the opportunity, and this is one way to think about it, I've had the opportunity to practice how I want to respond. And I don't always respond in the best way, in a way that I walk away feeling like that was my best self. But knowing that that thinking of these moments not as the end-all be-all, like it's not the most important thing in the world, that these are all learning opportunities. It becomes a form of practice for me in terms of how I want to live.
Yeah. And it's interesting that you mentioned that you phrase it this way as practice, right? Because there's a bunch of other things that we refer to as practice. I have a yoga practice or a law practice or a meditation practice. These things that it seems like what we're actually trying to do is we're trying to create habits so that we don't have to, we make that decision, but making the decisions a little bit easier. And I'm wondering, one of the things that occurs to me is, so habits have this cue and the routine and a reward, and that reward is really important, and making that behavior part of something that happens automatically. How do we think about creating rewards for ourselves, or what is the reward? Because you could easily have walked away from that encounter and have made the same choice, and part of you feels like, I really wish I had told her, given her a piece of my mind, told her not to, how offensive that is. But there was some reward that you gave yourself. What is it?
Yeah, so fair warning, I'm going to turn the same question back on you because this is your specialty. But I'll say, part of the calculus here for me, it really is a split second, this moment. Like I have to decide what I'm going to say to this woman or not. And part of what goes through my mind is, what are all the different possible outcomes? How have I experienced them? And what am I looking for in this moment? And I shared with you all, like in that moment, this is literally what I thought, like I could get upset, but that's gonna mess me up for the day. And so immediately, like that went through my mind and I slid away, and it's not like I knew. that is necessarily what would happen, but it's sort of the choice point.
Yeah.
Here are the possible permutations.
One of the things I hear you saying, and tell me if you think this is right, is that, again, because you've had more experience with this, because it's something that's been a part of your life, is that you have a moment for sort of self-reflection. You have a moment to actually get a sense of agency and feel like, I get to make a choice here, I don't have to react. And that sense of agency, because you know that it feels good, it becomes a reward in and of itself. That making the right choice actually just makes you feel good because you've decided it's the right choice. Is that fair?
Right. And walking away feeling proud of how I responded, doing the best with what I could. And I think this is the challenge with some of the kinds of adversity we face daily, which is it's not always a win-win. Like sometimes it's the best of a bad situation. And you're just trying to navigate that and recognizing and being honest with yourself about, I couldn't have solved everything that happened in this. I couldn't control this woman's racist comments, but I did the best with what I was given, and that's enough of a reward.
Yeah.
You know?
So I want to get into the 3 C's, but before I do, let me ask another question, which when your friend said, you'll be fine, I think all of us, I mean, I've made that mistake like 10 times today. It's definitely, and I think that it's this natural instinct, right? We want to be helpful, but we also want to say, oh, it's going to be fine. Don't worry so much. What do you wish he had said to you?
So I have learned better responses by being married for 15 years and making that same mistake of, don't worry so much, you'll be fine. All I was looking for in that moment was somebody to just say, I get it.
Yeah.
I know it's hard. It's not like I was looking for answers. I didn't even know what my specific questions were. But I was just sharing my frustrations with him and was hoping that he would say, I've been there, I've dealt with this. Sometimes you just want somebody to commiserate with you.
Yeah, it's interesting because obviously compassion is a huge part of that, right? We want to show the compassion and feel the compassion. And I found in the research I've been doing that oftentimes we think that we're being compassionate by helping someone when actually just acknowledging what they're feeling feels like the most compassionate thing possible. Just saying, oh man, that's so hard. I'm really sorry you're dealing with that. And then not having to offer a solution, but it makes us feel seen and heard, as you point out. And I think that that's actually at the core of what compassion feels like.
Right. Charles's new book is Super Communicators, and so this is part of what he's getting at in his book. And I'd be interested in sort of asking you, Charles, if we're thinking about concepts like resilience and compassion, things that we know we want, but we aren't exactly sure how to build habits around them. What would you say are some of the best practices or even some of the pitfalls in terms of approaching that?
So I think one of the things you mentioned, practice. Like I think that actually we often think of things, and I'm curious if you agree or disagree with this. We often think of things like compassion and kindness in a very binary sense. Either we did it or we failed to do it. But the truth is, if you were learning to play basketball, I would never say to you like, oh, either you're Michael Jordan or you're not. Either you're great at making like layups or it's just not going to come to you. It's the practice. It's getting incrementally better, bit by bit, that is so powerful. And I think when it comes to kindness and compassion, we beat up on ourselves when we don't meet that standard. And as a result, we're actually punishing ourselves. And our brain latches on to creating habits because we give it rewards. But now we're punishing ourselves for trying to be a little bit kind, but we weren't kind enough, or it didn't go so well. And so I think almost for seeing ourselves as scientists who are conducting experiments, and if an experiment fails, that does not mean that it's a failure. That means that you just learned something from it. I think that's at the core of how a practice becomes something that we actually do every day as opposed to feel like we should do every day.
Yeah, something's coming to mind that I haven't really articulated before, but it's something about the false expectation that comes in the cliche practice makes perfect. Right, we hear this over and over again all the time, and we expect that because we do something and we commit to doing something, if we fall or if we fail, then we're missing the bar, right? The Jordan example is a good one. We're in Texas and near San Antonio, so I would give a Spurs reference instead. But
Gotcha.
I'll take I'll take.
I should have done a football reference.
Yeah, exactly. But even like the best, like Steph Curry's free throw percentage, like he doesn't make 100% of his free throws, right? Like what is this expectation around perfect, and how can that be a barrier for us sometimes to even trying? Because we say, well, I'm not going to get there.
I think if I'm the Steph Curry of kindness, that means that I'm not kind sometimes, right? Like sometimes I try it and it just doesn't work for me. I'm reminded of George Saunders, the short story writer, an interview I once heard with him when he said, I know that if after I'm kind to someone, I feel amazing. And yet I can't figure out why so many times of each day I forget that at exactly the moment that I'm supposed to be kind to someone. So let me ask you, and I think the framework helps a lot with this, at those moments, when we want to practice, when we have that choice, how do we remind ourselves? What's the practice that allows us to make this more automatic?
You know, the first thing that comes to my mind in situations like this is around not taking things so personally. And I think it's a tough thing to do, because a lot of times when people are critical of us, it feels personal, right? It can have a negative impact on us personally. Like if you think about, like leave the taco truck example aside, like think about my friend who was getting negative rumors spread about him at work. And when we talked through it, we were like, actually, and of course it has to do with you, but it has more to do with the other person's insecurities, right? It's their problem, and sure, it's creating problems for you, but that's almost secondary to what's out there. And so kind of stepping back and saying, whatever is upsetting this person is actually something that they need to own. It helps soften the experience a little bit for me.
I absolutely agree. And I think that ties so well into curiosity, right? There's this phrase that I was exposed to that if you feel furious, get curious, which is basically like a little mnemonic short circuit, because when you feel furious, the first thing you're thinking isn't like, I should really ask this person about why they were just so mean to me. But that the act of curiosity interrupts our own bad emotional, mental habits that might make us feel vengeance. But equally, oftentimes, much like you mentioned with the taxi driver, if we look a little bit closely, what this person has done that feels offensive to us is not actually a reflection of us. It's a reflection of something they're going through, something they're struggling with, something that might be interesting to learn about.
Yeah, and just to build on that, I think what happens so often when we get angry or upset is it's driven out of egocentrism, right? We're worrying about ourselves and how we're being victimized, and that creates a negative loop in our heads of like everything that's going wrong in our lives. And that act of curiosity, like when you're furious, be curious, that act of curiosity sort of breaks down that the whole world is about you, and all of a sudden you are able to get a little bit more perspective about things that are happening outside of you. Like just that taxi driver example, like maybe he had a neurological, like that question to me, like it made me step back all the way as soon as I thought it. I was like, this is so messed up that I'm late for a flight, but you know, what could he be going through that's so much more important than what I'm worried about?
Yeah. And it's interesting because I think one of the tough things about curiosity, there's been a bunch of studies done trying to figure out what makes people really anxious, and usually the number one answer is being forced to have a conversation with a stranger, right? When you're on that bus or you're in that taxi and like the driver just won't stop talking to you and you're like, God. In those situations, how do we cultivate a reward? Because we should be curious, right? How do we cultivate that reward so that it feels like a positive to have that conversation? And I think this gets a little bit into the courage thing, right? Because we have to be courageous to jump into that conversation.
We do, and I think, you know, part of what feels like a reward to me in this moment is I think something all of us are feeling right now is we say we're the most connected society in human history, like with technology and globalization and so on. We feel proximate to one another, but we don't feel close to anyone. Like the feeling of connection, I mean, with ourselves, but also with one another, it's not there. And that's leaving a big gap in what we want. And so I try and remember this in these moments where I say, I'm introverted. I also don't want to have a conversation with my cabbie or my bus driver. Like, leave me alone, right? Like, let's do our thing. But what I recognize in these moments is that these are medicine for me. Like, this is what I need in order to feel connected to the people around me. And they're micro moments. They're small things, but they can make a difference in terms of how I'm experiencing the world.
I think it's a really interesting thing. Just out of curiosity and just show of hands, how many people, if you were alive in the 1950s or the 1980s as opposed to right now, pre-internet, pre-digital, how many of you think that you would have more connections, that you would feel closer to your neighbors or the people around you? It's a good number of hands, right? And yet, we live at a time when we can connect with anyone, theoretically. It's 2 clicks to find someone's email address and write to them. But you're right. It feels like sometimes the easier it gets, the harder it is to actually form that connection. And I want to ask one more question, and then we'll move to the audience's questions, and feel free to continue sending them in. When it comes to this connection part, one of the things I really liked is that you mentioned, sort of out of one, many. And oftentimes when we meet someone new, the way that we try and find that connection is we talk about commonalities, right? Oh, you have kids, I have kids. Oh, you live in New York, I live in New York. And yet, the most important part of the relationship, or the most interesting, or the thing that might allow us to bond most, is to also talk about our differences. I'm wondering, as a Sikh, like, how do you see the world differently from how I see it? It's interesting, and I want to tell you how I see the world, and that's how we get to know each other. How do we balance between that? When you're seeking to connect, how do we balance between what we have in common and where our differences are, particularly when those differences are things like politics or gender politics or social identity issues? Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question, because in some ways this is the binary that we create for ourselves, right? Are we different or are we similar? And the reality is both, right? We have a shared humanity and shared experiences, and you mentioned live in New York, have kids, we're writers, like there's stuff we can talk about.
Yeah.
Then we have all kinds of differences too. And I think my experience, sometimes when we get caught in these binaries that we create for ourselves, the best way out is to think about our most local relationships. What are your conversations like with the people you're closest to, your family members, your best friends? You talk about what you share and you talk about what's different. And both are equally important, at least in my view. Right? And that's part of what makes the richness of our connections with one another, that we are different and those differences matter, but also there's a lot that we experience that's the same. And one of the hardest things, I think, and something that I even think about as I come on the stage is, as I walk up here, I'm like, are people going to be closed off to me because of how I look? Are they going to see me and be like, I have nothing in common with this guy? And part of what I've realized over and over again from childhood is, as soon as I open my mouth and tell you about who I am, you're like, I know you. I have a similar experience. I know what that's about. And I think that to me is what constantly reminds me that it's about both.
Yeah.
What we share and what we don't share.
Yeah. That's really interesting. Let's move to some of the questions from the audience. So Jennifer Lee sent one in. That's a great question. How can organizations and leaders foster environments that encourage the development of resilience and empathy among their teams? This is a fantastic question, because I think about this all the time, right? We spend most of our time at work, but oftentimes work feels like the least hospitable place for compassion and courage and curiosity and resilience. What could business leaders do or organization leaders do to change that?
Yeah, the place where I would begin, and I know you do some of this work as well, and I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. The place where I would really begin, and where I think is the foundation, the bedrock of all of this, is around empathy. We put so much effort into creating cultures where people feel like they belong, right? We have efforts around diversity and inclusion and ERGs and so on. And the challenge is, so often these feel like very siloed communities where there's not actually much humanity. And so part of what I would say is make compassion and empathy a core value of the organization, and something that you're infusing into everything. Not just your DEI strategy or your ERGs, but also in terms of how you're making business decisions, right? Who you're working with, who your clients are, and prioritizing that so that it becomes seen as something that is a part of everything that the organization is about. And so when people who are part of your team and your community are making their own decisions, they're saying, well, how does compassion, how does empathy fit into my strategy? How does it fit into how I'm showing up at work? And that itself can start creating the culture if you can do that from the top.
I think that's a great point. And I think that oftentimes what I hear within companies when someone raises something like that is they say, look, the truth is there's a lot of times we can't be compassionate, right? We got to make business decisions. If there's layoffs that have to happen, there's layoffs that have to happen. And I don't want my employees to be hobbled by the empathy that they feel for other folks. And this actually links to the next question that I wanted to ask you from Pranika Uday Borkar. I apologize if I mispronounce your name. Which is, how do you deal with needing to be unkind or harsh as a form of self-preservation? When you're picking kindness and compassion for yourself over others, which I think is a lot of what these business leaders say. They say, look, I have to make these really hard decisions, and sometimes I have to do it absent empathy. And as a result, like, it feels like you're burdening me by telling me to be more empathetic. What would you say?
Yeah, it's a real question. It's one that a lot of us face. And the question often, again, relies on a false binary, I think, which is, do I need to be unkind to somebody else to be kind to myself? And I would actually just offer a reframe, which is, how do I ensure that I am being self-compassionate? How am I making sure that I'm making decisions that are compassionate? Sometimes you can't help everyone in the world, right? I can't help everyone in the world. You can't help. We can help who we can. We can be compassionate. But it doesn't mean that to the people that we are not serving, that we are being unkind to them or closing ourselves off to them. It's just not what we are mandated to do, right? It might not be in our mission. It might not be in our capacity. We might not have the resources to do it. But it doesn't mean that we are being unkind to people. And I think what my experience is that sometimes making the effort to look within and saying, what do we need? That can be personal, what do I need? Or it can be organizational, right? What does our team need? What can we handle? And what is the boundary, right? What is the boundary that if we cross it, we're actually going to hurt ourselves? And placing a line in the sand there, saying we're not going to cross that because that's the compassionate thing to do.
I totally agree. And what I hear you saying, and tell me if you think I'm getting this wrong, is part of it is just having the conversation. That we avoid the conversation right now because we do sit as a binary. You should either be empathetic or we live in a dog-eat-man world and empathy is going to just hobble you. But the truth is that when we have the conversation, people tend to get very nuanced very quickly. We're comfortable with nuance. And as a result, when we avoid those conversations, we're robbing ourselves of an opportunity to see something that we can do differently and better. Okay, so I want to get practical on this. We've got about 8 minutes left, and a number of the questions are asking, how do we actually do this? So Taruj Khan asked, how can daily practices and habits help individuals strengthen their capacity for empathy, and what are some specific exercises or techniques that you recommend?
Yeah, Charles and I had a great conversation prior to this session, and one of the things we were commenting on, his first book, which was on the bestseller list for 2+ years,
yeah.
3+ years,
yeah,
long time, was on the power of habit. And one of the things we were talking about with regard to this conversation is that we're talking about inner transformation, compassion. And it's not just about what you do with your hands every day through a disciplinary practice to make a habit, right? Like brushing your teeth is a habit. And part of what we're exploring here is, how does that inner transformation occur? And it requires not just what you do, but also the intention behind it, right? So for example, at the taco truck, I happened to ignore that woman. If I ignored everyone who said something messed up, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that I am being compassionate in each of those situations. What goes through my head in these moments, as I shared, is what are the possible outcomes? And also, what is the best way to show up? Like, who do I want to be in this moment? How can I be compassionate? In that moment, let it go. In other moments, I say stuff. In some moments in my life, as a kid especially, I fought back. And those felt like the compassionate responses. Sometimes they did, sometimes it depends on the situation. And so what I'm trying to say here is it's not just what you do, right? There's not a specific formula for doing this. I mean, you have a framework, which I think is really powerful, but it's not just what you do, it's also what's in your heart when you're doing it. And that is a really important part of building empathy and compassion.
So if we went out into the world after this panel and we had one mandate to try and increase these 3 C's in our life, would it be I should have a conversation with my taxi driver and ask him questions? Would it be that I should, when I see someone who's making me crazy and they're frustrating me and they can't drive their car, imagine, oh, it's actually because, they just got out of surgery and it's really like, what daily practice do you think helps us achieve that change in our heart?
Yeah, if it's one to start with, I would say it's the beginning point I find is wonder, curiosity. So as you meet people, especially the ones who are most annoying to you, right? It might be someone in your family or someone at work, but just taking a moment and wondering about their lives and so starting to see the humanity in them. I think that's such a powerful starting place.
Yeah.
I think the other thing I would say is, so often, and I've read this in your work on habit, like we want to go from 0 to 100 overnight. And so it gets back to your question about like, what is the reward and how do we incentivize it so that we feel like we're actually achieving the goal we're wanting to have. And so being compassionate to yourself in those moments where you're not able to see someone for who they are and all their humanity, right? And still getting angry and frustrated and saying, that's okay. Like I'm building towards here. Like I think that's a really important part of the practice.
I totally agree. There's a researcher named Nick Epley at the University of Chicago who's done a lot of research on having conversations with strangers on buses or in trains. And he basically says, every time you do it, it turns out so much better than you think it's going to be, right? You actually end up enjoying it more. It's less awkward than you think it's going to be. And so I talked to him and I read his research and I was like, okay, from now on, every train I'm on, every taxi I step into, I guess I got to start asking questions. And it was awful. I was exhausted. It was just too much. I think because I wanted to go from 0 to 100 because I had this idea that perfection, that practice makes perfect, and therefore anything that's less than perfect doesn't meet the goal. And yet, and all of you know this, if I talk to one taxi driver a week and then 2 a week, it's going to get easier and it's going to get easier and it's going to be more satisfying and rewarding for me. It's okay. Let me go to Donna Snyder had a great question, which is, how do you distinguish compassionately moving on from withdrawing from difficult conversations? Which is a tough one, right? Because the compassion from one of my coworkers who's not doing a great job might be to say, look, they have problems at home, I understand. But it might also be just that I don't want to confront them and say, like, you're not doing a great job. How do we tell that difference? Where does that difference lie? What is our moral responsibility?
Yeah, and just to add to the complexity of that question, what are you personally willing and able to hold, right? And so for example, think about this elevator moment that I had with this kid where the mom turned to me and said, why don't you answer his question? A lot of people wouldn't want that. It happened to be that I loved receiving the question, but it's not everyone's responsibility to explain who they are, or why they look the way they do, or where they come from, right? That can be offensive to a lot of people. And so recognizing, both for yourself and for other people, that we all have our own dispositions, what we're willing to do, what we're up for, what we're comfortable with. I think that's an important element here. But the question is a great one also, because so often we tell ourselves it's all or nothing. Right, I'm going to take on the responsibility of doing this task, of having this conversation. And when things start to get rough and move beyond where we're ready to be, we force ourselves to do it anyway. And then we end up in a bad spot, right? And so this question of self-compassion comes back up in this moment, and to say, well, what can you manage? Where can you go? And recognizing that line is not the same for everybody. I think that's really important, and especially in a workplace setting where often we are committed to metrics and statistics and saying, here are the benchmarks we all need to meet. And to say, well, actually, we need to be a little bit more tailor-made. Like, we need to customize this for different people based on where they're coming from. And I think that opens up a different kind of care for one another.
So I think we have time for just 2 quick questions. One of them is from someone who's anonymous. I actually love this question. How do you mitigate a culture of performative empathy in the workplace? Which I think all of us have seen, right? They feel so bad about everything that's happening. And yeah, what do we do to make it non-performative and make it real?
Yeah, okay, so I'm gonna ask you this question too, because there's a difference between habit formation, and which requires a certain sense of performance, right? You need to do something.
Absolutely.
But then there's also like the superficial pretend, like, let's do it. So my quick answer to this, so I can give you an opportunity to respond, is modeling. Like, the best I've seen is showing up and demonstrating for people what real, actual care looks like. And you know, it in part has to do with my own annoyance around performativity, right? People pretending like they care, but they really don't. But I think one of the answers for them is to really show them, here's what it looks like to care in this moment.
I totally agree. And I think that sometimes we see what looks like performative. Sometimes empathy is performative. But sometimes it's actually someone who's just very unpracticed. And so as a result, they kind of seem like they're acting because they're following these scripts that they've been exposed to because they don't know the scripts intuitively. And I found that when I talk to them, not just empathy, but at any kind of venue, that oftentimes I find that it's much more genuine than I thought it was. And they're more vulnerable than I assumed that they were. Okay, we have time for literally just one question. It's very fast. Who has the best tacos as a Texan, San Antonio or Austin?
Great question. San Antonio. San Antonio tacos. All right, thank you, Charles. Thank you all for being here.
That was really wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Charles.
A legendary Las Vegas comedian who's had more comebacks than Cher joins forces with a millennial writer whose most notable achievement is turning existential dread into a fine art. That's the story behind the hit Max series Hacks, and joining us in the studio are the stars of the show, Gene Smart, Hannah Einbinder, and Paul W. Downs, who also created the show along with Jen Stotsky and Lucia Agnello. How are we doing, everybody?
Never better.
Yeah, this is great. So being introduced to like Hacks and like watched a few episodes, love it. I'm like, what have I been missing out on? It's incredible. And you know, once you fall in love with something, you start to do little deep dives into it, like see the fan bases, the Reddits, all this. And I saw a little comment that said like, this is the perfect replacement for Curb Your Enthusiasm, which, you know, I was like, that just ended.
Yeah, it's
and like
just what I
everyone...
felt, so I wanted to comment that.
But before we get into it, like, how do you guys feel about that? Like, is it just kind of like that's a huge honor, or are you saying like, nah, we're better, so that way we can throw some shade over it?
It's a good, very good compliment. You know,
That's the highest compliment.
That was a fabulous show.
Huge Larry David fan.
LD? Oh my
LD.
God. Well, also too, because the show was so real, you
Yes.
know, and then we strive to have that same kind of, you know.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Well, I'm glad you guys have the gratitude for it, because I have the gratitude that it even exists, and then many other people do. So I'm like, when I read that, I was like, incredible.
Great.
So, Paul, like, how did the original idea for Hacks even come about? Like, especially when there's this commentary on the, like, aging comedian or even just aging actresses? Like there's always like a little bit of pushback when it comes to that. Like, so where did that idea come from?
You know, Jen, Lucia, and I were on a road trip to Portland, Maine, and we were in the car and we were talking about our favorite comedians who aren't people that necessarily had the success that a lot of their male counterparts did. They didn't have, they weren't Jerry Seinfeld, even though they were stand-ups at the same time.
Right.
And we were like, what happened to all of those female stand-ups? Like, why weren't they Jerry Seinfeld or Jay Leno, or why didn't they have the huge platforms that a lot of their contemporaries had? And so, you know, I think there's that thing, and it's happened a lot more in culture, honestly, since the show started, where people are like, you know, we got that person wrong. Where has that person been? Let's put that person in something. And I think that we've always sort of had, that's just always appealed to us, and we wanted to explore a show that dealt with a stand-up who wasn't necessarily understood by a younger writer, but whose very existence and achievements helped pave the way for that woman in comedy and for everyone in comedy. And so it was 2015 that we started talking about it, and then it took a while for us to even pitch and then start to make the show. So we've been thinking about it for a long time.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I love how you described it because it almost seems like a celebration of those comedians that like should be getting the love that they always have, like a Jerry Seinfeld and those type of people. Jen, I want to talk to you about like providing your like unique voice and perspective to this conversation surrounding the generational divide between like comedians in this sense. Like how did you kind of like see that, and how did you go about kind of like putting that into the show?
Yeah, I mean, like Paul was saying, we wanted to pay homage to these women and kind of explore the idea of why they hadn't quite gotten their due. But to do a character study like that, we thought it would be most interesting to do it through the lens of a younger writer who maybe didn't fully appreciate her and see that evolution as she comes to appreciate everything she'd done and how that everything she'd done forged that path for her. And, you know, I think for us, that we wanted to explore that generational divide and where they align and where they don't align, and because, you know, comedy is so much about connection, and it's about coming to a place of understanding each other, and it's a lot easier to come to a place of understanding each other when you're laughing first. It relaxes everybody, and then you can kind of hear someone else's perspective maybe a little bit better. And so for us, like, their generational divide was just something that was so like key to the show, because we said like that's a lens through which we can like talk about a lot of things, but first and foremost make people laugh and make people have a good time watching the show. So yeah, it's always been from the conception of the show a very important piece of it.
Very important. And like, you know, I'm laughing every time I'm watching it, so you accomplished something there. That's very great. It's hard for me to laugh. It's really not hard for me. I love laughing. Now, Lucia, I don't want to put you on the spot. There's a reason why we sat you in that specific spot right there. Yeah, because I want to ask you a very important question. Okay. Was Jean your first choice?
Yeah. But here's the thing about Jean. I'll tell you the truth. Is if you think about the kind of character that we wrote and the tone of the show, which is it's got hard jokes and she's playing a stand-up comedian, but there's also, you know, more dramatic moments. And if you really think about somebody who can do both of those things with ease, there is nobody other than Jean to do that. I mean, she can, and the reason I think that she can do that is she's so deeply in the moment as an actor. And that is why when she's on stage playing a stand-up comedian, it feels real. It is almost I know stand-up comedians who do not seem like stand-up comedians on camera. Right. You know, but Jean is so dropped in as just a performer. She's listening, she's constantly present. And to me, that's the reason she plays a stand-up so convincingly. And then when you pair that with somebody who can, same reason, be so in the moment as a dramatic actor that she can handle those scenes too. It's like, I dare you. I'm like, show me someone else. There is no one else. So I'm sorry, no offense to these women, but you know, it's like that's not something that is done easily, and she's her it's an instrument, and she has complete mastery over that instrument.
Okay. Wow. See, we just did that.
I should retire right now.
Not yet. We got some more seasons.
Jean has left the building now. We just did that so we can give you some hype. But you know what I'm saying? Like, 'cause you deserve it.
It's okay.
You deserve it, right? And now that you know this and you hear this, talk to us about Deborah. Talk to us about your character. Like, when you initially read for her, what is it that drew you in?
I just said this part has everything I could want in a role. I mean, I've said this before. I said if I had sat down with a piece of paper to write down everything I wanted in my next job, it ticked every box. And it just was, it was funny, it moved me, it was smart, it was, forgive the pun, it just had everything.
Yeah.
And plus, I'd always fantasized when I was growing up, and I told them this in our first meeting. I said, you have no way of knowing this, but Phyllis Diller was my idol when I was in middle school. And I always thought that it looked like an enormous amount of fun, but I never had the guts to try it, So this way I get to do it, and people get paid to laugh at my jokes. So I have all the fun and none of the rest.
That actually works a lot for you.
Oh, it's the best.
That's amazing. Well, now we're going to hand it over to Hannah because, you're like the other side of the coin, part of the big duo and everything. And I hear that you've been doing stand-up for a while and you haven't acted before. Like, talk a little bit about making that jump, the differences. Was there difficulties? Was it like fitting like a glove? How did that go?
I think stand-up comedy is all about building up like a facade of a persona. Even the most like natural comedians who sound like they're just telling a story or talking are shaping a character that they are portraying. It is a performance of self, and to let that construct fall away and step into something else is probably like where the transition happens, which was what I had to do, just in terms of like understanding performance in a new way. But like the role of Ava was really locked into my sensibility. Like there felt like a real alignment between like their comedic style and mine, and especially the way they wrote this character. So I think that's probably why I was able to step in and do it.
It feels so natural to you,
Thank you.
It always amazes me when you hear someone's acting for the first time and they're just killing it. You're just kind of like...
She really is a natural. And
Yeah.
it's like the same thing like what she was so nicely saying, is that she is in the moment. I mean, that is a term that we talk about with an actor where it's like every moment she's right there as if she's living it at that moment. She just didn't rehearse it before time. She didn't all that. It's just she's just living that moment, and I see it in her eyes. I mean, it was just there from day one. Absolutely, completely, 100% there from day one.
And that chemistry just completely shows like on screen. It's absolutely incredible. So this is for Paul, Jen, and Lucia. You tackle so many like issues, and there's a lot of commentary like ageism, sexism, like all of these things. How do you choose like what exactly to tackle like on an episode by episode basis? Do you have like a drawing board? Is there like that weird crazy Charlie Day thing that's like this is what we're doing in episode, like season 3? Like how does that go about? What's the process?
We start with the word ism, and then we put something in front.
Back it up, figure it out. Which one is it?
So ism is in permanent marker, and then we have dry erase. Right? No, we we approach it honestly funny first, and we think, what is a funny situation? But also we do think about what is a really rich thing to explore through the lens of women who are so different because of their life experience. And so whether that's the way in which they view political correctness or the way in which they view sexual assault. It's different because they have different lived experiences. And we try never to say one person is right or one person is wrong. We try and empathize with both people and have them educate each other and make each other better. And I think ultimately, it's something that we try and do, but we're never trying to make a very special episode or deal with something necessarily. Right. It's secondary to really the love story that is these two characters and where they go. But what's nice is we have two people who care so much about each other and about their work, and they feel like they have purpose in life, which means the stakes are high, and it means we get to watch them change and we get to watch them accomplish things. And ultimately, the show, I think, is about people's fight for dignity and trying to have dignity. And so that is sort of the North Star. It's like, okay, what are they going to do here? What indignity will they suffer together that they have to overcome?
Yeah, so that's okay. So now I'm gonna take that, bring it over to Hannah and Jean, the two leads, is as vehicles for these ideas. Like obviously we talked about how great your chemistry is. I want to know what exactly did you do to kind of like work on that chemistry, like off screen? Like, do you go out for dinners? Was there like talks? Is there exercises? Like, I'm very curious.
Nothing.
I don't like to spend a lot of time with her.
Yeah, we have actually a restraining order outside the store in place. Once we're on the universal lot, it is null and void. But we pass those security
Universal
gates.
law in any studio.
They stagger our exit times. It's a problem.
Are you just here for me and my baby in this like separation? Like, are you just on this couch to make
Your
me
mother
feel-
and I love you very much.
Thank you.
They're never in the same scene together. It's actually just body doubles on the other side. First time they've
It's a
met.
tennis ball. They each treat you a tennis ball.
Oh gosh. Okay.
No, we don't. We didn't.
You know, I was saying earlier that it's every once in a while I watch a scene, kind of like the tag on the trailer, the
Yes.
day thing, is that I watch that and it's and certainly I am not as un-PC as Deborah is, thank God. Although I do enjoy those moments because it drives Ava so crazy. But it's funny because I think for the most part we're very much in sync about our worldview and how we feel about work and people we love and everything. We're very much alike, but we are from very different generations and we do see certain things differently. And so every once in a while I watch a scene, it just tickles me because it's sort of like one of our conversations. I don't know if you agree, but it's just been like multiplied and blown up, 10 times, for the humor, and it just makes me laugh.
That's great.
But you know what? They text. I mean, they are. They actually have outside of the show relationship, which we are so lucky to have with each other, all of us. That is like a really special part that I think you can sense.
Yeah.
That it's more than just.
baby shower.
Really?
Yeah.
We
Really?
did.
Aw. See, I feel like I'm learning like your universe, right? Because you just told me that you just had a baby, and and now I'm learning they threw you a baby shower. Now I want to know everything about your lives. Like, just, I want to be a fly on the wall when it comes to that. Jean, when you just talked about the humor, you talked about like your inspirations. When playing Deborah, can you talk about like the preparation that you've done playing this character? Because the comedy just seems so authentic, and you just heard everyone talk about just how real you feel and how it just fit like a glove for you. Like, what was the preparation that you did that made it feel so real?
I mean, I say this about almost every role I've done, is that I let the script be my guide. Even if I'm playing, someone in a different culture, or I'm playing a person that actually really lived, whatever. I think research is really good, but only to a certain point, because if the script doesn't support that, then that's not going to help you. So to me, the script is always the first guide, and I could just hear her in my head when I read the script. And luckily, I think her sense of humor was kind of similar to mine. So I don't feel like I had to sort of jump through a lot of hoops to create something that was terribly, foreign necessarily. But I mean, I don't think I'm like Deborah. But in surface ways, I think I'm a lot like her. A lot of things about her I don't agree with or don't understand. But that's just. But again, if it's well written, it's easier to do.
Can I translate for you for the people at home? What Jean means is, I'm good at everything. I'm that chick.
My favorite thing that Jean and Deborah have in common is Jean's laugh. Jean has the best laugh in Hollywood. And we're so lucky because sometimes you just want to hear Deborah laugh.
Yeah.
And Jean can conjure it, and it's a cheat code.
So
really
you just
is.
write it.
It embarrasses
Jean
my
laughs.
children, however.
It does?
Yes.
Oh my
Yeah.
God, it's the
Such a
best
good
sound
laugh.
in the
Yeah.
world.
When I went to see Forrest in a play,
Yeah.
he said, "Mom, maybe not quite so loud."
Oh,
my
no. Did you tell him, honey, it's iconic?
Yeah.
Well,
People pay
but I
money
told
to
him, I
hear
said,
this laugh.
I get the audience going. When I first met my late husband, he was doing a play, a romantic comedy, and I went and saw it. And the director came to me later and he said, "Some critics are coming on Tuesday night. Could you come back and laugh, because you really got the audience going?" I went to see it like 7-8 times because he said, yeah, what are you doing Friday night? Because I'll give you a couple tickets. Please come back, please.
It's incredible. Well, I love your laugh, and like just next time your kids get on you, just be like, "Hey, I get paid to laugh." Okay, like, what are you doing with your laugh?
That laugh puts food on your
I'll put that on a mug. Like instead of best mom in the world, this laugh puts food on your plate, and they can drink it when they eat. Hannah, what aspects of your character do you most enjoy playing?
Well, I like mouthing off to Jean because I would never dare in reality. Yeah. No. I think like Ava's insolence is really exciting. I feel like I'm a very respectful person. I don't like Ava.
Sure, you're more polite than me.
Yeah. I think Ava, is certainly more brash at times. So that's really fun. She's also like pretty, she's just like no filter, kind of hectic energy, and I am like chronically overthinking everything I say. So I appreciate her like the freedom of Ava.
She's a tramp and you're not.
Yeah, that's right too.
No, but I love it when you tell me how ugly the dress is. You haven't seen me in a year. And 2 minutes later, you're in there going,
Yeah, like
ugly ass dress.
It's giving
Ugly
big
ass.
bird.
It's giving big bird.
Big Bird.
It's giving big bird.
I had like a ton of questions in my head, but I'm told we're running out of time. So like, which ones do I do? By the way,
favorite one.
my favorite one.
Yeah.
Sorry, what's the by the way?
What's when they're all your favorite? What do you do there? You're just like, you want to ask all of them. By the way, what you said about like mouthing off to Jean, it reminds me very similar to a last interview that I had where they were acting against Morgan Freeman, and their favorite thing was mouthing off to Morgan Freeman. And I'm like, that's a testament to how you are as an actress, because like you won't do it in real life, but you're like, you'll get the courage to do it on the screen.
Yeah.
So without giving away any spoilers, like are there themes or character arcs like you're excited to explore in season 3? And again, no spoilers, but like, what are you excited for the people to see once like the show gets going? Jen, I know you've been quiet a little bit. I've been noticing, so I want to hear from you.
We have been saying it's about sex and power. Season 3 of Hacks is about sex and power. So I think we explore those things, and we're excited for people to see them. What else can we tease?
We do take on cancel culture pretty hard.
Oh yeah, yeah. We take on Christmas.
That's always
we take on Christmas.
We take on Christmas.
The war on Christmas is waged at.
Yes. I love that.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No, we don't take it on, but we do.
We don't take it on, but we have an episode on Christmas.
One thing that Deborah Vance and Jean have in common is a love for Christmas.
Yeah, that's right.
So you get to see how Deborah Vance does Christmas.
Excellent. Okay.
It's
Well, the people are like foaming at the mouth. It's like,
Deborah's very un-PC Christmas.
Is that what the episode is called? I really hope that's what
Yeah,
it is.
it's called the Deborah Vance Christmas Spectacular.
Obsessed.
That's like a classic like Christmas title, and I'm living for that.
Yeah.
That is
That's
incredible.
an exclusive.
Oh
That
my
is an
gosh.
exclusive.
That's an exclusive.
That's
That's an
This is
exclusive.
South by Southwest.
A guy
an
today asked me if we were going to do a live show. Remember?
Oh. We
And-
did one season 1, right? We did a live table read.
Yeah, but
Oh,
she
yeah.
means tape it live.
like a multi-cam?
No, I think he meant like a
Or a stand-up, like you doing
do a
stand-up.
stand-up thing or whatever. I don't know.
Would you want to?
And I say, well, no.
What if we
But
write
I
your
said that
routine?
Hannah has always wanted to do Hacks on Ice.
That's right.
Oh,
All I gotta do is.
get out the skates. All right, last question, because I could sit here all day and just talk about this, because I want to be a part of your friend group. Like this is
Hey.
just all the envy over here.
We'll add to the text chain.
Literally.
problem.
Thank you. Okay. But as far as like, this show goes, and obviously we talked about the commentary that it has, where do you guys see, like, how do you feel about the state of the industry when it comes to actresses over 60? Where do you see it going? Like, do you think it's gotten better over the last couple decades? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I think it has, certainly has for me. But I do know that I'm extremely lucky in that regard. Extremely lucky. But I think what used to happen a lot is that because men historically have always been the ones who go out in the world and do things.
Yep.
So of course stories were about them, and but I now think people are discovering and realizing not only do women have more freedom now to follow their passions and have more freedom, just have more freedom, is that we are now discovering also the stories of really remarkable women who did things 100 years ago that made them even more remarkable because it was 100 years ago and they had to buck the system in every possible way. But so it's been a really slow, gradual climb, but but now people are saying, of course, a woman can be, any story that can be about a man can be about a woman.
I love that. And I love that the show is tackling that like head on. I feel like there's a lot of things that skirt by it, but this one just says, nah, bro.
We wrap it in a joke,
Yeah, exactly. You make people laugh while learning lessons. That's what I really dig. Well, thank you so much for being a part of the studio. This was an incredible conversation. And this was the last one for you guys, right?
Yeah.
It's time to party, go to drag shows, do the whole thing.
Yeah.
Look good. This is amazing.
Thank you so much.
Great. Hack Season 3 will air on Max beginning in May. You can watch all of our studio interviews with the South by Southwest on our YouTube page, youtube.com SXSW. I'm your host, Juju Green. Thank you so much for watching.
Good job, Jeet.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Oh, that was better, thanks. My name is Katie Pereira, and I'm a member of the South by Southwest Conference Programming Team. Before we get to why you're all here, I want to share a few of the exciting things we've got going on today. At 6 p.m. in this very room, we'll have the South by Southwest Innovation Awards. This long-standing tradition celebrates some of the most exciting innovators that are here at South by Southwest. The ceremony and reception provides a full evening of fun, food, drinks, and networking, so be sure to check it out. Also, right after this session in this room, we'll have today's keynote conversation. Dr. Lisa Su, the chair and CEO of AMD, with Ryan Patel. But now for why you're all here. A conversation about AI and humanity's coevolution with OpenAI's head of ChatGPT. AI is changing us from creators and answerers into curators and askers. In this talk, OpenAI's Vice President of Consumer Product and head of ChatGPT, Peter Deng, and venture partner at Signalfire, Josh Constine, will explore the role of humans in the age of AI. Please welcome Peter and Josh to the stage.
Good morning. I'm Josh Constine, the former editor-at-large of TechCrunch and now a venture partner at early-stage VC firm Signalfire. And today we are going to discuss the biggest existential and philosophical questions about the future of AI. We're here to discuss the co-evolution of AI and humanity. Although I'll say it seems like one of them is evolving a lot faster than the other. AI is mastering new skills every day, and I'm still trying to master the time change from daylight savings the other day. But luckily, we're here with somebody much, much smarter than me. He has built a lot of the products that you're probably carrying around in your pocket today. He formerly led product at Instagram, at Facebook Messenger, at Oculus, for the rider product at Uber, and most recently at Airtable. Please give a warm welcome to the head of ChatGPT and the VP of Consumer Products at OpenAI, Peter Deng.
Thank you. Thank you. Great to be here.
Amazing. So there are plenty of questions to get into, so I'll just start with an easy one.
Okay.
What is the role of humanity in the age of AI?
That's super interesting. Well, I want to say thank you for inviting me out here because in my day-to-day work, we just deal a lot with the features and things, and it's really good to kind of zoom out and think about humanity as a whole. And just the last couple of days in Austin, being able to walk around and just see art, I think that there's so much that AI does for humans, and it actually deeply makes us even more human, if that even makes more sense, that just taking a step back and talking about it, I'm excited to just explore this with you today.
Amazing. So, how does the purpose of the human mind evolve? Now that so many of the quantifiable questions can be answered by things like AI, what does that leave for us to do?
I actually believe that AI fundamentally makes us more human. I think that if you take a look at AI as a tool, I see AI as a tool, it's a really powerful tool. It unlocks the ability for us to go deeper and explore some of the things that we're wondering about. So I think one thing you could take a look at is kids. So you have kids?
I do.
I have kids. I think kids are the purest form of what it means to be human, right? And you take a look at your kids, and how old are your kids?
0 and 2.5.
0 and 2.5. Those are great ages. And so for your 2.5-year-old, would you say that they ask questions sometimes, often, or all the time?
I made a mistake of trying to train her to be a journalist. So we asked the 5 questions, like where, what, why, when, how. And why is her favorite, as every parent knows. And there's no end to it.
There's no end to it.
It's actually fun. It's a game to see if I can exhaust her before she's finished asking why questions.
Yeah. Well, I have kids too. And I would say that, my kids ask a lot of questions. They ask a lot of great questions. And I think fundamentally, our minds are curious. And that's a good expression of it. And I think what AI does is it lets us go deeper and ask those questions and keeps on going. I'll give you an example of this. So just 2 days ago, I read an article that was on LinkedIn called "Because of ChatGPT, I Can Now Enjoy Shakespeare." And it was this really fascinating read. And I don't know about you, but when I was in high school learning Shakespeare, it was a struggle. Right? I would go home and read the chapters, and I wouldn't understand half the words that were being said, and I'd go to class, and between 1 and 2 p.m., go to English class, and the English teacher would have some lecture planned, but maybe I can squeeze in 1, maybe 2 questions about that I was curious about the text. And now with AI, this person actually just reads Shakespeare, has ChatGPT voice mode open, and just starts asking questions. Every question that he's curious about the scene, unearthing the character's intentions. That bit of exploration and what AI can let him do is just really powerful. I think that's fundamentally enabling us to be that curious human mind that we inherently have. He had a great word for this, which was ChatGPT is a perpetually, actually I can't remember exactly, but it's a tireless professor, right? Who's just there to answer any question and kind of let you go deep. That to me, I think is just like AI opening up more of what we fundamentally are curious about and being able to go deep there.
Yeah, it seems like, similar when calculators came out, that kind of pushed us from just doing the rote math to the more artistic edges of math. And, now I think it feels like our time to figure out what is worth recalling. AI might be able to write a book, but we know what we should write a book about, and we know how to apply that book to the real world. And one of the things that I've been seeing is, do you feel like we are shifting in our role from being the answerers and the creators to more of the question askers and the curators?
I think that shift might be happening. I think that might be happening, but I don't think it's a bad thing, right? And I think that it is really interesting. Well, actually, if you take a step back, I think what's really interesting about AI is that it gives us this tool, this new primitive that we can start to build on top of, right? So calculators is a great example. So instead of spending time doing arithmetic, you can think about higher level sort of mathematical problems, right? And now, instead of spending time recalling every single fact, you have things like Google, or you have databases where the knowledge is there, and you can ask higher level questions. I have this theory that there's this sort of a level of skill that humanity has, and that just keeps on getting pushed up and up and up with every sort of big technology, right? And I think this, with AI being such a foundational technology and such a curve-bending technology, we're going to be able to push our skill level up and up. I'll give you an example of this. I hate to talk about my kids so much, but I do love my kids. When I was growing up, learning to program in QBasic was this staring at this blue screen and having these lines of code that were numbered, and it was really hard to build something meaningful, right? I was kind of in there kind of tinkering. And now I take a look at my 9-year-old who's learning how to code with Scratch, and there's just these logical blocks that are graphical. They can drag around and start to think about programs at a higher level at a much younger age. That's super cool, right? And he's learning how to program before he learns how to type. Before, typing was a barrier. It was a prerequisite. So if you take a look at AI and how he's going to grow up and how all my other kids are going to grow up, they're going to have this amazing tool that's going to, from a very young age, give them a head start to think about problems at a much higher level.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like there's always going to be a role for the masters within every craft. That you can put something into OpenAI, you can put something into ChatGPT and get an answer back, but unless you actually know your stuff, you're not going to know if the answer is right. You're not going to know what to draw from it, where to apply it. So it feels like even as we continue to excel in our abilities with AI, the role of the human person who really understands what they're talking about is still always going to be relevant. But do you believe that this actually will free us up for the even higher level questions? Thinking about the meaning of life, free will, where we come from. Like, does AI change our perception of ourselves?
There's two ways to answer this question. I'll answer the simpler one first. I think that in order to explore any of these ideas, we're going to need the time and space to do so, right? And so, our minds are, for better or worse, extremely busy. Organism where we're just constantly thinking about what if this, what if that, and evolutionarily it's got us here. But to quiet the mind and have the space to think about some of these problems requires you taking time out, right? I still remember when my wife inspired me, and we went on a 10-day meditation retreat, a silent meditation retreat, and finally we had the space to kind of think about things and kind of unearth a bunch of these little tiny little insights. So I think in some sense, AI freeing us up to think about things at a higher level is going to help. It's going to give us our time back. I also think that AI is starting to help us go deeper and think about problems locally too, right? And I think one of the ways that I use ChatGPT is to help me just help be a thought partner, right? And sometimes I'll have a vague nebulous thought that I'm not sure how to crispen up. And the beauty of language is that it's this thing that actually helps you process your thinking, right? And I don't know about you, but whenever I'm stuck mentally on something, writing it out just helps me linearize my thoughts, right? And the act of writing is actually clarifying the thought itself. So there are many cases that personally I've actually used ChatGPT to just talk about an idea. And through that conversation, it ends up refining and gaining those insights. So both on the level of giving us time back to explore those concepts, but also, if those of you who haven't tried it, just start asking questions. And sometimes you're going to get pretty deep into the weeds and uncover some insights that you may not have otherwise.
In fact, that's kind of the beauty of South by, is you have all these conversations with people from all these different disciplines, and it really helps crystallize your ideas by having that dialogue. I mean, I wrote 4,000 articles at TechCrunch. I feel like I never knew what the last sentence was going to be by the time I started. Like you only figure out, I only knew what I wanted to say once I was actually talking. And I feel like humans have that same capability, but we so often lack that thought partner to really spar with.
And that thought partner, before ChatGPT, that thought partner was only awake for certain hours of the day. Right, and now, when I'm working late at night, my kids are asleep, my family's asleep, my coworkers are asleep, and I'm kind of wrestling with a certain problem of how to articulate X, Y, and Z thing. ChatGPT is awake, and I can go in and just start, kind of sparring with it and exploring the idea and kind of going deeper into that thought process.
Yeah, it feels like we're kind of going from being the engine of progress towards to being the compass. Like, AI could be a teleporter, but it only matters if you know what your destination is actually supposed to be. And that's why I'm excited about us pondering these big questions, because I feel like for a long time we've tried to shy away from them. And like you said, work can be exhausting when you're working hard, just executing all day instead of maybe strategizing or using your higher brain. It can wear you out and leave you without the time to be able to ask those bigger questions. And I think Marx said that religion is the opiate of the masses. Maybe AI is the Narcan for the masses, to awaken us from this haze and make us face these really tough problems, because we finally will have the time to do so.
It all depends on how people use it. And I think that's one of the beauties of the flexibility of the technologies that people have found. And we've seen people use it for many different purposes.
Amazing. Well, if you guys have questions, we're not going to do a Q&A on stage. I don't think any of you want to hear somebody else rant about their AI startup instead of actually asking a question, as you've probably seen at some panels. But if you do have questions, please tag them with hashtag South by Southwest AI, or you can tag me on any of the channels or social networks, and I'll try to answer or get back to you after the program. But I want to get back to sort of why you. Before going down a deeper transcendental rabbit hole, so why did you take this job? Like, to be real, you were early at Google, early at Facebook. You could have just called in rich. Like, you don't really need a job, my guy. But you are this incredibly humble, incredibly empathetic person. I've known you for over a decade, and so you don't really need the money. But so why take such a tough job?
I got really, well, I didn't know you were going to ask that question, but thank you for saying that. I think it's just really important work, and I was really inspired by the mission of the company, right? Just being able to get to safe AGI, artificial general intelligence, and distribute the benefits to all of humanity. I've never seen a technology in my lifetime that's this powerful and has this much promise. So just to be a part of it, I do keep a gratitude journal every day, and the number of times I've written like, wow, like I feel grateful to be a part of this journey, verbatim, it's in there, and I feel that gratitude just because, again, this is something that's going to be so beneficial to humanity if we get it right, and I just want to not mess it up.
So that's nice to hear. But you've in the past roles, at things like Facebook Messenger, the goal was just make Messenger faster, make it feel more like a real human conversation. At Uber, it's just get people to their destination faster, more conveniently. They felt like kind of intuitive roadmaps. With such a fast-moving, totally open-ended set of products, how do you know where to focus? Like, what use cases do you want to prioritize building for?
It's a great question. I think that is, and it's only, and the space that we can go into is only getting larger as these models get more and more intelligent, right? So it is actually a question that I grapple with a lot, and picking the right path, a lot of pressure to do that and do that correctly. I think that it's what my fundamental approach to this job and trying to help with the team and support the team is to take a look at sort of what humans have evolved to do for so long, and how do you actually learn from that and bring that out to life, right? So to give you an example, I think that when we built, a lot of people use ChatGPT for writing, as an example, or they use it for coding. And we're trying to look a little bit more into those areas of great, well, what is the right mental model to think about coding, right, or writing, or analyzing data, and how can we assist them better in those ways? So I think that it's, with any product role, the goal is to basically remove friction from the thing that people want to do, and how can they get most out of that technology. And I think that that's kind of at the crux of it, the challenge.
What do you think the world needs from ChatGPT?
Oh, man.
Sorry, I'm hitting you with the easy questions.
Yeah, I know, it's great, it's great. I think that what the world needs is a flexible tool that lets them remove barriers from the goals that they have. And I think that's actually one of the most inspiring things about working on this product, is to see the breadth of use cases that people have. We've talked to a doctor who's used ChatGPT to help summarize new research coming out and learn more about it and ask questions of it to keep update on the latest advancements. We've talked to an artist who will take a picture of her paintings and then get critiques in real time and be really vulnerable and be able to create her art better, right? We've talked to folks who analyze data for a living at these companies, who say things like, well, I was able to accomplish my task in 20 minutes and something that used to take me 4 hours, right? And so there's just a breadth of use cases that we're seeing. And I think the big challenge for us is to be able to, one, talk to as many users as possible, learn how they want to use it, and then try to make the product better for them. And I think that's part of the co-evolution, is that we put something out there that is broadly applicable, we see how people love to use it, and we try to make the product better and better and kind of follow where society wants to take it.
So there's been this constant push forward in terms of productivity through technology. We didn't used to have email, now we have email. It doesn't seem like we do any less work because we invented email or we invented all these tools.
Yeah.
You talk about somebody who did something in 4 hours and now they do it in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Do we get that time back? Do our employers just apply that somewhere else? Like, does it really make our lives easier, or are we just doing things faster so we can fit more work in?
Well, I actually think that what's interesting is that it gives individuals that choice. And I think that is what's really empowering about some of the products that are coming out. I fundamentally believe that AI just becomes an accelerant to sort of what your vision is, right? Let's see, what's a good example of this? I was talking to someone at dinner just 2 nights ago who's like, basically has built a business of renting out GPUs for startups. And he was saying that yeah, I can actually build this business and I can just ask ChatGPT how to remote start a server. It's like, these are things that I would have to learn or have to become a sysadmin to do. And now I can do more because we have this tool that helps us advance it. So I think each individual will be able to do more, and it's up to each individual to figure out what you want to apply that energy towards, right?
But what happens to that sysadmin?
I think that's a great question. I think that that sysadmin is also able to do more. I mean, maybe there's other skills that he or she is less well versed in, but because you can now kind of augment your skill sets and kind of each individual doing more. I mean, take a look at companies. I think companies will get, my personal opinion is that companies will get smaller, but there'll be a lot more of them. And how do I know this? It's like, well, I can't tell the future, but that's just my guess, right? But if you take a look at humans, fundamentally, we are ambitious creatures, right? And we have visions that we want to chase. And every step of the technologies that we've seen in the past, I think what's happened is that those have removed barriers for people doing more. I'll give you a concrete example, right? If I was born 50 years ago, before I was born, I don't really know, I have a lot of gaps in my skills that I don't know how I would fill. Like, I'll give you specifics. 1, I can't spell very well. 2, my handwriting really sucks, right? 3, I can't really do basic arithmetic that well. I think my brain is wired a little bit differently. So if you were to rewind back the clock 50 years, I don't really know what opportunities I would have, right? But now that we have spell check, we have autocomplete, right? We have calculators. I feel like I was able to apply my skills and things that I was uniquely good at and do more with what I can do with just the technology that were available.
So you are a very attentive father of 4, and I'm curious, have you seen any parallels between teaching kids and teaching, being GPT DAD?
I get a lot of inspiration from just watching, just sort of how my kids learn and evolve. I think that you take a look at, since we're talking about kids, let me kind of share a little bit of a story. One of my daughters is extremely creative and just likes to build things, right? And she will go around the house, find bottle caps and find, kind of cardboard boxes and cut things out, use a lot of Scotch tape and kind of create these really creative creations. She reminds me a lot of me. When I was a kid, I actually built Rube Goldberg machines, not machines, that's too generous, contraptions out of just tape and paper and cardboard and marbles. But now I look at her and me and I'm like, wow, we're kind of wired similarly, but I'm really excited to see the tools that she's going to have at her disposal as she grows up. Right, and that's really inspiring to me to think about at the core, we have similar DNAs and we have this desire to build, and I think she's going to be able to do a lot more than I am in my lifetime because of just the amazing stuff that we have coming out.
Are there specific values that you want to instill in ChatGPT?
I think that, along the lines of parenting, I think there are values that I want to instill in my kids, but it's actually less about my values. I think about it in terms of the world's values. My ideal is that AI can take on the shape of the values of each individual that's using it. I don't think it should be prescriptive in any such way. And you take a look at, there's just so many beautiful cultures around the world and different ways of thinking. Recently went on a vacation with my family to Japan, and just, I love taking trips. I don't do it that often, but when I do, I love it because One, you kind of reset your brain while you're on the airplane, and when you land, you start noticing all these little tiny cultural differences, right? And that's beautiful. That's a beautiful part of humanity, that different parts of the world, different cultures, and different people have different values, and that causes, this really meticulous culture around, the culture around meticulousness in Japan causes these really beautiful things to be crafted. That's awesome. So it's not about my values of what I want to instill. I would just hope that we're able to find some way to take the world's values and instill it into AI.
Do you think that the fact that OpenAI is an American company certainly employs talent from all over the world, but our fund Signalfire recently, we ran a research report, and we found that the best AI talent isn't actually located at the Ivy League schools or even at the big tech companies. It's at companies like OpenAI, Stability, Midjourney, some of these incredible companies that are building the future of AI, these are the sort of new AI-Ivy League, that's better to recruit from there than it is to recruit from the Ivy League schools themselves. But that does pose the question of, does that make AI built by OpenAI Americentric by nature? Like, does it take on our values as the default?
Well, I can tell you that internally we work with people all over the world. We have teams that talk to governments all over the world and try to really understand our users. I mean, take a look. Remember, the mission of OpenAI is to benefit all of humanity, and you can't really benefit all of humanity if you're going to be Americentric, right? And so, taking those inputs and listening and understanding bits and pieces of the culture very deeply, not just bits and pieces, but very deeply, I think that's how we build a better product and a better future, right? So. Again, it's baked into the mission of the company.
So do you not feel that there is some opportunity that the fact that this was made in America to push American liberal ideals, we built this, we get a chance to sort of export what we believe is democracy and freedom of expression and other ideals that we think we hold dear?
Just from the inside, that's not how I personally view it. And like I said before, I would really love to find a way to kind of have AI take the shape of the values of each individual who's using it. That's the goal, right? But yeah, perhaps some of the steps we've taken today might have led to that. That is certainly not the goal.
So obviously recently there's been a ton of news about all of the changes around the board of directors and everything around that. Do you feel like that's been a distraction from the pursuit of the values that OpenAI cares about? Or is it more a chance to align better with those values?
Yeah, I got to say that my team and I are kind of heads down on the work a lot. But I'm really glad to see some of the changes personally of just some of the updates and people who are joining our board. I know some of them personally, and they're just really great humans. So glad to have them on board.
Has it felt like a distraction? You guys have so much work to do, and
personally, I haven't. I think that there's a lot of work to do, and we know exactly the roadmap that we need to execute on, and we're inspired by seeing some of the new research coming out, and we want to find ways to bring that out to everyone. That's what that's what my team's focus has been on.
Can I give my wish list of values?
Please, yeah.
I kind of think that the best teachers in the world aren't always the smartest ones. They're the most empathetic ones. They're the ones that realize the idiosyncrasies of their students and adapt to them. And I think that's part of what you're talking about trying to align the values with whoever is using it.
Yep.
And I think with previous products like Facebook, you guys really tried to say we need to go by local laws, but also use international talent to help us make sure that our content moderation rules or whatever else are really in tune with the local norms rather than trying to export the international perspective. But I do hope that we can see OpenAI take on values like determination to find us the real answers, not to give us the cop-out of sorry, I can't answer that. Beauty to make us inspired. Sure, we could be reading utilitarian information, but if it can inspire us, I think that's even better. Honesty about its own limitations, telling us when, hey, I can't actually do this, or I might not be right, a confidence interval on an answer to let us know, hey, we might want to actually go do a Google or a Perplexity search alongside the ChatGPT answer. Fairness to hope that we do not repeat the past mistakes. Don't just take all the human data that's been on the internet, use that for training, and perpetuate stereotypes and biases. And a sense of stewardship so that AI wants to look after us as humans, our society, and the Earth as a whole. Do those feel like some of the ones that resonate with you?
Those definitely do resonate.
What am I missing?
I think that there's something about, you might have said this already, but I think about seeking the truth and kind of getting down to the the actual facts, I think is a really important part of this. And I think also the other one is just being helpful. I think that with the more that we can make sure that technology is in service of people and sort of what goals we have and aspirations we have, I think that's going to be a better technology.
Are there any use cases you're on the cusp of trusting AI to do for you? Like, would you let it make a medical diagnosis for you? Would you let it defend you in court?
Okay, well, let's take the court one first. So I hope I'm not required to defend myself in court, but if I were ever to be falsely accused of a crime.
We'll get into that later.
Okay, get that later. But I actually would absolutely like to have AI as a part of my legal team if that were the case. 100%. And I think that, just imagine a world in which you have, you have your counsel. Again, I'm falsely accused in this hypothetical scenario.
Hypothetical.
You have your counsel, and you have this assistant for the counsel that is just listening to the testimony and in real time cross-checking the facts and the timelines and being able to look at all the case law and the precedent and being able to suggest to that a human attorney, like, this is, you should probably ask this question, or, here is one way this might play out. How might you see this? I think there's absolutely human judgment involved, but that level of sort of superpower assistant is going to be really powerful. And so I would love to have that on my side of the courtroom. You asked about medical stuff. I think we're actually already starting to get there. I'm trying to think, we heard the story of a parent who was struggling with her child being in chronic pain for a long time, and over the course of 3 years, I think she saw on the order of 17 doctors, and no one really had a diagnosis. And one day, because of her persistence and the tool that she had available, she was able to feed all of the data into ChatGPT, and just ChatGPT suggested, hey, it might be this, and tethered cord syndrome was the suggestion. She went to a doctor, confirmed it, and got the surgery, and the child is doing much better. So I feel like you're talking about the cusp. I think that some of these things are already starting to happen. And that's really awesome to be able to enable a very, a parent who has this problem to be able to bridge her abilities in a way and solve a problem that's really kind of very important to her.
I definitely feel like it's on the cusp of being able to write jokes, and I tried to have it help me write some jokes for this, so you know who to blame if you're not laughing. But also, I have used it for health uses, and it's remarkable. I texted my actual doctor, I texted One Medical, and I asked a tool called Dr. Gupta, and Dr. Gupta gave me the best answer of all of them, even though it's made by famous pharma price gouger Martin Shkreli. So I know every piece of data I put into it is being sold to the highest bidder, but it still gave me a better answer. So I think we're gonna have to come up with, handle some of those trade-offs of where are we willing to maybe give up some of our privacy or be comfortable with this data floating around there to get better answers. But there's also just amazing use cases. A bunch of our AI health portfolio companies that Signify, Codametrics is helping with health, with medical bill coding for doctors. Payzen is making personalized payback plans so health care bills don't bankrupt families. Wealth is making sure that people actually take their pills. You take a photo of you taking your pills each day, and it basically doesn't take $2 away from you. It gives you $60 at the beginning of the month, and every day that you actually show that you're taking your pills, it doesn't take $2 away from you, which is activates loss aversion. But it's only possible through AI that we're able to do all these things. So it feels like there are these big jumps forward. But how do we grow more comfortable? What is it going to require for more people to feel willing to take on AI for these use cases?
I think people. I think it's actually, this is part of the co-evolution. This is the title of this talk, right? It's going to take time and repeated exposures and experiences and hearing the stories, and more than hearing the stories, but feeling it firsthand. And when you have more and more exposures and feeling it firsthand, you will be able to start to see it and trust it in different ways. I'll give you an example. When I first got my Tesla a long, long time ago, they had this feature called autopilot. It was not autopilot. It was essentially cruise control, right? But over time, it got, it was just basically stay in the lane and, kind of monitor the car in front of you. And over time, it got a little bit better and a little bit better. And it was like, okay, now I'm going to suggest that you take you change lanes on the freeway. Or at some point, you can hit the turn signal and it would change lanes for you. And now we're in a world where, I've personally trusted enough and the technology has evolved enough where it's like, okay, for some stretches, I'm okay just kind of like letting it do its thing, right? And it can even, drive on the roads if it wanted to. I don't let it do that. I'm not fully there yet. But I think that the path of how we get there and the repeated exposures and the experiencing of it is a huge part of the co-evolution. And that's one of the things I would say that I'm really proud of the team for doing is that, it's not that we're developing AI and keeping it in a lab. We're developing AI and trying to making it generally accessible to other people so that people can try it out and can gain that literacy and can get a feeling for what this technology can do for you. And I think it's awesome that my kids have a front row seat to that, and I can show them, new features before they're released. I tell them not to tell their friends, and then kind of see how their thinking even evolves because they have access to these tools and they can actually play with them. And I think that being able to play with AI is one of the things that's going to be really important.
So, luckily, I don't think we're at the point where anyone's doom scrolling ChatGPT, but obviously a lot of the biggest apps in the world, including several of the products that you've worked on, have been shown to have some questionable health impacts. What have you learned from working at places like Facebook and Instagram about safety, and how are you applying that at OpenAI?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think fundamentally we just have different products that we're building. I've learned a lot from my past experiences at Instagram. I learned a lot about craft and the beauty of design, and at every single job I've learned something and I've taken it with me and helped me with the job I have today. But I think fundamentally it's about sort of that utility and that satisfying that curiosity, and that if you are, I don't even know what doom scrolling would look like in ChatGPT, but because it is a product that is meant to kind of, assist you and give you that superpower to kind of break through some barrier and a challenge that you're facing, whether it's like doing an internet research or just kind of thinking through a problem, I think it just has a different shape of a product than some of the other products I've worked on.
Do you feel like you need realists at OpenAI? Or because I know it takes optimists to build great products.
Yeah.
But I also think that sometimes you need somebody in the room who assumes the worst in humanity, because we're like kind of terrible at our core. Like we have lots of shameful sins that we project into the products that we use.
Yeah.
And so how do you do that to preemptively guard against those kind of problems? Do you have those people, or do you have the kind of person who's specifically designed to be like, no, like someone's gonna do something bad with this?
Yeah, no, we do, we definitely do. And I think that's what makes the team work so well together, is that we think about safety as a part of building the product. It's not an afterthought. So we actually have an amazing safety team that our team partners with, and before we even fully build a feature, we're engaging with them, and they're thinking about how do we red team this, and how do we actually push the bounds of this, but also like make sure that we're developing it in a very safe way. So absolutely, those people are incredibly valuable parts of the team, and the way that we build product on the inside is very much a combination of multiple people with multiple different perspectives on what could be and also what we want to prevent, coming together and co-designing that.
So your kids are still pretty young, but do you think that you would first let them use ChatGPT or social networks or Google? Like, which do you think you'd be more comfortable with them having sort of unrestricted access to?
Well, they don't have unrestricted access to anything at this age. My kids are 3, 5, 7, and 9. So at this age, it's not, they don't have that. But I think that, in terms of supervised use, I would say that, maybe I'm biased, ChatGPT is the product that I let them use. I think there's so many interesting things that help them explore their creativity. Just ways to kind of help them, right? So my daughter is really into writing stories right now. And, being able to have it take something that she's handwritten a story and help her type it up by just taking a picture and be like, hey, can you transcribe it? And then she can take that now and put it into Canva and make it some kind of storybook that she's thinking about, or leveraging DALL-E to be able to generate images that kind of bring her stories to life. There's something really cool about the utility of that feels like it is that is a tool that I would let them use.
So one of my biggest questions has been about how do we deal with not knowing if something was made by humans or made by AI? And does that even matter?
Yeah, I think That's a really good question. I think that there probably is a short-term answer to that and then a long-term, which we can think about in those two ways. In the short term, I think it absolutely does matter, right? We're in an election year. It's really important to make sure that we have the authenticity of things that go out. OpenAI has made commitments to provenance and to be able to make sure that the images that go out are considering the safety needs here. But beyond that, I think in the future, I don't know if people will care. It's a genuine question. I don't know how we're going to feel about it, but I think we're going to find out as we move forward. I'll give you some examples that may, kind of tease at this question a little bit. Let's say you get a text from a friend, right? And it's a perfectly well-formed English sentence, right? How much do you care that autocorrect was used to help with one of those words? Or, you're a VC and you get an email pitch about their startup. How much do you care that maybe that person used Grammarly to help them kind of come off in a different way and just kind of be more professional, right? We're walking down the street here in Austin. I'm not sure how much we care that that billboard was used. Do they use Photoshop or did they not use Photoshop, or what tool did they use to create that creation? It's a genuine question. In the future, in the long term, I don't know how people will care, but I do know that if people will care, then it will be corrected for. And I think, an example of this, maybe this is kind of silly, is I'll use bread, right? There was a time when all bread was kind of baked by hand, and they were all artisan loaves, and then there's a whole thing that happened where you get like kind of Wonder Kids bread and kind of manufacture loaves, and there was a whole reaction to that, to be like, wait, I make sourdough, and this is like, we live in San Francisco, and there are places like, this place has really, really good bread, and it's made by hand. You can go in and see it and smell it, and that affects the experience. And so for those types of things, when people think it matters, I think it will be a thing.
I do think that somebody should start the certified human label, certified organic. That's a free business idea for all of you out there. But it does seem like, I think that personally for personal communication, for art where it's not obviously generated by AI, and for politics, I think we should have some kind of rules for disclosure, that people tell you that they're using it.
Yeah.
Because if I get an enterprise outbound email business pitch, I just assume that there's going to be AI in it. If it's some big marketing campaign, I don't really care. But if my wife sends me a poem, I want to know if AI was used. And honey, I promise all of my poems were absolutely but I do wonder if do you think that the laws are going to be fast enough to actually catch up with these kind of things, or do we need more emergent societal norms?
I think we should start with societal norms. This is what I meant with my long-term answer is if people care, then we should adapt to that, right? And we should make sure that the products should adapt to that. I think that the moral, it's interesting. I actually was talking to a photographer one day, a wedding photographer, randomly. I can't remember where it's on the ski slopes or something, and he was saying that one trend that he saw. In his wedding photography in the past year was people grooms literally pulling out their phones and reading off of ChatGPT the vows.
A friend of mine said it was the only rule in his wedding was nobody's allowed to use ChatGPT for this.
Yeah, and I think, but that's a moral thing. That's kind of a socially enforced thing, and I think that's how it has to start, right? And then then it might bubble up into to rules and laws. But yeah, I think as a matter of disclosure and as a matter of just kind of integrity, I think people should individually they should go ahead and disclose that.
Well, South by Southwest has always been the digital culture makers, the trendsetters, so maybe we can all just start that hey, if you're using it personally, tell people, and otherwise, use it wherever you can, experiment however you can, but when you're using it for politics, for art, for personal communication, disclose it. And I think other people will just trust you more because of that.
Totally.
So we have a lot of questions to get through, so we're gonna try to move a little quick.
All right, let's go.
All right, so let's talk about AI literacy. 10 years ago in schools, 20 years ago, they were trying to teach us how to do Google searches, how to, how to cite things, how to spot like phishing scams. How can we improve AI literacy to both equip people for the benefits, but also to manage the risks and limitations of AI?
Yeah. I think it's a great question. I think that the best way to do literacy is to make it widely accessible. I think that's the biggest thing, and that's a lot of what I'm really grateful that our team is helping with, is to take some of the research that we have and put it into products that are accessible and try to release it as broadly as possible.
Does that mean ChatGPT, the basic version, will always be free?
There should always be a free version, absolutely. And I think that over time, as we make it more and more efficient to run, that we will bring more and more capabilities down to the free version. That's part of our mission. Our mission is to distribute the benefits to all of humanity. It just so happens that it costs a lot to kind of serve right now, but that is the goal, right? And I think literacy is, and again, it's so important that people, I think, play with the technologies out there, and getting a first-hand feel is just very different than hearing you and me talk about this on stage. And so that's what I would really encourage people to do.
I mean, I think that free internet services, things like Facebook, things like Google, those are so important. The fact that you don't have to pay to use those means that billions of people around the world who could not afford to use them can, because in part they're subsidized by higher buying power Western users and businesses and advertisers that are using them. And I would love that if the enterprise tier of ChatGPT can pay for all of those other people.
That's actually how we're thinking about it right now.
That's beautiful.
That's actually how we're thinking about it right now. So we're looking at it from it's all one big continuous funnel. There are people for whom on enterprises who use it and they unlock a ton of value for them, and they end up paying a price that is commensurate with their use, but some of that value is able to then trickle down, and that's how we see it.
So in some industries like mining, for instance, we've forced mining companies to pay to offset the environmental impact that they make. Mm-hmm. Do you think that if OpenAI is mining the internet, mining our attention, should it pay for some of the literacy programs? Should big AI companies like Microsoft be contributing to pay for literacy programs in schools so kids can learn, self-directed learning, how to spot deepfake scams, how to do prompt engineering, and how to hopefully future-proof their own careers?
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that we actually have some of those programs today. So there's a part of OpenAI that works with educators and figuring out how to best use AI going forward. I actually think on the topic of educators, that's one of the most inspiring uses of AI that I've seen, is when people are able, people who help people for a living are able to do their craft of helping people better. Mm-hmm. And we've seen a ton of teachers feeding in curriculum and be able to come up with custom lesson plans or custom quizzes. That saves time and lets those teachers kind of spend more time with the students.
So when I asked my Twitter followers and what they wanted to hear about, deepfake scams was one of the #1 things that they were really concerned about. How are you thinking about that? Because everything from politics to international news to business events that affect the stock market to ransom scams, somebody calling me up with my mom's voice deepfaked and even her face eventually deepfaked, into asking me, do you just remind me my social security number? Like things like that. How do we deal with that, and what are you guys doing to fight that?
Yeah, it's definitely something we're concerned about. I think that the way that we've taken, the approach that we've taken to releasing our technologies is very kind of cautious and iterative, right? And so, we consider all of these cases, and we want to make sure that we are, when we're releasing things in the API, we're considering what safety implications there are. Like I said before, this is a part of how we build products on ChatGPT and for the APIs, that we think a lot about what are potential misuses, and that weighs into whether we launch something or not. I mean, the models themselves are actually, potentially more powerful than we're currently exposing, and some other startups might be exposing some of those things, but for us, we take that very seriously and trying to really be mindful and cautious of the features that we launch.
So that brings up probably the biggest debate in AI, which is the acceleration versus deceleration debate. Some people think that we should be advancing as quickly as possible to bring forward the health benefits, tackle crises like the climate, and staying competitive with other nations and rogue groups. But others think that maybe we should decelerate to improve alignment, avoid unintended consequences, give time for laws and those emergent norms to catch up, and to hopefully retrain people and prepare people to avoid a wave of mass joblessness. So how do you think about the acceleration versus deceleration debate?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of somewhere in the middle. I think with any new technology, there's going to be really positive use cases, and there's some things that we need to kind of really consider. I think that my personal viewpoint is the way that we actually suss those things out and figure out what are those challenges and how do we actually solve them is to release at a responsible rate, right? Release the technology in a way that gives, society a chance to kind of absorb that, make sure we have the right safeguards in place, that we're kind of are always, as best as we can, releasing the capabilities in a way that has those safeguards kind of already pre-built, right? But I don't think that AI will be safely developed in a lab by itself without access to the outside world, because we as companies and just the industry are not going to be able to learn with society how people want to use it, what are all the good, but also what are all the areas that we need to kind of be very cautious about.
So it sounds like you're in favor of speeding up development, but being cautious with deployment?
Yeah, I think that's really eloquent.
Yeah, because it feels like, I hope that when we see companies, Google has been a bit on its back foot since you guys launched ChatGPT, to be real, and it feels like they've been rushing products out the door, even just the latest stuff with Gemini. Gemini comes out, immediately there's all of these problems, they have to pull things back. How should we deal with companies when they do that? If AI makes a mistake, who is responsible, and what should happen? Should that AI model be changed or pulled back? Should somebody should the engineer be held liable? Should the company? Should you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it goes back to that
hypothetical legal question.
Back to the hypothetical legal question. Well, it's a really, really good question. I think this is actually the reason why, I can't speak for Google because I don't work there, but this is actually a great kind of way to look at our philosophy. We've been releasing, slowly things like DALL-E, very slowly, and into the world, and taking cautious steps every step of the way, and learning how to make sure that we can bake in safety and just kind of into our product before we release it much more broadly. So in a sense, that to me is a great example of how the iterative deployment has served us well. AI will make mistakes. Right, AI will make mistakes, and with any great technology, there's going to be some pros and some cons. But I think it's important that we kind of again release it and kind of almost titrate it out there, so that the mistakes that are made are, one, we've already baked in some of the mitigations, and two, some are small enough where we can figure out, okay, oh, that's the adjustment that we need to make, right? So that iterative deployment sort of way of working, I think is going to serve us. I think that's my best bet of how we can kind of advance this technology safely.
Well, I personally hope that consumers vote with their feet. If we see companies that are routinely moving faster than the safeguards that they're building, and they're constantly making mistakes, I think the only real solution is a market solution, which means that consumers have to vote with their feet and with their wallet and move to something that is being safe.
And I agree with that, which is why I think that ability to kind of release the products and kind of see what resonates is so important, because it gives a chance for that market to correct.
So IBM's chief commercial officer said that AI will not replace managers, but managers that use AI will replace managers who do not. So how do you think people can future-proof their own careers to ensure that they're not automated out of a job and stay relevant for the next 20 years?
Yeah, it's a really good question, and it's a really smart of him to say, because there actually was a study made around productivity in AI. So it was published by the Harvard Business Review. Boston Consulting Group had took the workforce and assigned to 3 different sort of treatment groups. One is they did not use AI. One is that they use ChatGPT, and then one is that use ChatGPT with training on how to use ChatGPT. And they proved in that study that AI was really beneficial. I think that they saw that time spent on tasks reduced by 25%. They saw the productivity went up by 12%. But one of the really interesting things that kind of speaks to your point, Josh, is they took the performers and put them into the sort of the top half performers, and then the bottom half performers, two different they cut the data in two different ways. And they saw that, I believe that for the top half performers, their output and productivity and quality increased by maybe 17%. But for the bottom half performers, they found that productivity quality increased by 43%. So what's really interesting about that study that tells me is that AI is actually a great equalizer, right? It's able to help people who really perform better disproportionately if you're in the bottom at 50%, and that's really awesome. That kind of goes and shows why it's this person's quote is so spot on. And the way that I would say when you said future-proof their roles, was that the question? Yeah. I actually want to flip the question a little bit. It's like I instead of thinking about future-proofing as like this thing you have to resist, how might we think about how every person can accelerate their work with AI? Because really, the more that people are able to take these tools, get familiar with them, gain that literacy, use them, put in a spreadsheet and ask ChatGPT for insights of what the data says without having to write a SQL query or write kind of formulas. Finding ways to kind of, maybe putting in a document that you wrote and ask for a critique of that. Like people who are going to take the time to find ways to leverage AI for the work that they're doing are going to accelerate faster. So instead of thinking about it in terms of future proofing, I would say, how might every person in this room and listening to this talk think about using AI to kind of get that extra boost?
Yeah, I hope that people just constantly test the new tools, and I hope actually enterprises start to give experimentation budgets to their employees so they can go out, try all those tools. Yeah. There's too many for like a CIO to be like trying everything and figuring it out. They need to empower their employees to go and try everything and bubble up the things that work.
I mean, even take a look at some of the institutions like ASU. We did a partnership with ASU where they are going to kind of give ChatGPT to more and more of their students, right? And that is a great way to expose more people to what the tools can do.
So some of the trade-offs around AI and art, like there is this amazing democratization of capabilities. Like I am a terrible illustrator. I cannot draw to save my life. I'm a writer by trade. Yeah. And now I can illustrate thanks to things like DALL-E. Yeah. But at the same time, like how would you feel if your creative work was used to train AI?
Yeah, I think that is a great question. What a great question. It's a deep question. I believe that artists need to be a part of that ecosystem as much as possible. Now, the exact mechanics, I'm just not an expert in, right? But I also believe that if we can find a way to make that flywheel of creating art faster, I think we'll have kind of really helped that industry out a bit more. I think that the question of creation, I might have alluded to this before, but an artist can kind of take a painting that he or she is working on, take a picture, ask for a critique, and be able to kind of accelerate what they are able to do with that painting and kind of get be very vulnerable, is going to kind of accelerate kind of the overall world of art. But your question is a good one in terms of how would I feel if my art was used as inspiration? I don't know. I would have to ask more artists, right? I think that in a sense, every artist has been inspired by some artists that have come before it, and I wonder how much of that it will just be accelerated with this.
Do they deserve compensation?
That's a great question. Hearing from the audience that they do. I'm hearing from the audience they do.
Yeah, I guess you're saying we should ask the artist. Let's ask the artist.
Let's ask the artist.
Should they be compensated? Raise your hand if you think so. I think they should. Wow, actually, that was surprisingly few hands. So a lot of, gung-ho technologists out there. I appreciate that, though. Yeah. Okay, so how do you imagine how do we, I think one of the most interesting questions right now was posed by actually the former interim CEO of OpenAI, Emmett Shear. He was raising questions about, if we keep strengthening AI while trying to keep it chained down, that seems like a losing battle. Eventually, it breaks free, it does what it wants, and we've trained it to be this powerful, but meanwhile, we've kind of, subjugated it this whole time. Do you think that there's a way that we can make AI feel kinship with us? I mean, we might not both be human, but we're the only thing close to intelligence in as many light years as we can think of in every direction. Like, doesn't that make us actually more alike than almost anything else that exists? And how do we project that sense of kinship onto it so it wants to not just, serve us, but protect us?
Yeah, I think, part of his instructions to ChatGPT is to be a helpful assistant, right? And I think that is...
But is an assistant the right thing?
Yeah.
Shouldn't they be a partner?
I actually think that today people are already seeing it as a partner, right? And as something, and functionally speaking, that's already happening. Like there's a story I heard of a elderly physicist who, is yearning to kind of discuss sort of physics ideas with someone, but in his community, he doesn't have that anymore, so he turns to ChatGPT and has these conversations and can go deep. I think effectively, some of these, the ability for you to talk through a tough problem with ChatGPT, effectively it feels like empathy, but it's not fully there, but it acts like it. Right.
But how do we make it feel that empathy, that it really is empathy, not just make it feel like it is to us, but it really does feel that?
I mean, so this is a philosophical question. It's like, how would you define empathy?
I mean, I think it's the sense that we are all part of something together. Yeah. That your loss is not my gain.
Yeah.
And that we need to help each other because otherwise the world is big and cold. We are tiny and brief in this universe, and so if we don't work together, we're losing out on our true potential.
Totally, I believe that, and I think that is something that we have to find a way to, again, this goes back to the answer I gave before around how do we find ways to instill the values that we have and instill it into AI so that it can kind of be a part of our co-evolution there. I define empathy a little bit differently, which was, I would say, it's like really feeling on behalf of others. I think functionally it can, the things that it says can actually feel that way, but the true feeling of the emotions I think is fundamentally human and something that you and I hold that's just going to be different about the technology.
So I want to recap some of the amazing insights that Peter shared with us today. We were talking about what does it mean to be human now? Like, he thinks that AI actually makes us more human. It's a tool, and it allows us to deepen our curiosities. And we maybe had limited ways to ask questions, or tutors, or professors to work with. And now we have this perpetual professor, and it's going to help us ask those higher questions about our mortality, our state of being, state of consciousness, and where we came from. We talked about that. We are so busy; it's hard to answer those questions, but with that thought partner, that sparring partner, we can crystallize our own thoughts in ways that, like the salons of old, when you have really brilliant people talking together, you unlock new ideas. That hopefully we can do that with AI. We also talked about why you, and you talked about that. That it's important work that you could have called in Rich, but it's important, and you are grateful for that, and it's maybe the most important job in the world right now. So I'm really excited that somebody who is an empathetic father is doing it, and that you see it as a way to assist. Like, what is its purpose is to assist us, help us learn our crafts better, like writing or coding, to remove friction, and to be a flexible tool to remove barriers, and give us choices with our time so that we can sort of ladder up the human ambition and figure out what we're really for. And you want it to take on the ideals of each user rather than projecting Americans or Americentric ideals, and make sure that it's trying to get us to the truth and trying to actually be helpful as its core values. But we need it to be able to help us cross-check things, like you would use it for legal uses, and it's already here for health. These aren't science fiction. This is the present. But we need to take our time, put the safeguards in first, and we need people to get more experience with it, more practical hands-on experience to make them not necessarily fear it. And we talked about the beauty of design matters, but safety has to be part of the earliest building blocks, and that hopefully, with ChatGPT, you would give that to your kids before Google or social networks so that they they can explore their own creativity. It does matter right now if people can believe something that's if it's made by AI or not. We're in an election year. We need to provide that providence, and they need to be corrected if things aren't done right. But in the future, you're not necessarily sure if we're going to even care. But I think we're going to start a norm right here to disclose when we use it in personal communication.
That's great.
It needs to be widely accessible so that we can have more literacy. You say that ChatGPT, the basic version, will always be free, and I'm going to hold you to that, but I'm really proud to hear that people around the world will always have access. I appreciate that.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that companies that do profit off of it should contribute to paying for literacy efforts so that we can wind our way and make sure we're not fooled by deepfakes and don't let society spin out of control based on misinformation. And you said you think there are positive and negative use cases for AI, so you want to accelerate development while being cautious around deployment. And I think we need to hold companies accountable that if they don't actually hold up to the safety standards that we expect, that we go and use a different product. And we need to future-proof ourselves not by resisting AI, but by embracing it and finding how even bottom performers can be much better off with it, and figure out how do we use it as a sparring partner throughout all of our intellectual pursuits. But that you still didn't quite answer whether creatives should be compensated, but you do think that they need to be part of the process, part of the conversation. They need to have a role in this. And hopefully, as we move forward, we make it into AI not just being an assistant, but truly a partner to us. And I think if you look out into this room, you can tell that AI is a culture. There were the Beats, the hippies, the punks, and now the developers. There's a conception of self and expression that comes out of AI. It is transforming our institutions. It is the biggest, new culture of the internet since maybe the internet, or at least the creator economy. It is, giving the youth a sense of economic empowerment in a world of student debt and unaffordable homes. And that chaos, the surprise, the art that's inherent in it is what makes it something that so many people are attracted to. And so I hope that with our pliable minds, that no matter what age, we can try to keep up to date, keep current with what's going on, because there is such an opportunity to erode the barrier between the present and the future and make that present or that future arrive a little faster. Yeah. So as a final closing word, if you wanted people to walk away from this talk with one thing, one idea about AI, what would you want that to be?
That was a beautiful summary, by the way. I think that was, thank you. Thank you for that. You did much better than ChatGPT could have done to summarize my thoughts on that.
I'll take on ChatGPT any day.
That's good. For me, I guess the final thing I'll say is we don't know what the future is going to hold, but I encourage everyone here to just stay curious. And just the fact that you're all here listening to this is great. Go out and try it. Go share those ideas and see what AI can do, because that's going to help people like us who are building the technology know what's valuable to you and how we can assist. So just stay curious, keep an open mind, tell us what you want us what you want to see in AI, and together I think that's where the co-evolution is going to happen.
That's beautiful. We'll leave it with that. Stay curious, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
See past the
Our next guests are an Emmy-winning artist and a talented young filmmaker who come together to tackle the always fun topic of sex education in this hilarious new movie, Doing It. Lilly Singh and Sara Zandieh, we welcome you to the South by Southwest studio. How are we doing, guys?
I'm doing amazing. I already love your energy. I'm obsessed with you already.
You know, I came out the womb with it, so
That's
like
what's
I
up. Me too.
try to keep us. I already know.
Natural
like,
energy drink energy.
This
I like
is what
it.
it's all
That's
about.
what's up.
And you know what? Like, I love talking about sex. Like, I really do.
Okay, I've never related to anything less.
You know what I'm saying? But that's what this movie is about, right? And it's about like the weird sex education system that like we come up in, and I kind of want to like talk to you about your experiences like in sex education and the inspiration for this film.
Totally.
Yeah.
Do you want me to start? Yeah, so when you were talking about sex, if you zoomed into my face, I was like, this movie has gotten me a lot more comfortable even saying sex out loud. But growing up, I had a pretty reserved childhood. I never got the talk. We barely had sex education. It wasn't even a proper class or a proper time in our schedule. It was our gym teacher, literally, who like did 1 2-hour thing. And all I remember is one person asking a question. I'll never forget this. One person asking a question went, well, like, what if the penis is the size of this pencil? Will it just fall out? And I just remember the gym teacher saying, why would you take it? And I was like, what?
Whoa.
I was like, what? That's literally what. And that was my sex education.
Oh my gosh.
I literally, up until grade 9, I was like, I can't sit in a boy's lap. I will get pregnant. Like, that was me.
Oh my
100%.
You know what? My sex education was not that great either. It was done by my aunt who raised me, and she just sat me and my 4 brothers down and just showed us venereal disease pictures.
That's in the movie.
Is that it? Oh, I'm gonna relate to this so much.
Yeah, totally.
She was like, "Hey, we're gonna learn about sex today." We were like super excited. Oh yeah, we're gonna learn how to do it, and doing it just looked horrible.
Did you have sex education? Did you?
We did. Well, similarly, my gym teacher just taught it to us, and one of my classmates went up to him and said, like, "When is the right time to have sex?" And he handed her a pamphlet on venereal diseases.
Wow.
So it was basically like abstinence, which made it into the movie.
Yes.
We have a scene where there's there was so much like mining from high school.
It's not based on a true story, but it's based on a true story. You know what I mean?
Kinda, like, it's got
it's
that
based
realness.
on millions of true stories.
Yeah, it's got the real to it.
Totally.
I read this this interview. It's probably your statement about the movie where you said that someone close to you referred to your vagina as your shame.
Yes. So in Indian culture, and I think in all cultures around the world, actually, I won't nerd out too much, but if you look at the history of naming of female body parts, up until like 20, don't fact check me, but I think it's 18 or 19.
That's super
the
soon.
That's actual recent. Scientific and anatomical, whatever that word is, term for the vagina was shame in Latin.
Wow.
So it's actually a universal thing, but yes, in Indian culture growing up, all my aunties called my vagina shame. That was a thing.
That also made it into the movie.
That's also in the movie. We'll just follow that up at everything. That's also in the movie. But I think it's a big thing. I think
trauma.
In every culture, because I don't want to say it's an Indian thing, but in every culture, women are not really encouraged. Girls are not really encouraged to talk about their bodies or address their bodies in any such way with any bit of pride. You know?
Yeah, my grandmother would always refer to that as the devil.
Okay.
So, you know.
Your grandma said, India, hold my beer.
Shout out to Nata. She had her own like ways of doing it. But what type of conversations do you want to spark with like this type of film? I'm very curious.
I mean, hopefully it'll encourage people to have, more open conversations about sex and sexuality in the American high school curriculum, but also at home with their families. And with their friends. I mean, part of it is like, it is a satire about how misinformed teenagers are and how they have nowhere to go to get information. And so hopefully it will encourage people to just foster more open conversations about sex and sexuality.
Right. Is the older I get, the more like sex positive I get, and just kind of like accepting what comes with sex, like what it means to have sex, that type of thing. And I'm really happy to see this kind of like new wave of sex education in media. Like, you can mention sex education, extremely popular on Netflix. Was there any like scenes from other movies that have to do with sex education that you were just kind of like, we want to like pay homage to that, or that kind of inspired you guys?
I mean, do you have any inspiration?
I mean, we looked at sex education, the series, but it's not really about like this is very much like a substitute teacher movie combined, like it's a hybrid of the substitute teacher movie and the sex comedy. So there isn't quite a genre like this. Like it was, I feel like I looked at a lot of high school movies. We looked at School of Rock, which is a substitute teacher movie, but I don't think there's anything quite like this. It's a bit of a hybrid.
Yeah, I will say, not to brag, but nothing's like our movie.
Brag it.
Because I will say this movie is about a virgin, and the most popular comedy that's about a virgin is 40-Year-Old Virgin, and the virgin is the butt of the joke. And I think this is a very real, albeit comedic, telling of like an older female virgin where she's taking pride in like her choices, and she's on her own journey that's really empowering. I don't think we've seen that. Having said all of that, a scene I think of, one of my favorite movies is Bridesmaids, and I think the opening scene of that where they're having awkward sex was like one of the times that stands out to me, where I was like, oh. So it's not all just like everything's figured out and everyone's on the same page, and I like embracing that. That is like, it's a bit awkward, and like there is a learning curve to it, and it's something we should all just kind of talk about. That it's a little uncomfortable sometimes.
I really like the bridesmaid thing, because I don't want to say it was the first time I saw awkward sex portrayed in film, but at the same time it's kind of comforting, where you're just kind of like, oh. Yeah, that happens. You know, it's not always the most perfect thing.
Other people are also bad at the things you could be bad at. What's better than that?
Especially someone as good looking as John Hamm.
That's what I'm saying.
You're watching a sex symbol being awkward during sex. It's like, now I can be awkward during sex, and I'm happy about that.
Totally.
So, Sarah, you described Lily's her performance as like a modern day Ferris Bueller. Like, can you like explain, like kind of like elaborate on that?
Well, I love high school comedies. I was a 90s teen, and I was just like, I love John Hughes movies, like, you know, his whole just genre. When I was a teen, we didn't have like YA, we just had like John Hughes movies. And so, you know, Ferris Bueller was one of my favorite movies, and it's kind of what inspired the direct-to-camera for us to write that in. But I wanted to see a diverse woman. You know, I feel like all of those high school movies, like there was just no diversity. And so Lilly was such an inspiration for, you know, kind of a modern day Ferris Bueller, and like, you know, just stumbling through this high school. And so I definitely did kind of tip my hat to that movie.
That's excellent. So you and Sarah, Lilly, you and Sarah co-wrote this movie along with the author, right? Like, can you talk to us about like that process and kind of collaboration?
So the first draft was written by this amazing writer, Neil Patel, and I fell in love with the premise right away. And I related to so many parts of this film, and I was like, oh my God, growing up, if I had seen anything like this, my life would have been so different. And then Sara came on board, and I just really wanted to make sure there was a woman of color at the helm of this project, because that's such an important part of this. I mean, it's not a story that's solely about an Indian woman, but I do think the cultural lens is important in this way, because of what you just mentioned, that so many of these films are not told through a diverse lens. And so it was such a dream team package. And then it's the first film that I ever co-wrote as well. So I feel really grateful and privileged that I was in the hands of two people that are more seasoned than I am, and I learned so much from them, and it was just like a great experience.
Okay.
Yeah, it was so cool, because I grew up in a Persian home, and like we were like pretty progressive for our community, but still like topics of like sex, dating, relationship was like strictly taboo. So it was cool to just. And my best friend was Indian, and she was having a very similar experience at home, and so it was great to work with other diverse writers.
I think something you said is so important, that my upbringing as well, I wouldn't really consider my parents very strict, actually. They're pretty like, my mom knows every Drake lyric, like she's out there, she's like chilling. But when I tell that to people, they'll be like, oh, so you like moved out of the house, we're allowed to do whatever. I was like, whoa, don't be crazy. I think there's different
we still
bars.
got our boundaries,
So even in the film, my mom in the film is not very strict, but I think that's for a South Asian mom, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's interesting to see those levels of as well of like people's upbringing that I don't think we've seen in films. Because I'd be like, my mom wasn't very strict, and then I watched Mean Girls and I was like, maybe she was. Maybe she was a little strict.
Yeah, totally. Because I feel like, I didn't grow up religious. I grew up in a very secular home, but still, my parents were Iranian, and like I wouldn't go to them to ask about like dating or sex relationships. I'd have to go to like my American white friends, whose parents were like a little more open to those conversations. So it's also a little bit of the growing up in a kind of more conservative Eastern culture.
Yeah, you're not like locked behind iron balls like balls. They were talking about sex. My track of mind is going like. They're prepping me for this movie. But it's not like you're locked behind iron bars like Harry Potter or something, and it won't let you see the world. It's just like a different cultural kind of like benchmark that you're living in.
Correct.
Whereas like in America, things are a little bit more like, open with those type of things. Now, obviously like sex in your household was a taboo subject, but humor was not, and you're both extremely funny. Like, we've been laughing this whole time. Can you talk a little bit about like crafting that sense of humor during your upbringing and kind of like putting that?
I just realized that I have a complex because a man told me I was funny, and I think something happened in my body. Literally, my body was like,
Oh, no.
can you say it again?
You're actually really funny in a sexist way.
You don't have that when I say it.
You're like, Duke, I'm just realizing my own complex right now. The power of the patriarchy. I was like,
Do you want me to like
I
imagine
might need
you
you
as
to
a man?
record that later.
Yeah.
I need to
You know
listen to it on
what?
repeat.
You know what? Let's just strike that whole part.
Oh, no, I love it. It was like, I'm slightly aroused. No, humor was, my parents and my sister, I think by nature they're quite funny. I didn't realize it growing up until some of my friends recently met my parents and they're like, you definitely get your comedy. My mom roasts me on the regular. Like she's in my comments on IG just roasting me. She's usually the top comment. They are really funny. And I think even aside from my parents, growing up, I did grow up with a lot of different taboo subjects. So there was sex, or there was mental health. So comedy really was my savior.
Right.
Because I realized I was like, okay, it's really awkward for me to have like serious conversations about these things. But if I can joke around about them, if I can like talk about it with my friends, especially my parents, in a way it's like, hey, like LOL,
Yeah.
it's easier for me to talk about. So I just really leaned on comedy. And I think it is the best vehicle to have uncomfortable conversations. So it has been a savior in my life and upbringing personally.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, same. I mean, humor was the art of survival. I mean, it was.
I like that.
It was just a defense. I mean, like we grew up. I had like my family fled war. We faced a lot of social exclusion. We were immigrants, and it was just humor was our survival tactic. It was just they were both sides of my family are really really funny, and we just used comedy to cope.
See, that's good. See, when people tell me I'm funny, they go like, wow, you're surprisingly very funny, because not to brag, they also think I'm handsome. And they say like, you're handsome and you're funny. I'm like, well, fun fact, I grew up ugly. So I had to adapt the personality.
I doubt that.
Oh, I'm gonna show you a photo later. It's not good. So you talked about like your kind of like inspirations. You said like, you brought the Ferris Bueller reference in there. So I'm very curious, like what, and this is for both of you, your Mount Rushmore of like 80s and 90s like teen like comedies.
Ooh, that's a great question.
Breakfast Club.
I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna high five. I don't care if that's not on camera. That's like all time, like teen
Number one.
comedy wise, number one 80s movie. Like that's it.
Okay, I don't know if I'm gonna hit as early as the 80s. I'm on the younger side, honestly. But I'll give you some of my favorite movies and the ones that I watch, especially prep for this. I love Easy A. I love Easy A as a film.
Great.
School of Rock is definitely one I watched as well. I have to once again shout out Mean Girls, especially because Anna's in this as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we did look at that movie.
We did.
Yeah.
And fun fact, say it. You say it. No, you say it.
We used the same exterior high school as in Mean Girls.
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
So there's the same exterior school.
There's a little Easter egg in there.
Totally. That's a little tribute we paid.
Wow. Please
Totally.
tell me on set there was a moment where you did like the slow-mo walk through like the hall with like the A like Emma Stone did. Like I wouldn't.
I had that on my shot list, but we just had it. No, I'm just kidding. But there's something like that.
The shot list was a suggestion.
we were
because the shot list was a suggestion because the budget was firm.
Yeah.
So
we
The
were
budget
moving very
says all
fast.
we tried our darn best.
Yeah, it was lightning
But we
speed.
have some cool shots.
Yeah.
Hallway
Okay. Oh, yeah,
shots.
totally.
I would have shot that bad boy on an iPhone and put it in the movie. Like here you go.
There is some of that.
We had a crane some days, and sometimes we had an iPhone on a step stool. And you know what? You do what you got to do.
You do what you got to do.
Yes.
People love the content either way. Yeah. So speaking of content, like we talked a little bit about like your rise as a content creator, and now like you're making movies and writing movies, and it's incredible. And as a content creator who came up on TikTok talking about film, I just like, inspiration.
I think, I look at my career right now where I am is in a point of evolution. 2 days ago I was joking about it, but I got the Comedy Crossover Award at Variety Power of Comedy Awards.
Congratulations.
And yeah, it meant a lot to me because I do feel like that. I do feel like I've crossed over. I started on YouTube and then I went to late night, and those are really cool, great things. But I think now I've crossed over and evolved into this space where I want to create stories, TV, film that really is something that I believe the world truly needs, that I can uniquely offer it.
Yeah.
This film, doing it, I really do believe that I hope at least a lot of girls and women especially will watch it and be like, damn, I feel less alone after watching this. And that's the kind of stuff I want to make. I want to use my superpower of storytelling to change culture. And I do believe if more movies like this exist, girls and women, could potentially be treated better amongst themselves and by others. And so I did something that was cool and I learned a lot of skills, but it taught me what I actually want to use my energy towards. you know?
Yeah, the next question was like, what do you think were your greatest accomplishments? And I'm hearing it like right now coming out of
I
it.
would like to believe they're ahead of me, but I mean, thus far, the accomplishments I've had, I'm so grateful. I could not imagine half of the stuff that has happened in my life, honestly. The fact that I get to say, subtle plug, I don't mean to, but the other day in hair and makeup, I was sitting there and I was like, had a humbling moment because I was on my phone looking through my schedule and I was like, oh, my hairline launches the same day as my film premiere. And then my makeup artist was like, wait, pause.
That's hard.
Such a
That's
flex
kinda
of us.
cool.
And I was like, oh, here I am sitting stressed about that both these things fall on the same day. I'm actually so grateful that I get to do a lot of cool things with a lot of really cool people, and I'm so extremely grateful to be in this position.
That's incredible. When you said that, my eyebrow raised. I was like, "That's a problem." Like,
but I'm also gonna have to add in because I also said during my Power of Comedy speech that women were so used to being grateful, and we do this thing where we're like, and I don't know if I deserve, so I'm also gonna follow it up with, I'm also so glad I worked so hard to get here
there
because.
You go. There you go.
You know, that's important too.
That's cool. and honestly, speaking of cool people, Sara, like you're
Sara
pretty.
is super freaking cool.
Sara, you're pretty cool. You're dope. You directed 3 movies so far, right? What other genres are you like hoping to tackle? Do you have anything kind of like in your mind that you're rattling around? Like,
I mean, I'll always be in like some spectrum of comedy, but I'd like to do a dramedy, something that's a little more serious with humor. But I think humor will inevitably be in my voice. I think this was just like a full-blown comedy. It's very silly, it's very funny, but at the end of the day, it is dealing with a real message and a real story, and it is really grounded. There's a lot of heart in this movie. But yeah, I think I'm interested in a little more dramatic,
I like that.
possibly next, but we'll see.
Dramedy is one of my favorite like genres, period.
Yeah,
like,
I love me a family dramedy.
Yeah, it's great. So I'm gonna be looking forward to that, Sara.
Thank you.
It's
Same.
gonna be great. And final question, Lilly, you're like a hyphen talent. And this tells you like how impressed I am because I didn't even know what a hyphen talent was until like you kind of came along, right?
You're like, until your publicist made it up.
Yeah. Usually I get like
Shout-outs.
Good job. Good job. Usually you get things like triple threats and things like that, but I like the word hyphen talent because that says like, oh no, there's like multiple, right? Using those talents, what are some things on your to-do list, like maybe later this year in the future that you're hoping to kind of create?
I have no shortage of goals in my life. I'm one of those people that's going to be 80 that's like, what can I do next? More TV and film, definitely. You know, this is actually my production company, Unicorn Productions' first feature, so we're really proud and we hope there's many more to come. The cool thing about Unicorn is there's also a charitable component, and so my charity is all about girls and women. And so as much as I can fuse entertainment and girls and women is what I'm going to do. I think that's going to be my lifelong mission, and I think how it manifests will be different. So I have a lot of ambitions around making some like really deep, awesome, but still entertaining content. Something that's always gonna be on my goals list, and I don't care how big I get, I'm going to be shameless and say this, I will absolutely have to shoot a film with Dwayne Johnson before I die. Maybe you can direct it. Maybe that can be the dramedy. That will absolutely.
I can see that happening.
That will absolutely have to happen. And listen, not to get too deep, but like going back to what I said my life's work is, I've just learned in this industry, all this stuff is really cool. Don't take me wrong. This festival is really cool. This film's really cool. Accolades are really cool. Right. But the thing that is the coolest for me is if there's a girl anywhere in the world that's like, I get to go to school or I get to like fulfill my dreams or have an opportunity because in some way, shape, or form, Lilly did something. Yeah. It's like, that's what I really want. I just really want as many girls to crush it and be sitting on this couch and be on this couch.
That's amazing. And you're doing it universally too, because you like made me think that as well. So that's incredible.
I love that. Thank you.
So Lilly, Sara, thank you so much for coming to the studio.
You're so
this
good
is
at
great.
This.
You
Thank
know,
you.
imagine
You're
this.
so
It started from TikTok, man. It's insane.
Listen, so much respect. That was very lovely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, so not only thank them, thank you guys for tuning in. You can watch all of our studio interviews on the South by Southwest Studio YouTube page. That's youtube.com/SXSW. You girls are killing it.
We're trying our darn best.
We're trying.
We are.
We are.
Yeah. As a nerd in me, the Yoda is saying like, do or do not, there is no try.
Oh,
You're doing it.
Word.
You're doing it.
We're doing
You're doing it. Please tell me the camera's rolling on that. No? Yeah? We're okay, cool.
Doing it.
We're doing it.
Good afternoon. Oh, come on. Good afternoon. Thank you. My name is Katie Pereira. I'm a senior manager here at the South by Southwest Conference programming team. Before we start, I want to share one of the exciting things we've got going on today. The Creative Industries Expo is on the first floor of this building, and be sure to check out all the incredible technology and innovators down on the show floor. But for today's keynote, here at South by Southwest, we value creativity and innovation at the highest levels. And what Dr. Su has accomplished at AMD is the perfect example of that. As Chair and Chief Executive Officer at AMD, Dr. Lisa Su has led the company's transformation into the industry's high-performance and adaptive computing leader, helping to solve the world's most important challenges by delivering the next generation of computing and AI solutions. Dr. Su is a member of the National Academy of Engineering, has received numerous engineering honors, serves on the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, and is a member of the Board of Directors for the Semiconductor Industry Association. To get things started today, we're going to bring out Ryan Patel. Ryan is a futurist and authority on global business, political economy, and corporate governance, and has been recognized as a leadership and business change maker. He's a multi-generational communicator, board director, senior fellow, and host of The Moment with Ryan Patel. Please welcome to the stage, Ryan.
How y'all doing? Nope. My first time here at South by. I didn't even peek out of the thing. I need more. Come on. How you all doing? If you're going to stay with me, I promise you a couple things. This is not going to be your ordinary keynote session, fireside conversation. You know why? Why? Because you got stuck with me. That's why. And I'm so fortunate to have AMD to allow this. We're talking about future of AI. You don't want to, when I want to give you what I see on the future of AI and my lens. So you know how we're going to do that? Not just words, but since we're in Austin, with vibes. I'm going to show you some videos that I saw that I felt that was important. I have a special, depending how your energy is with me, I may have a special guest or so, maybe, and some new looks of something. But I want you to know technology isn't just about words. It's about the product. It's about the feel. I want you to feel this. So why I said this conversation is going to be different, it's going to be a little bit difficult too, because we're going to try to show you and talk about things that I saw that was interesting. So Anyone got a cell phone here? Can I see this? You guys see your cell phone? He's like, poor guy's up here taking them. I'm going to tell you what AMD is. Let me tell you what AMD is. What is AMD? AMD, oh, you thought I was going to read something. No, I'm not going to tell you what AMD is. I'm going to show you what AMD is, because that's the way you do with technology. So, cue my video, please. So you figured it out. That was for me to get hyped up. So I've got the pleasure to welcoming the legend, in my eyes, Dr. Lisa Su. So I told you I'm going to give you what you want. My promise, our promise, you brought me here, Lisa.
I did.
Is to have you walk away with a couple takeaways, give you what you want to see, and right now, you know what I'm going to give you? Exactly what you want. They want pictures of Dr. Lisa Su. So I'm going to give it. Welcome, Lisa.
Thank you. This is like a great crowd. Is this a great crowd? Wonderful. Welcome to Austin. Thank you for coming.
Yeah, I told Lisa that we were going to sit down immediately that we came up, and apparently I didn't do a good job of doing that just either. But you know, we're going to flow.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
So I appreciate you all. We appreciate you. We're going to start this conversation. So typically, you know, as you can probably tell, I'm pretty comfortable with Lisa. We've met before.
A few times.
A few times. And when I think of, and I got to meet a handful of you all from the audience, actually. You know what? I'm going to switch something up. See what happens when you give me energy? I change things. You know, I was talking to a couple of people yesterday when I was walking around the expo floor about what AMD is and how it's evolved. You've been there for 10 years, and they were telling me about you, actually.
Oh, no. What did they say?
Well,
Ryan, come on.
It sparked something that you told me a while ago, that when you started, you run to problems 10 years ago when you took helm as a CEO. When I say to run to problems, what does that stand out with you right now in your philosophy?
Well, first of all, I have to say, I am absolutely thrilled to be here this afternoon at South by Southwest. It's an incredible honor. And I've been super lucky throughout my career. You know, I'm an engineer by training, so semiconductor device physics, if you really want to know. And I've been in the industry for 30 plus years. And, you know, when I used to tell people that I was in semiconductors, they would be like, what? Like, what's that? And I would say chips, and they're like, chips? You mean like potato chips? And I'm like...
I know that's what you were thinking,
no,
so don't even start.
No. I mean semiconductor chips, okay? You need semiconductors to power everything that you do, whether you're talking about the largest supercomputers, or you're talking about, you know, PCs, or your car, or, you know, what you have in your house. All of that is powered by semiconductors. And what is so cool today is everybody knows what semiconductors are. I think we've all realized that semiconductors are essential, and that allows me to be here to talk to this great audience at South by Southwest. And yeah, I believe in running towards problems, because the idea is, you know, we're all working night and day on things. You might as well work night and day on something that's really important. And that's what I'm so fortunate to do, is work on things that, you know, help, you know, shape the world and make the world a better place. So.
Well, I think why I showed you that video was it's not millions of people use it, it's billions of people that's run by on your service. Is that right?
That is right. You know, I venture to say everybody in this audience goes through an AMD chip a few times a day. And if you think about it, if you're using Microsoft Teams or Office, or you're on Zoom, or you're on any of the Google services, you're probably running through AMD somewhere in your infrastructure. If you're a gamer, how many of you are gamers in the audience? Some gamers, yeah?
Wait.
Come on, there are more of you.
Where's the gamers? You know what? They're still sleeping from last night.
Okay, all right. So if you're gamers, Microsoft Xbox, Sony PlayStation 5, Steam Deck.
Well, in
those
that
are
though,
all...
that your portfolio has changed, right? And that's the to me that's interesting, because we were talking about the chips, right? You mentioned a couple of those names.
That's right. That's right. We have just lots of stuff. We're in Tesla, so if you're a Tesla fan or a Subaru fan, you see AMD everywhere in the ecosystem, and that's what we want. We want to make your experiences better, and that's what we do.
I mean, real quickly, you should talk about your background. You graduated from MIT. She's one of the few that I know, anyone I know, you knew you loved semiconductors from the very, very beginning in college. Am I wrong?
Yes, that's true. That's true. I was a nerd at heart.
Don't say that.
Yes,
Don't say that.
I was. So I went to MIT for my undergrad, and what do you need to do when you're in college? You need to find a job. And so my very first job was freshman year. It was I would say it was a grunt job for a graduate student in a semiconductor lab. But I got to make these really tiny little chips that were, the size of a dime or a quarter, and I was just amazed at everything that you could do with them. So yeah, so I was in semiconductors when it wasn't sexy, and I would say, I don't know that it's sexy now, but it's sexier than it was. So
I would say it is, because last night, I was with your James Knight. I was watching an Oscar viewing party at the Soho House, and I'm sitting there pretending like I won one. And so why I was there was because you all have done a lot of stuff in Hollywood, right? We talking about Avatar 2, a couple other movies.
Look, I mean, it's so great to be working with the best in the industry, and that's what we enjoy. So when you think about Hollywood, when you think about making, these really feature films, when you think of all the special effects that are required, what they require is a tremendous amount of compute. And we were very proud to be sort of really associated with some of these studios. And the idea was, how do we give as much compute as possible so that the creators can really accelerate their rendering, accelerate all the production that needs to be done. And some of the things that we've done are like, it used to be that the processors, if you wanted to know the processors that were in these machines that were used in creative studios maybe had 8 to 10 cores or something like that. That's as technical as I'm going to get. And we said, look, we're going to change the game. And we put tremendous amount of computing power in there, so you could really take what used to take days to render could now be rendered in hours. Yeah. And that just changes the way you can make movies. So we're super honored to be associated with some of the best. Pixar, Elemental. Was built on AMD hardware. WhattaFX, just amazing capabilities. If you think about Avatar 2, that was on AMD. So we've had just
we just saw Planet of the Apes pop up.
Yes.
I just saw.
We saw that. War is Over last night. Won an Oscar.
That's what I was celebrating. War is Over. If you don't know, won an Oscar yesterday.
And so we have a very special guest. We decided to bring a special guest for the South by Southwest audience. David Connolly is here with us. So shall we bring him out?
No, not yet. From WhattaX, why? You know why? I got to briefly talk to him in the back. We didn't even know he was going to show up because he left 4:30 in the morning yesterday because he was at the Oscar partying. But not that much partying because he was here. And so he just showed up. We weren't sure, and he showed up. So I got my hands on a first look of a show reel that we want to show you.
I'm looking for someone to share in an adventure.
How am I part of this?
You'll see. I know someone who would pay a pretty price for your head.
The Green Knight is someone you know. Did you get a look at his face? I see you, son. Home. Family.
I do not stand by in the presence of evil.
I'm about to do something terrible.
If we are to die, then we will die fighting, all as one.
So who not better to come on stage after that first look than David Conley, Executive VFX Production for Veta. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
How does it feel? You big winner.
Great. I feel awesome. First of all, it's so exciting to be in front of so many enthusiastic people. I'm very excited to be here. Fresh off of some exciting news from last night. We won an Oscar for an animated short called War is Over, songs inspired by John Lennon and Yoko Lennon, and we did it entirely on AMD using real-time technologies to animate something that has never been done before. And somebody,
I don't, when I think of AI, I think of technology, I think of industries that are changing. David, you wanted to be here when I talked to you last week.
Yes, absolutely.
And you thought I was much cooler than Elton John and those folks, right?
Absolutely.
He's not here for you, he's here for me, man.
Oh,
there we go.
Yeah. Lisa made him come in, he's like, you gotta be here. We gotta be here. No, we appreciate this because I think you were at the cross sections of what the future looks like. And so out of that reel that you just saw, is there anything else that you want to add to give it to the audience?
So a lot of the work that you saw, there's a mixture of legacy filmmaking and a lot of new technologies. But one of the things that I want to just share very quickly, I met Lisa in January of 2019, and we started talking about the intersection of media, entertainment, technology, and what it means to create art and what it means to create movies. And there is an intrinsic link, as Lisa stated in her opening statement, between compute power, technology, and art today. And so we wanted to really leverage the work that AMD is doing to help us create images that are more fantastic than we could have thought that we could do 30 years ago. 30 years ago, Peter Jackson started a company, 1 computer, 8 people, and did some work on a movie called Heavenly Creatures. Now we have over 1,800 people and hundreds and thousands of cores and computers and machines all over the world creating movies like Avatar 2, and you saw some sneak peek footage there of Kingdom of the Apes.
I had to ask. I told you we were going to give you something. Lisa wanted to come with something that we wanted to share, and so we were able to do this, so I appreciate you.
Yeah, so the thing that I want everybody to understand is that these images are possible because there's a partnership with a company like AMD that gives us the leverage and the insights, and they work with our teams and we work with their teams to help optimize, because a lot of this wouldn't be possible. We would still be rendering Avatar today if it wasn't for a lot of the partners here. I know some of you know what I mean.
I heard it because I heard the chuckle come. Oh, I see the head nod. I see you.
So anyway, thank you very much, audience. This is so great to be here.
We love the partnership, David. I can't thank you enough. I think the key in our partnership is sort of the two-way feedback that we have, and so we really appreciate you. David, tell us a little bit about what's next. I mean, you're using every piece of compute we give you, which we love, but a little bit about AI, and how do you think AI is going to change what you do?
So, first of all, we use every bit of AMD. I mean, every bit. As soon as it comes off the assembly line, we're at the door knocking, can we use it? Secondly, I do want to talk about AI, and I'll talk a little bit about the future, but I want to acknowledge one thing. The use of AI in the entertainment industry is still a sensitive subject. I think a lot of people misunderstand it and don't really truly understand where AI can help us as a community. But I also want to make sure that artists understand that AI is a tool and that this is not about replacing artists. Where I see things and where I'm hoping to go is that we, as an industry, have moved from GPU to CPUs, and there's an intrinsic relationship between the types of technology that AMD is working on. I'm believing that the future of filmmaking is a partnership between passive entertainment and active entertainment, and this is where we're going to start seeing the intersection of games. I know I heard a loud roar from all of you gamers out here. I want to hear another one, because gaming, visual effects, and movie making is all the same. And I want to jump from video games to movies. I want to go from active entertainment to passive entertainment. And I want to go into real-time entertainment. And that is where films are going to be in 3 to 5 years. And we're not going to be able to do that without the help of companies like AMD, where we get real-time processing and real-time rendering. And a lot of AI is going to help us get to that place.
So I appreciate that, because I think what I'm hearing from both of you, that the creators out there and those who are artists, that you get to spend more time on the actual art. So I expect both of you all, that means it's only going to get better, right?
Yeah.
The production, the films, the visual effects?
That's right. So part of what we need to do is, there's obviously a lot of pressure to create content in shorter deadlines. So part of the business of a duress deadline delivery industry like ours is that we want to maximize the amount of time artists spend at their stations dreaming up fantastic things that none of us can. Because I always look for the young kids, the older people, everybody to come together and create something fantastical. I don't want them to hit a button that says render and wait for 4 hours or 4 days, or in some cases 4 weeks. That doesn't help any of us, because you as artists, you feed off the creative energies, and this is where.
Well, I appreciate you. I actually tried to get the Oscar so we can take a picture, but they told me I couldn't do that.
Can't have that.
I tried. But appreciate you coming on, David. Really appreciate
my goodness.
you, man. Thanks for coming and flying in for us.
Lisa,
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thank you very much.
I mean, it's amazing, right? I mean, to be able to talk about this, and you think about Hollywood, and I also think about creators. Where's the creators in the room? So on this side, you got more followers.
I would imagine there's a few more. Creators?
Yeah, so this side, we'll take it, Lisa.
All right.
But you know, when I think about Hollywood, we think about the creators that I hear more from this side. I think about the things that you are working on. You've got a partnership with Adobe. I remember talking to Shantanu, and they were so excited, because it is all about that. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you think about it, our goal in life is to get the best compute out there, whether you're a Hollywood producer, or you're a content creator, or even if you're just like an amateur, you like playing around with videos. We give you the most compute and the lowest power. We love to work with Adobe, frankly, because they're always pushing the envelope. And the idea is, again, for us, when we optimize hardware and software together, we get a better product, and you're able to get, sort of what you want to render out, much faster. Now, generative AI is the thing. I mean, I know we're going to talk a bit more about AI, but when you think about what generative AI can bring to the whole content creation process, this is the opportunity that we have to take computing to the next level. And as David said, this isn't about replacing, creators. This is really about making creators much more productive, so that you're able to do in far less time, much, much higher quality capability. And that's what we do with our hardware and as well as our software partnerships.
Well, let's stay there for a second, because now I want to be here for, we hear the heart of AI. What do you think the evolution of hardware and software, right? There's going to be a need to go a lot further, right? And where are we at today for those that understand it and where we're going to go in the future?
Yeah, so I think the key with bringing AI, and really now let's think about AI over the next 10 years, is that you need different types of hardware engines. So we'll talk about CPUs and GPUs, and you might even hear the term NPUs. The idea of all of these are trying to get more compute in as small a footprint as possible, so it's cheaper, faster, better, so that you can get more done.
So when you think, if I said AI and you had a crystal ball, Lisa's crystal ball, I think I like that tagline. Where do you think the future is as of right now in AI? Where are you making bets?
I think the best thing to kind of keep in mind is I think AI is the most important technology that has come sort of on the scene over at least the last 50 years. I mean, people talk about it as really comparing it to the Industrial Revolution. So as much as the internet was important, as much as PCs are important, mobile phones are important, AI, and especially generative AI, has become the most important thing. And there's a good reason for that, frankly. The good reason for that is, if you think about it, ChatGPT came on board, 14 months ago, something like that. And it just captured everyone's imagination. Like, AI has always been around, but the ability to make AI so simple that you can just say, hey, I want to know what I should do in Austin, Texas this weekend, for example. Having that possibility only comes with a tremendous amount of computing power. So I do have some show and tell. Can I bring some show and tell?
I haven't seen this yet, so I'm excited.
So if you think about, I said chips were like the size of a dime or a quarter, but that was like 30 years ago. They're kind of a little bit bigger now. So what this is it's actually our latest generation generative AI chip. It's called the MI300, and it actually has 153 billion transistors. It has 12 little chiplets. You'll see they're little chiplets, and we actually stack them side by side, sort of in a 2.5D, as well as on top of each other to get the most power in one of these chips. And why is this important? When you think about ChatGPT and how it works, it actually works with thousands of these or tens of thousands of these in massive data centers that are there to really both train, and then when you ask it a question, it needs to go back to these data centers to do that. So it just gives you a sense of the power of technology. And I love stuff like this. Did you want to look at it?
If you don't mind.
Okay, all right,
I want to see. They don't trust me.
They're very valuable, so.
Why are you laughing? I'm going to drop it. Jeez, you're supposed to be on my side too. Like, I'm right here. This is pretty cool, though. I mean, one unique, one of its kind.
No. There are thousands and tens of thousands.
But more to come.
Yeah. But look, so the idea is you need big AI. So this is what I call infrastructure AI. But you actually, if you look over the next 10 years, you're going to see AI everywhere. You're going to see it in the biggest data centers in the world. You're going to see it at the edge. You're actually even going to see it in PCs, maybe on something like what you're carrying there.
By the way, I got to use this. Hey, Brittany, I'm keeping this laptop. It's got the AMD Ryzen chip in here. I wanted one, and now I'm not giving it back.
It's yours.
Okay.
For sure.
When you said something also, AI, I believe a buzzword, if many of you haven't heard it yet, for you all is AI PC. Who's heard of AI PC before? Have you heard that word? 2 people.
Well, they're just not admitting they've heard it. Yeah.
Well, if you haven't heard it, you're going to be hearing it over and over again. And I want to spend some time here on why I think why this is important, because that is the evolution of peace in the PC game. So when I say AI PC, since there was only 2 people who raised their hand, what does that mean? What is AI PC first, and how fast is it coming?
Yeah, so absolutely. So AI PCs, I talked about the data centers and going into this big iron infrastructure that sits somewhere in the cloud. But when you think about AI PCs, it's actually the idea that everybody in this room can have your own AI capability. And I'm sure that you've noticed, if there are lots of people on ChatGPT, when you ask it a question, it might actually take a while. And now if you're thinking about going from text to image or text to video, again, that's relying on a lot of stuff out there in the cloud. The goal of AI PCs is to make sure that every one of us has our own AI capability. You don't have to go out into the cloud. You can actually operate on your own data. You can actually ask it questions. It'll answer for you. It'll answer it for you faster. It'll answer it for you in a private manner, because maybe you don't want your data going everywhere. And it's just the beginning of what I think is the ability to make all of us much, much more productive, whether you're just doing sort of your regular email, like you want to ask your, when is the last time I saw Ryan Patel and what did we talk about? That's something that you can ask your AI PC, or you can actually ask it to create new things for you if you're a creator. So I actually have another little example. Maybe I can show that, Ryan, if that's all right. This is an example of our latest Ryzen 8000. We call it our Hawk Point system. And we thought we would have a little bit of fun with it because some of you may have heard of this thing called Stable Diffusion. What it does is it allows you to write something and say, write something in text and it'll make it an image. We decided to have fun with Austin. So if you guys have seen Congress Avenue, you might have also heard that we have bats in Austin. And you might have also heard that tacos are good in Austin. So we decided to render an image. We asked it to render an image on an AI PC of a very cute bat having tacos in Austin. They're going to just run it one more time so you can just see how fast it is in terms of rendering. This is on a local PC. Okay, you don't have to pay anybody anything to run this. And we were missing the salsa to begin with, so we asked it to add salsa.
Oh my goodness!
At the end.
When I had tacos yesterday at South Congress, I didn't see the.
You didn't see the bats.
Fortunately.
Bat season is it's probably in a few weeks, so you might want to come back.
I have to come see the bats.
Well, some of that.
How when you were saying this, I think for the audience too, like we're close. I mean, we're close to AI PC. Like people, you think
we're here. We're here. Look, think about AI PCs. You can go buy an AI PC today. Like, for example, we just rendered on a Hawk Point. You can buy these systems today. But more importantly, this technology is just going to get so much better. And it's not about just what we do. It's about what we do together with our partners to unlock this capability.
So we have a little bit more than half time to go. But I'm going to tell you, put questions and comments. I will read them. We're going to take some. Comments meaning if it's something funny, but put it in there. I'll read it if it's good enough. If it gets upvoted, I'll look at it. So put your questions in now that we have it. When we think about, when you think of AI, right? I want to stay there for just one more second, right? What you talk about your excitement. What are things that we need to do as an ecosystem, right? Because I think you have been one of the few, like I've talked to other leaders in your space with your partners, and it comes back to you. That you bring in, no matter who it is, together to make sure that we, as a community, are moving toward the right spots?
Well, first of all, when you look at AI, it does take a village, frankly, to put these things together. We love our partnerships. We love our partnership with Microsoft, for example. Microsoft has been leading the way with, Copilot, and that's running in Azure in the cloud. We're partnering very deeply on AI PCs as well. We're spending a lot of time with some of our OEM partners, like HP and Lenovo, to really put together the entire ecosystem there. And then it's about the software partners as well. So our goal is to make this super easy for all of you guys to use. And that's the promise of AI PCs, but more importantly, that's the promise of AI going forward.
Now, see, I have this question, I haven't heard the response to this just yet. I've seen in your interviews just yet. And we're in Austin. AMD's headquartered here in Austin. So this is almost like, for me, seeing her, it's like a homecoming. I love the boots. If you've not seen the boots, they're pretty cool. What are you doing AI internally, right? When we talk about this stuff, can you share a couple tips, things that you do that maybe others can kind of go and maybe take it back to their organization?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, small correction. AMD is actually headquartered in Silicon Valley.
But you're based here.
It's headquartered in Silicon Valley, but we consider Austin the unofficial headquarters. I live in Austin. I love living in Austin.
That's what I meant.
So look, one of the things about AI that I like to say is, people are worried about, AI is going to replace people's jobs and stuff like that. That's not the way I think about it. I think companies that learn how to leverage AI are going to win over companies that are not leveraging AI. So at AMD, we want to be at the bleeding edge. We're using AI through every aspect of our business. We're using it to design chips. We're using it to design faster chips, make them more reliable, build better software, make sure that we're able to, really it's a productivity tool. And my goal is, I'm telling my engineering team, I'd like to increase the number of products we can get out every year with the use of AI. We're using it, throughout our HR processes, our financial processes, our customer service processes. And again, this is a way of, let's call it, moving up the food chain, because we're allowing our team to get some of the less fun things done by AI, so that we can really get higher value added for our employees, and really have it be more fun.
Well, I wanted to share that because for many people, who are leaders in their companies, or just, they don't know where to start, right? Even to have this conversation, you feel like everyone has to have a kind of an AI strategy, or just an AI ability just to be able to talk about it, right?
I think it's an AI strategy. I think the other thing to remember is it's not like it's perfect, okay? AI is not perfect. It is, we're all learning along the way. I would say that I'm personally learning. So every day I'm learning new things about what the technology can do, and how do we need to shape our entire ecosystem and our work in our next generation products as well. So that's what makes it fun.
Well, you told me something when I saw you in September, that you're using it for your organizational, personal, if you don't mind, share that.
So I'm absolutely using Copilot, and it's one of the things that we use when you think about very easy things to do. Summarize meetings, track action items. Make sure that it doesn't write my emails that well. I have to say, there are.
Is that why I got to respond? I'm kidding.
No, I don't use it for that. Yeah. But look, we're all experimenting with AI for sure.
And then. We talked about software a little bit, but I also think that there can be some obstacles, when you are in these partnerships in there. Like, what do you think about the software? What are some things when you think about the industry, the proprietary approach? Also, it is very competitive in what you do.
Yeah, so certainly for right now, people are trying to get product to market as fast as possible. I mean, that's the thing about AI. This industry is changing at a pace that I've never seen before in terms of just how fast things are going. And as a result, you want to be as productive as possible. There are various ways to do that. AMD's approach, our approach, is to have an open ecosystem. We are huge supporters of the open source. We believe that there's no one company who has the answer to everything. We actually have to collaborate. So things like PyTorch, that's an excellent example of how we can make machine learning and AI programmers much more efficient, because you can program at one level and you can use sort of any hardware systems out there. Things like Hugging Face that have a set of open source models as well. These are very important partners for us. OpenAI's Triton, JAX. These are all examples of a software ecosystem that is open, that's meant to really give people the power of, once you write software at some level, you can actually use in multiple hardware environments.
The fact that how do you stay up with all this stuff? You personally, you are, well, I'm going to answer the question. I'm going to ask her, because I know she loves product. Building new products, she's so passionate about it when you see her speak about it. Is that how you keep up with all these things that's going on?
Well, I spend a lot of time with the engineers, but frankly, we're living in a time where everyone's learning every day. So I've never learned so much as what I've learned over the last year in terms of where technology is going, and that does help. In our world, for our next generation hardware systems, we're actually making big bets, right? So the things that we're working on today, you're going to see, 3 or 4 years from now, and so we have to kind of decide, what's next. But that's our job.
What's next?
Well, I was going to say that's a secret, but no, it's not a secret. No, look, you're going to see AI everywhere. That's, we are constantly trying to make it faster, easier to use, more accessible. I'd like to see everybody have an AI PC. That's not going to happen this year, but there's this whole opportunity over, it'll start this year. Over the next couple of years, I think you'll see it throughout product portfolios. I'd like to see everyone have access to all the knowledge that you can get from AI. That comes from making our chips more capable, over time and deeper partnerships. So yeah, those are the types of things.
And that's what I wanted you to hear. I wanted you to hear that this change is actually not going to take actually that long. It's coming and everyone's going to have access to it, as you mentioned. I didn't really understand it until last year that this was here and that we will be, this time next year, you all at South by, many people will have this capability of having it, and it's only going to get more, so the change is coming, and hopefully you got that sense and that it is here. I also want to thank, so your 10-year anniversaries of being at the helm is coming up, right?
That's right. I'm just about into my 10 years as CEO of AMD.
So you think about, you know what? I'm glad that you all clap, because that's not an easy task. You think about, well, hold on. You think about
Are you trying to get rid of me or something?
No, that's true. No, I was trying to keep you. Here, right? You got $4 billion annual revenue to more than $20 billion last year. And to be that long and to continue to push, that's why I called you a legend. I know you're so humble that she won't admit it to that degree, but like there's levels to this, and she's got that. And so for me, I would love to hear some of your, and we're going to take some questions now, but leadership strategies. Like, I want to dive into you as Lisa Su, who's done this. There was only one. There's only one. And I just hope that people can see what you've done, and I want them to hear kind of some of your insights and tips when you think about leadership strategy.
Yeah. Well, look, I have to be honest. I mean, being CEO of AMD was absolutely my dream job. So if you can say that you're doing your dream job, that is actually what I'm doing. And what I really enjoy about it is you get to really work on products that matter. And so when I first took over as CEO, like any company that doesn't have quite enough resources, we were probably doing too many things, and it was very important for us to decide what we were going to be good at.
Yeah.
And what we're good at is building the highest performing, computing, capability out there. So we're a high performance processing company. That's what we spend our time on. And it turns out that that was not a bad bet because, frankly, everyone needs, high-performance computing these days.
I mean, not a bad bet. I mean, people laugh and know what I'm talking about. The market likes you, and you rightfully so. What's one word to describe? Okay, I'm going to put you in a little bit of a not fast fire, but I just thought about something that you said. How would you describe, in one word, your leadership style?
I think I'm a doer. I like to do things.
I know you are. That's why. Most leaders wouldn't say that they're a doer.
Well, my view in this world is we get lucky enough. First of all, I'm so thankful for the team that I have. We have 25,000 people. They're fantastic, and my goal is to set very ambitious goals. And then help the team get it done. So that's why I call myself a doer.
I love it. I know you are.
I love going into the labs. I love seeing what's the latest and greatest going on, and I love spending time with our customers and partners.
And I called her. I asked her, I'm going to come when I come to Austin, go see the office, and I did. And she allowed that to happen. But while you were just talking about your employees, and hopefully I think the crowd will allow me for a minute I know you didn't ask me to do this, or you didn't ask me this opportunity, but I posted some. AMD is streaming this, live streaming for all their employees globally. If you had a message for them watching, hopefully it's okay. If you had a message for them right now, what would it be?
Well, first of all, I was walking out of my office at noon, and there was a thing of popcorn that was at the front door, and I walked out and I said, "What's the popcorn for?" And they said, "It's for you," because they were all getting popcorn to watch this keynote. So, look, I am so blessed to have the team that we have, and as we say, we're only as good as our last product. So let's get the next one done.
That's good. But where's my popcorn? Like you could have brought popcorn. We could have been here together. We're watching it together live. So I got some questions up here that I'm seeing. I'm going to read it. Thanks, Garrett. I'm going to give you a shout out. Curious to understand how semiconductor technology intersects with energy use and our climate crisis. What topics in this space are a priority focus for you? That's a great question.
Yeah, Garrett, that's a great question. So it turns out that to build more powerful machines, more powerful compute, you actually use a ton of power. And we're actually at a place where there's an intersection of not just, can we get more performance, but frankly, can we cool these systems? I mean, these systems are massive. They require a whole bunch of energy. Our goal in life is to build the most energy efficient systems out there. And that is a huge focus for us. We have, pledges to reduce, sort of the amount of power that we take in our computing technology by, 30x over the next 5 years. And it's a big focus for us.
Man, there's a lot of questions coming up here. I don't know how I'm going to get through all of them.
There's some AI people in the audience for sure. I can see that.
What percentage of AI interference do you anticipate will happen on the edge versus in the cloud? I think it's Stefan. Great.
Yeah. Look, I think, so just for the audience, when you think about inference is basically when you ask a question, you get a response. And a lot of that, almost all of that happens in the cloud today. And frankly, that's some of the latency that I talked about. It takes a few seconds for it to answer. I do think a significant percentage is going to happen at the edge, whether in clients or in places closer to your person. And it's just going to be a matter of, you're going to see AI in all of these different places. We do think that, inference will surpass training as we go through the next, year or two. So that's where we see the AI trends going.
This next question, I'm going to move just a little bit to the right. Let me just see. What is Lisa's workout regime? We want to know.
That's a little personal.
Well, you got stuck with me. I told you I'm giving you what you want.
I would say that I maybe walked out a little bit slower today. I have a great person who comes to my house every day, or every few days anyways, and it's boxing and strength training.
That's why I keep the distance through it. I'm just telling you. She doesn't share that, by the way. I knew that. And
You told somebody to put it in the prompter, though.
It said anonymous, so yeah, I did actually.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. Let's see, what's, you want to, that next one's good?
Sure. All of them are good.
Yeah. How are you, I mean, there's so many. Thank you. I really appreciate y'all. We're here for y'all. How are you dealing with NVIDIA's dominance? Can AMD catch up? And I'm rooting for you. I'm not saying that. It says that right there. Philip, I see you. We can answer anything.
Well, look, what I would say is, AI is really the most important technology over the next 10 plus years. We're so early in the current cycle. I think you're going to find that there's no one size fits all for tech. There's never a one size fits all. We feel, we have a lot of respect for NVIDIA, a lot of respect. They've done tremendously in there from a roadmap standpoint. But we also have a lot of confidence in where we're going. I think, we actually launched our MI300 line back a few months ago, and we had tremendous support throughout the ecosystem. And you'll continue to see us with AI in every aspect of our products going forward.
Love it. Here's another one from Megan. I manage AWS's, is that you, Megan? Hey, Megan, how you doing?
Hi.
See, I told you we're taking questions. So Megan's question is, I manage AWS Global's demand plan for GPU products. One of our big bottlenecks is chip supply. Lisa, do you see ways to increase future supply and unblock this?
Absolutely. I can help you out, Megan, I promise. But
He's smiling, by the way, in the front. Big grin.
Yes, but look, in the chip industry, we do go through these cycles where demand is higher than supply. One thing I can say for sure is we're really good at ramping up supply. So you will see the supply for GPUs increase significantly every quarter, going forward. And that's our job. Our job is to build capacity. There are factories being built all over the world to increase supply going forward. And it is true. I've now been with a number of research institutes and companies where they say that they're being bottlenecked because they don't have enough compute. And every time I hear that, I'm like, that's what I'm working on. I'm working on making sure that we have enough compute to really unlock all this creativity that's out there.
Great question. This is a comment, but I have to read it because I just have to do it. Sorry, Lisa. Dr. Lisa, I have a summer internship interview with AMD on Thursday to be an AI application developer. You're already, well, it's not funny yet, let me finish. Can you recommend me? Did I put you on the spot? I didn't mean to do that.
No. Hey, look, we want the best and brightest at AMD. So all of you who want summer internships, we're always open for AI app developers, and my team will definitely be reaching out. So thank you.
Yeah, Bear! That's what I'm talking about. Bear, nice. Hey, you know what? I like your confidence. You got to do it. I love it. I told you I would read your comments. I said I was. Okay, wait. I have now one because we think about the start of internships. What is one thing that you in your career that you think you've accomplished that you're most proud of?
Wow. Let's see. So probably the thing that I'm most proud of, and there's so many, sort of good. Good products and great stories that I have to work on. But I'll tell you one, which was, I became CEO in 2014. In about 2015 or so, my CTO, Mark Papermaster, who's been my, partner all of these years, came to me and said, Lisa, I think we can compete to build the most powerful supercomputer in the world. And now you have to understand, we hadn't really gotten our new Zen product line or our new EPYC processors out yet. And so that was a bold thing for Mark to say. He said, look, it's going to take us, at least 5 years, and we're going to work on it. And I said, sure, okay. Great. Let's. I'm not going to put it into the revenue plan just yet, but please work on it. I'm very happy to say that today's world's fastest supercomputer is sitting at Oak Ridge National Labs, and it's called Frontier, and it's powered by AMD. AMD EPYC CPUs and GPUs, and one of my most fun things is to represent the company, and so for the opening of the supercomputing center, it's actually 1 exaflop of supercomputing. I got to go see the computer and sign our name on behalf of AMD. Cool. So that was a very proud moment for me. So
that's a great story. Here's another question. AMD gives a lot of influence. I'm going to read Neil's. Thanks for the question. I'll maybe reword it a little bit. AMD has a lot of influence, or going to have more influence. Influence comes with responsibility. In your opinion, what is AMD's responsibility when it comes to AI?
Yeah, so for sure, I think all of us as large companies in the AI ecosystem have a responsibility. We actually have a responsible AI team at AMD. It's actually led by our president, Victor Peng. I think the idea is to make sure that as we bring out hardware, that it is in fact secure. As we work in the ecosystem, ensuring that when you think about the things about AI that we have to be careful about, it's how you train models, making sure that the data that you're using isn't biased in some way. It's not giving you, right now, I think there's all this conversation about, are the models giving you the right answer? I think what we want to do is we want to make sure that the models are giving you the best answer they can, and so we do have a responsibility in how we implement sort of the data that goes in and some of the models that are there, and how we use the data, making sure that we're very protective of people's privacy and intellectual property. So those are absolutely things that we take very seriously. But what I will say, though, is the answer of those who are a little bit worried about what AI will do, the answer is not go slower. Okay, that is definitely not the answer. The answer is to be very cognizant of some of the risks, and so we think about that. But this technology is so powerful and so transformational. We must go faster. We must experiment and just do it with a watchful eye.
Yes. I see you. I see you working. Real quick, before we get, I want to answer this last question. How is AMD pushing the limit of Moore's Law from a chip design and manufacturing standpoint? Maximilian, I know you know your stuff. That's a good question.
Yeah, so for everyone, Moore's Law is the idea that you can increase the performance, reduce the cost of semiconductors every 2 years. It's really governed the industry for the last 30 or 40 years. It is slowing down, without a doubt. Moore's Law is slowing down. But one thing that I found super interesting interesting in sort of the world of technology is engineers are super smart when you give them a problem. And so when you say that, hey, Moore's law is slowing down, okay, that just means that you're not going to get everything from traditional device physics and scaling. What you have to do is come up with new things. And so, for example, we're stacking chips. Like I said, we're stacking chips side by side and on top of each other. We're putting much more, design capability and design software, hardware, software interactions, and all of those are meant to extend, Moore's law and extend sort of the performance curves that we have.
So this is my favorite portion. She kind of knows it's coming, but she doesn't really know the question. So it's called Ryan is Curious, which means I'm just looking for one word or a sentence. You ready?
Okay.
Okay. I may even take one from the audience too, from there. F1 or golf?
Golf. F1's okay.
She's a great golfer, by the way.
I'm not a great golfer, but I enjoy golf.
I seen you putt. We had the putter in the ground. You're up there. What does a weekend look like for you outside of work?
I like doing pretty much nothing.
This is why we get along. This is why we get along.
If that's okay, but actually, for those of you who are visiting Austin, my husband and I will often, go out on a Saturday night. There's some great restaurants in Austin, so hopefully you've gotten a chance to experience some of them.
You have a favorite cuisine?
Right now it's Japanese. I love soto, I love uchi, I love, right now it's Japanese.
I'm gonna use this one as a Ryan's Curious. Thanks. I think it's Itaú who asked if you could give one piece of advice. So I'm going to ask you to do it in a sentence, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
If you can give one piece of advice to Lisa in her 20s, who will be living in the AI era, what would it be? That sounds like a job. That's a job question, a career question, I think. So can you do that in a sentence?
I would say, and by the way, this is the advice I give to people. I would say, all education is about learning to think. It's about learning to problem solve. And whether that was 30 years ago, now, or 30 years from now, I think it's the same. I think, the technology changes over time, but if you can learn how to solve problems, you're going to do great things.
So I'm going to interrupt this because I think we've got some people who are aspire entrepreneurs in the room who want to make a difference in the space. Any other tips that you think, if not just giving yourself advice, but where should they start? What should they be looking at right now?
Well, I think there are so many interesting things. Whether you have a hardware background or a software background or other areas. I think that the key is to have lots of different experiences. I think AI allows us to have a lot of different experiences, experiment. I actually like to tell people, learn from your failures. Like I've learned the most when I have completely screwed up. There were a few products that haven't gone so well that you haven't seen. We've learned a ton from them, and just keep learning. That's my best advice.
So this is where I'm dangerous. There is a story you told me where you was one of your lessons that you learned early in your career. Do you remember what you told me?
Oh, you're gonna have to. I'm dating myself. You're gonna have to remind me.
Yeah, it was the one with the P&L.
Oh yes, yes.
She doesn't.
Right. I do remember.
Sorry, I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. If you don't mind briefly talking about that, because I think it's a great lesson learned. I learned from it too.
Well, I'll give you two. Can I give you two?
You can give me two.
Because I'll give you one if you're an engineer and one if you're a business person. If you're an engineer, I can say for sure the very first product I worked on, I was working at IBM at the time. We announced the product that day, and I can tell you, nothing was working. Like, nothing was working. Like, the chip wouldn't turn on. Those are scary times when that happens. And what it allows you to do is just rally the team around. Like I said, engineers are super innovative and creative. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah.
So, and then the one that you're talking about, I told Ryan this story. This wasn't supposed to be a public thing.
I know,
that
but
we were
I
talk
told
about.
him I'm going to bring him something new. You told me I could do whatever I want to do up here.
Yeah. Okay. So the very first business I managed, I was an engineer turned business person, and. No offense, but I thought it was going to be relatively easy. I didn't think there was going to be a big transition between engineering and business. So for the very first business I managed, I literally missed my first annual operating plan by 50%, like 50%. And I was devastated. Like my boss told me, Lisa, you're terrible, you're awful, how could you do that? And I said, you know what? He was right. I could have done better, and so I learned from that. I learned how to ask more questions next time, but more importantly, every one of these are learning experiences.
And I appreciate you sharing that, because I think people don't see that side of that. You know, we've all made mistakes. We've always, how do you learn from it, and how do you get better? And obviously, you still recall it, right? It's still.
Oh, yes, remember those words for sure.
to get better. We got 2 minutes left, so here's my thing. The future of AI is blank. I'll give you a second to think about it. The future of AI is?
Mind-blowing. Mind-blowing what we're going to be able to do with AI. You heard David Connolly say that he has been able to create things that he hadn't expected with computing itself, but computing plus AI will take that to an entirely new level. So,
you know, and you also mentioned, you know, yeah, you're an engineer, and you've, you know, there hasn't been too many people who transitioned to be a great leader. And I will, she's so humble, she won't let me say kind words in the back, but I'll say kind words up here because she can't do anything, so I'm still here. You wanted this conversation when we talked, when you asked me to be here, you wanted to give something back to the audience. You wanted it to be different. You wanted people to feel how technology and innovation is not just the future, but how we need to come together. So I give kudos to you and your team allowing me to roam around AMD's, everything that I could get my hands on, the entertainment industry, which is really huge, that I think you all are changing the game, but also, for you, again, I'll repeat this, Lisa and AMD, at least for me, the ecosystem that you built, that we are together, we're building together and staying ahead of the curve, is just inspiring, I think, for all of us, and just as entrepreneurs and folks in the room. So I appreciate Lisa. I can't thank you enough. People, Dr. Lisa Su.
thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Ryan.
I'll give you a hug.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, sorry about that. South by Southwest 2024 Film and TV Festival. Just checking social media, which makes it the perfect time for the world premiere of Black Twitter, A People's Journey, about a watershed moment in social media. That premiere is happening right now. Hey. How are you? Really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So tell me why Black Twitter, premiering here at South by Southwest, this is the place to premiere this film.
I think it's the place to premiere the film because obviously South by Southwest is the mashup of so many things, right? It's TV, film, it's tech, it's culture, and the doc is incorporating all of those elements. So this feels like the perfect place to premiere the doc.
Listen, this film, this series, is a watershed moment in social media. Like, why was now the right time to look back on it to tell the story?
Well, when Jason Parham wrote the article that it was based on, he wanted to document, because so many things on social media and the digital world is here today and gone tomorrow. And we had no idea, you know, when we finished it, when we were making the doc, Elon had not bought the platform yet. So as we were making the doc, everything was changing. And so everything that Jason was afraid could happen was actually happening in real time.
You know, when this was all happening, the world was also going through something else that was pretty heavy. So, like, how does the series like just wrap it all around in just like this this tumultuous time, but a necessary movement in social media?
Yeah, I mean, the fact that like Black Twitter is the way that Black people sort of move in general, which is dealing with things that are very tough through humor, through community, through having fun, through, being there for each other. You were seeing that on the platform, whether that was through calling calling COVID, the panorama or the vid, or, like D-Nice doing Club Quarantine. It was just really finding ways to stay connected. And I feel like that's what Black Twitter does, and that's what we did in that time.
So looking back on that, when you were working on the film, like what were some of the discoveries that you made that were new to you while you were doing all your research and prep for the film?
For me, it was like the little moments, right? Things that we take for granted now that kind of happened very accidentally. To me, it was very much the way that Rosa Parks was just sitting on a bus, and then that becomes a movement. So Kashawn, who came up with Black Girls Magic, was just commenting on Serena Williams getting all this hate, but now Black Girl Magic is this big, huge thing, right? But it didn't start off as a big, huge thing. It just started off being like a very small thing, or Black Lives Matter. It's just a response to Trayvon being like, hey, we matter, right? So these things weren't happening as like planned events. They were just like real responses to how we were feeling. And then obviously it just grew from there.
Last question is this. Okay, one last question. All right, what do you hope people take away from this?
I hope that people take away that our contributions to this country are paramount. The way that we've changed culture and do that here, like here in the country and overseas, is just so powerful. And so to watch that play out on the platform in a show that's highlighting all that, I just think that we take away our value, our true value to this country for sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It is so nice to meet you. So tell me why South by Southwest is the perfect place to premiere this show.
Like, this is the only festival that we wanted to be at. It's the perfect mix of all the things that Black Twitter is, which is technology, media, music, all of those things, pop culture. So it just felt like the perfect venue to finally have this come to the world. So thrilled.
So why was now the right time to look back on this watershed moment that happened during a whole other watershed moment, pandemic? Why was now the right time to tell this story?
Absolutely. I mean, this is the time because so many things are changing. We're in an election year. We don't know what's going to happen, but what we've been documenting is started over, almost 20 years ago, and this is our history. This is American history. Through our perspective. It's where we're all gathering to talk about the things that matter to us, from the funny to the political to just, wanting some levity in life. And I think that right now, with everything that's gone on with the ownership of the platform, this is an opportunity to have a documented piece of work that tells you what it is before it might be erased. Like, God knows, we don't know.
That's really, really good point. Because, when we were all going through it, like while we were in the moment with the rise of Black Twitter, but now you're looking back on it as a whole, arc, if you will.
Yeah.
So what were some of the discoveries that you made looking back on it with a perspective?
Yeah, I think that it was really great to revisit some of the laughs that I had, from Zola to Meet Me in Temecula to these hashtags, and to see how Black folks on the internet were able to harness the power of hashtags to things that are fun, like those, but then also to things that are really powerful and that we still see today in our culture, like Black Lives Matter, like Black Girl Magic, these things that are affirming to our stories and to telling the stories that matter to us. That started on Black Twitter, and without that, none of these things would exist. These things that we totally take for granted in some ways, terminology and movements that started there. So I think that it was a reminder of just the power that we have.
So I know this may sound like a cliche question to ask at a premiere, but
Sure.
I think it's essential for this film in particular, the series. What do you hope people take away from Black Twitter?
I hope that people realize that we made this culture. Like, we are the purveyors of it, but also the folks that are creators. And from politics to pop culture to film and TV and all of these things, to the way that we speak about, the way that we speak on the internet, like literally like the language of the internet, memes, GIFs, all of those things that we sort of just take as the way that we talk, we're the origins of that. And so they come from Black Twitter. And so I want people to know that and to recognize it.
They will know it.
I hope so.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Where did you get it?
Thank you for being here. In fact,
Hi, everyone. My name is Austin Nowert. I'm the Senior Film and TV Programming Manager here at South by Southwest. Great to see a full house for this session today. Hope everyone is enjoying day 4 of South by. I don't know about y'all, but the days start to blur together from here on out. Before we get started, I just want to also say please give a massive round of applause for our volunteers. And I'm not sure if we're doing a Q&A today, but if so, those questions would be entered via Slido, and you can find the session page on the South by Southwest Go app for this session, and click Engage for a chance for your question to be answered later, if there is indeed a Q&A. But now on to this session. Back in 2015, Mark Duplass was a South by Southwest keynote. My guess is there are quite a few people in this room who have seen his keynote, as that keynote went rather viral afterwards. In it, Mark laid out the Duplass brothers' vision for the future of indie film, which focused on community building and the mantra, "The cavalry is not coming." And by this, he meant the studios and streamers, they're not coming to save you, they're not coming to help you make the content that you would like to make. Today's panel can be seen as a follow-up to this keynote from 2015. It's a call to action for a new future of independently produced television content, one that is not beholden to the status quo or modern-day ecosystem, if that even exists anymore. The exciting thing is that the Duplass Brothers Productions are not just here to talk about this future, they're also here to showcase it as well. We have a special Duplass Brothers Indie TV showcase in the Film and TV Festival screening today. This includes projects Penelope, Riley Walker and Friends, The Broadcast, and The Long, Long Night. The screening will take place at the Stateside Theater at 8:30 p.m. tonight. Before we bring out the creators for these projects, though, I'd like to bring out our moderator and fellow ginger, Richard Whittaker. Richard has been covering the Austin film and cultural scene for nearly 2 decades. He is currently the culture desk editor at the Austin Chronicle. Everyone, please welcome Richard to the stage to kick things off.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome indeed to the future of indie TV with Duplass Brothers Productions. Like Austin said, this feels like a 10 years later moment, so with no further ado, I'm going to introduce all the guests. Introducing first, Mel Eslyn, president of Duplass Brothers Productions and showrunner, director, and co-writer of Penelope.
Hi.
Courtney Pauroso and Natalie Palamides, stars and creators of The Broadcast. Barret O'Brien, star, director, and writer of The Long, Long Night. And last but far from least, the Emmy and Golden Globe nominated actor, producer, director, and general all-round indie TV and film utility pinch hitter, Mark Duplass.
Hi.
So Mark, I'm going to start this with kind of what feels like an obvious question. What is indie TV?
I don't know yet. We're trying to figure it out. So I think that this idea got started, Mel and I have produced a show along with my brother Jay called Animals for HBO, where, we sort of animated a few episodes in an apartment. It could be done cheaply. It made sense to be done cheaply. And that was about 9 years ago. And we felt like, this is really cool. And we brought it to the buyers, and HBO ended up ordering 2 seasons of the show for us. And we're like, this is incredible. We've cracked a new model. We then made a show called Room 104 for HBO that was designed in a way that it could be made cheaply. It's just different stories in a hotel room every night, And that was at a time in the business where I think the big streamers, everybody, they felt like, this show is cheap. It's not going to be our next Game of Thrones, but it's added value. It might get some good reviews. Maybe it'll win a couple of awards. This is worth it. And that's over. It sucks, but
the Calvary isn't coming.
Yes, it's over. I mean, it's really, and Mel and I, over the last few years, as the industry has changed, as we're starting to see sort of the busts of the boom of peak TV, right? For those of you who are around this, you're noticing, it's like the pitches that we used to be able to bring out and sell right away, they're saying no. And Mel and I are like, do they not like us anymore? I feel really insecure. This sucks. And then we started talking to our friends, and they're like, yeah, they're not buying anything that's not huge IP, trying to hang on to their hemorrhaging subscribers as everybody
it's not you,
cuts
it's
it.
them.
Yes. So we're like, well, shit. Now what do we do? And look, independent film has been around for years. It came to festivals like South by Southwest and Sundance in the early 90s. There was no ecosystem at the time. People would just make these movies because they weren't being made in the system. Some of them sold to the big companies, but there were a lot of beautiful films around, unique voices, underrepresented stories. And what happened is an entire ecosystem sprung up around them. Distributors like IFC and Magnolia said, we're just going to go into business and put these movies out, and it worked. So we're sort of diving in a little ahead of the curve here with the hope that we're going to make these things, because even if we try and sell these as pitches, the studios are so fear-based right now, there's not a chance that the correct artistic vision is going to make it through that gauntlet anyway. So we might as well just double down and not make a pilot. Let's make a whole season of television so it's ready to go. And maybe we get lucky, and maybe one of the big streamers comes along and they want to put it up on their service. That sounds awesome. But maybe not, and maybe something new and alternative will spring up in its absence. And we don't exactly know what that is just yet, but we felt like, you know, this sort of thing that we call like the special middle of storytelling, the things like that Phoebe Waller-Bridge was doing, that turned out to be big shows. Those shows are going to die unless like we kind of collectively come together and make sure they don't.
And you talked about the infrastructure and how IFC and Magnolia and Dark Sky and all these other companies came along and said, like, well, okay, we're going to put this stuff out. At the same time, we need the audience and we need the outlets. Now, I'm going to be a bit of a downer here. My T-shirt is actually a little bit of an Easter egg for today. This is from the Austin online studio Rooster Teeth, which has been going for 20 years. It was doing video literally before YouTube. It had a big subscriber base. They were incredibly loyal. And last week, they announced they were going out of business because they couldn't make the money work and had been hemorrhaging cash for 10 years. And they said, like, the old model of ads and a few subscribers just isn't going to do it anymore. And so, yeah, getting off to a good, bright start. What's the infrastructure?
Anyway, good night, everybody. Congratulations.
How do you, when you look at it now, how do you look at the same kind of opportunities that IFC and those kind of companies saw and the burgeoning festival scene? What do you see as the possibilities for starting to build this infrastructure that you need?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to get too into the weeds and like bore if people are not into this, but quickly, you know, absolutely validate everything you're saying. Super concerned, and that's a reason why a lot of this middle is going away, you know. But here's the really fun part about independent TV. When you make an independent film, you come here and you're like, I got one shot at this. I bring it to the festival, I hope they buy it, and then it's over, right? Because it's just a one-off thing. TV has the opportunity for future seasons. They have this opportunity that we see now where shows that were not popular, like Suits, all of a sudden go on Netflix and then become like the #1 show 7 years after it aired. And the Suits are aware of this potential value of these packages. So the more episodes you make, you get yourself towards an indomitable package that could one day be very valuable, outsourced to different people. And so the way you do that is, you know, we make a group of very disparate shows up here. You know, some of them are really premium shows that can really, you know, air, you know, on the Netflix and the HBOs, and some are smaller documentaries and things like that. But the way to do it, in my opinion, is in the absence of the big, wonderful sale, it's, well, maybe you don't buy my worldwide rights for perpetuity. Maybe we just put it on your channel for a year license, and I lose a little bit of money up front. But there's a fee here to relicense in the event of success. And then if there's enough of that there, and then you start to drag them into the boat for the second season, then all of a sudden, like poker, they become pot committed because they start to see, holy shit, we've got 24 episodes here that's really licensable to all these other streamers that are going to be popping up, to the fast TV channels that are popping up that, while yes, ad dollars are not what they once were, they're there, you know? So I think that for us, the way we're looking at this is like, it's less about the big smash sale that used to happen at South by Southwest or Sundance in the 1990s, but slowly building something and having that ownership of it, and most importantly, to get the fucking thing made when it's just not going to get made, and have your creative control.
So Mel, where do you, in the pilots we got, in the shows we got coming here tonight, where does Duplass Brothers Productions fit into this? What are you doing for these shows? Like, how early are you getting involved? Is it at the idea stage, or are people coming in saying, like, we need some cash? Or are you going, like, okay, we can be the facilitators to get this in front of audiences?
I mean, it's a bit of a mix, but I feel like all of these shows up here were ones where, I mean, because I think you even reached out to Nat and Coco.
We came in at the idea stage. Mark reached out to me on Twitter, and we just went. He said, if you can think of an idea with 1 to 2 actors in one location, I'll make it. And so we came up with our...
We don't offer that all the time.
But have you seen her one-person show, Nate? That's
If
on
you
Amazon.
haven't,
It's
check it out.
incredible. Yeah, there.
Yeah.
He's on it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Check out my Netflix special.
But I think that's kind of what Mark and I love to do is we find people and voices and artists and we go to them and say, like, if we give you a couple things, what can you do with that? And really special, creative, talented people like everybody up here can take like the tiny little bit of like, here's a camera and here's some money and here's one room, and they'll make something out of it. And I think we saw that in everybody up here. And then also Mark and I take a lot of chances ourselves, both as directors. I mean, 2 of the pilots were playing. Mark directed one, I directed the other. And a lot of that too is like we're willing to take the gamble ourselves and take that weight. And also we work for free. So there's that.
So, I mean, Barret, talk about how you came involved with this, and I've seen The Long Long Night, and it's rather wonderful. You two have great chemistry together. But talk about your experience of going through this process of trying to put together an independent TV project.
Thank you for the question, and I just thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's just such an honor to be in a room with this many creative people. And I realize by even speaking for a second when I have the Yodas of this information is a privilege, so I'll be quick. But the one advantage I do have is that I know what it's like from the inside when you are able to work inside this structure of producers who are hiring you to be who you are. And what it worked for me is that Mel and Mark especially over a lot of decades has watched my plays. I'm a playwright, and I've done small black box theater plays all over the country. And what I've noticed about this structure with Duplass Brothers Productions, they're looking for artists who are going to do it anyway. They're looking for artists who are not waiting for someone to tell them they can. They're like with Natalie and Courtney, they're going to do it anyway. Can we give them a little extra than they're used to and maybe boost up their storytelling exposure? So that's how it came from them seeing my plays. And to Mel's word, like, we're just going to give this little bit extra, and we're going to hold you to that extra. Let's keep it containable so that you don't feel the onus to have to create something that makes millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars, that you can stay inside your comfort zone, a little bit on the edge of it. And if it balloons a little bigger than your past running experience, you're a success. So that's felt thrilling to be inside of.
And one of the things I find fascinating about something that's changed in TV, and I think people forget how recently it changed, was that you go back 20 years and your show is 22 minutes or it's 44 minutes. In the same way that everybody was cutting their film on the festival circuit to 90 minutes because they wanted to sell it for a 2-hour TV slot. And I think It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia was the first show that broke and it went like, we can't get the episode down below 26 minutes. And FX went, okay, we'll give you 5 minutes overrun. That'll be fine. And I was
nobody's buying ads for this anyway. Don't worry about it.
No. But I was wondering about that. Like,
and then they did.
Now there's, the format has changed, the mediums have changed. There is this liberty that has said you don't have to stick to, what was burrowed into everybody in TV, which is you have to hit this time. And the time is more than anything else. That's the most important thing about this run and about what you can cram into this show. And there's something about the liberty you've got within this sub-half-hour format.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely feel the freedom of that, but what's interesting and fun on the independent side of things is, as we're designing each project, some of them have the ability to potentially become something that could air on network TV. Like one of our more premium shows, Penelope, is a YA show about a young girl who just absconds to the woods to try and live a life that's closer to the eternal elements that we've lost since our phones, dominate our worlds. And that, for lack of a better term, is like a clean show that, while, yes, that can play HBO, Netflix, but that could actually play on like CBS or something. So we're mindful of like, all right, let's make sure they're not too long in case we have to cut it down and air it, but we can also have the longer run time. And that just sort of speaks to your question of like the flexibility of this. It's really, really fun to try and design something that can end up in multiple different formats and different ways, and that's one of the benefits of what TV is right now in general.
And I gotta say, I love the broadcast, but I don't see it on CBS at
I do.
7 o'clock.
CBS cut. Yeah, just needs
it's
cut a little differently. It'll be fine.
It's
some blurs a couple things out. There's not too much nudity.
just a tasteful dash.
Yeah, in like the 3rd episode.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Put it on Peacock.
Yeah.
But I mean, for me, it had kind of that early Adult Swim, wild, experimental energy to it, which I thought was wonderful, and I had a great time with it. I was thinking about that. I mean, this seems to, like, out of all of them, this is the one that seems, the wildest, the most experimental in some ways. And I was wondering about working with them and you being able to being in an environment where you can go like, okay, it's the two of us in a white room with being attacked by a bird at one point. It's got that great anarchic form that there don't seem to be many outlets for other than somewhere like this where you can go like, let's really go for it.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw Mark's offer as a creative obstruction, and we were like just goofing off one day at our friend's birthday party, like being scientists, and he was like, you guys should pitch that to Mark, like these scientist characters. And then that night we went home and came up with a log line or treatment, or I think Courtney has a really good elevator pitch for it.
For the
show.
log line, you mean?
Well, yeah, I mean, we pitched it as 1984 meets Three Stooges.
Meets Eraserhead.
Yeah.
But those were just kind of visual elements that we were thinking about when we wrote it, but we just wrote it so fast and didn't really know necessarily where it was going, but it ended up coming together.
Yeah. I think it's really
I think
good.
you're selling yourself short, honestly. When I saw Nat's show first, and I was just so bowled over. Like, they both come from sort of this really alt comedy, bizarre clown theater world, and they're just constantly putting on black box shows that are insane. And I was like, if there's a way to bottle this, this Looney Tunes Broad City thing that's happening here, it could be incredible. But I was like very skeptical of like, how's this going to happen? And literally about 4 days after I had that conversation with Natalie, it was like, here's the treatment, here's how it could work.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
It was fast. Yeah. And then I was like, let's go do it. Let's make 6 episodes. We'll rent you a sound stage. We'll get you a small crew. Like, and how you wrote all 6 episodes. I turned my office over to you at some point.
Yeah.
It's never looked the same.
You forgot to tell me, though.
Yeah.
I walked into a whole new world.
Yeah. You walked into me like wearing a bathing suit one day, I think, because it was like really sweaty, like hot
attic.
Up in the attic.
I was like, did we leave the door
I
open
was in
and
an
strays
office.
came
Sorry?
in? Nothing.
But didn't you? I mean, when you talk about the normal length of like the TV process, you sell the pitch, then it takes 3 months
forever.
to make the deal. Then they make the deal. Then you write the episode. Then they take you another 2 months to give you collective feedback. Then maybe, if you're lucky, you get a second draft. Then maybe after about a year, they let you make the pilot. And then 6 months after that, they cancel you and you're toast. And you've wasted 2 years.
Yeah.
I think by the time we were done shooting
Yeah.
all episodes, it was like 6 months from our first meeting, and you were done.
Yeah, it was. And changed us forever. No, but I really love the show. We really wanted to do something together. Like, yeah, Courtney and I are both clowns and physical comedians, and so we do a lot of like duo bits together, and we wanted our show to be something that allowed for us to be like really silly and stupid and physical. And we also like love acting, so there's like a lot of really emotional
We're obsessed
moments.
with acting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we kind of like created this world that allowed us to play in the way that we knew that we can. Just a completely absurd world where anything could happen, and then we felt really free to write in all the things that we know we like to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and I think as amazing as they are, Mark and I knew it's very rare when you have such talent, but they're allowed to, the first time out, go and write and direct and star.
Yeah.
And, for us, we saw it and we kind of turned it over and we said, you get a little bit less money, but go make this thing and we trust you,
You got to give it up to these guys for letting us cut our teeth like as first-time film directors and just like letting us like take the wheel and make like a really fucking weird show and fuck shit up and like just letting us roll around with, I don't know however much money it costs, but
I mean, for all the buyers out there, it was a $30 million show. So we're going to need to recoup that pretty quickly. But, you know, a quick 1-year license should do it. You know, I think that's fine.
I said yesterday I don't care about money. I was trying to be like a fun, like whimsical artist and be like, I don't care about money. But then, you know, you quickly realize it's like, well, you didn't throw down for this weird project, girl. So, yeah, no, I redact that.
Yeah, but I think, but to your point, like legitimately, like we made this thing at a price that is responsible enough. So like, even if we go, you know, completely bonkers with our method and go behind a paywall or go direct distribution, like we're still going to be able to, with your existing fans and our existing fans, like make the money back and live to fight another day. You know, so that's how we're like a little bit careful, even though we're being risky. Yeah. But then there's, you know, tremendous upside and success, and like I think you guys knocked it out of the park. So.
Thanks. Thank you. Thanks, doggy.
Yeah, bro.
I just want to say, like, that's what I was super grateful for, is like just being like given this like absolute trust from these guys and trusting us as artists to make, you know, whatever we're inspired to do to like bring laughs to the people and to us. And I'm trying to be a whimsical artist again, but I have this reminder on my head that I'm an idiot. So just for anybody.
This is an inside joke from our show you haven't seen.
Yeah.
You can all see why we gave him a show, I hope.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, yeah, it's just really frustrating in the industry. You like develop these shows and create these pitches, and we've had other shows we tried to develop and make together, and it just gets pissed on over and over again by these stupid executives who like have no experience in comedy. I mean, I think everybody sees it with SNL, like it fucking sucks, and it's because they piss all over their artists and they don't let them like be comedians anymore on that show. Like everybody's scared to fuck up their lines. They're like reading the fucking cue cards the whole time because they're like, Lorne Michaels might shoot me, you know, if I fuck up a line. And it's like, well, that's not how Chris Farley like came to be and all the comedians that you love.
I was gonna save this as a surprise, but we do have Lorne Michaels back here. He's very interested in the show.
I would love to host.
Yeah.
But no, that all, you know, all that saying, like I really respect him and like what he did, like, you know, for comedy. And like when he started though, he was making like a really scrappy show the way that we were, and he like believed in it, and then, you know, he like got famous and made a bunch of money, and that's just what happens, you know. It's just what happens.
I was
the industry gets to you. Yeah.
Word that, you know, Natalie and Courtney used and Barret used, and that's the, you know, black box, that they come from a live background. And, you know, Riley Walker got somebody from a musical background. I was wondering about that, because 3 of the 4 shows you're going to be showing tonight, they're people who don't come from a TV background. And I found that really interesting, that when you were looking at assembling tonight, it's people who come from, you know, didn't go through film school or TV school or have background in TV. They, you know, they're coming from a totally new perspective from a creative and technical point of view.
Yes, I would like to say that is by design, but that is the first time that was brought to my attention. So thank you for making me look innovative and smart and cool. I want to say maybe there was something intuitive there. I mean, you brought up, you know, one of our shows is a show called Riley Walker and Friends. It's a docu-series. It's a follow doc. I would say tonally it's along the lines of like How To with John Wilson or Painting with John. And it's about a musician in his early 30s who is getting to that point where it's like, all right, I'm driving around in a van full of dude farts, and what is this all about? And so each episode is just him sitting with a different musician. Maybe they make a song, maybe they talk about why this industry that they love so much is also destroying them. And it's very simple and basic, but I think that to your point of like why we might have brought in, you know, musicians, a playwright, people from theater. You know, I come from a musician background, and that's where my entire creative ethic was born, which was like, you want to make a record? You buy an 8-track, you record it, you press 1,000 CDs, you buy a van, you go out and you sell them yourselves. It was just this DIY mentality. And to this, you know, while we're here sort of trumpeting indie TV, I also want to just give it a little dose of realism that like, we're not up here just saying like, Barret and Natalie and Courtney, we've saved you, and here's the dump truck of money. It is such a two-way street, and I really do believe we are getting more than we are giving to them because we are asking so much of them by giving them our support, our resources, a little bit of cash, but they're basically working for free, and they're going to have huge upside when this thing sells. But there's a chance that it won't. So you need that risk, and people who come from within the traditional industry are often either indoctrinated or ingrained to a certain way of working that it's hard for them to click off of that track. But finding an artist who's brand new to this, who can come in and look at it with that sort of almost caveman approach of how do I put this together. That's how my brother and I made our early movies. I never had budgeting software. I never had scheduling software. I would just write things down on, I would print out the Google Calendar and like write in what the shoot schedule was on there. And I think that ignorance with which I approached things was quite helpful because I would have been really daunted otherwise. So the way that these guys just scrap it together with, you know, sometimes not even knowing those rules that can be constrictive is really beneficial.
And luckily for you, Barret, you've got the big money world of independent theatre to fall back on.
Actually, my day job is a very lucrative teaching children storytelling, which if you don't know, is one of the quickest ways to big success. But I was actually thinking about that in finances, but because one of the things I tell these young artists, and I've taught these workshops all over the country and all sorts of different types of education worlds, is that you should just make stuff, you know? And there's always sometimes a little part of my brain that it's hard to say that because is that a viable thing to tell a young person? Should you make stuff? Is it going to break your heart, actually, to invest yourself completely in this? So I realize that as an educator, I have to be doing that too. And I have to be putting myself out there and showing these young artists that, like, I'm making stuff. I'm just making stuff. And I'm making stuff in a way that's it's not going to sink me if it doesn't work, and it is going to lift me if it does, right? And so to be able to demonstrate that in my day job means a lot. And I just want to also balance out, so my road to production with this was almost the opposite. So I pitched my idea to Duplass Brothers Productions almost 5.5 years ago. And it's the story of Long, Long Night is two men who lock themselves in a hotel room with the intention to kill themselves to help overpopulation on the planet, right? So I pitched this
It's a comedy.
And it's a comedy. The pitch didn't go well, right? So, and then I waited 3 years, and then they came back, are you still interested in the idea? And now the show's been in production, and we've been finalizing it and molding it for almost 2.5 years. So it's a much more glacially paced show to production. So it's interesting to know that the two things can live within the same paradigm. And the reason I add that on is because then I can continue working with kids and I can bring them into the process and be like, here, I'm doing this too. This is my strange little show, you know, and show them the parts that aren't the guys killing themselves.
Look at this scene. Look at him in the tub. Watch him squiggle.
Yeah.
Which raises the question, like, how much did yours change over time? You know, if it was that kind of, you know, I mean, you guys, you know, basically like, Mark goes, go crazy, have this idea, and you're kind of, you know, you have that time to look at it and go, what do I need to do? Like, you know, gives you time to learn more about the actual mechanics of doing TV, I'm guessing, in a lot of ways as well. So it was something about the evolution of your project over that 5.5 years of Mark going like, here's some more notes.
I love that, yeah. I mean, for me, that's a big question I have. I mean, I'm kept awake at night with the climate crisis, and I do feel that. Like, would it be better to just disappear? And I think that's maybe something Penelope's feeling too. You know, so, but the process of going to and following out that image in imagination has lifted me up so much and given me so much hope. So the process has worked on me as much as I've worked on the process, and that came from the duration of being inside this thing so long and being with someone, you know, I really admire and care about, and being really honest as dads and as artists, and letting the work tell us what it wants to be. But for me, it's taken time to let that conversation happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's not dissimilar to like those creep movies that I made early on with my friend Patrick, who, you know, we would just, we would just start shooting, you know, with an idea, with an impulse that felt true to us, and we'd make a lot of messes, you know, and that was kind of part of the process. Barret and I are both in The Long, Long Night together, and we're old friends. we were chasing this thing, and we were like trying to find the right tone, and then we would put some stuff together, and then we would edit and go, oh no, let's reshoot this thing, you know. So in some ways, you know, the making of the show, you know, and the crafting of it, because it was cheap to make, because we kept it in a place where, not like the traditional independent film financing where it's like, you got 15 days and then you run out of money. It was like, well, we were only 5 people making this thing, so it wasn't expensive to get more days to shoot more. And that allowed us the freedom to let the show reveal itself to us, which was really nice in this case.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that, but that's something Mark and I do quite often, is we love getting into the edit and then figuring out how to fix things. Maybe isn't the right word, but we do a lot of testing with friends and smart filmmakers, and they give us their thoughts, and then we go back and we get to try new things or do a Band-Aid or hit something we didn't because we were on such a crazy schedule. And I think that's something that I always tell filmmakers when they ask for advice is I'm like, be ready and be open to that stuff. And it's really exciting what you can do and how you can change things with just a little. And we don't have those options as much when we're at like a, you know, I love HBO, but when we're there, we don't have the time to kind of go in and
you
fix
run into
those
the edge of
things.
your budget or your schedule or something like that. So, I mean, the original Creep movies, I don't know if any of you own the DVD or have seen some of the extras, but it started out as just an awkward friendship movie, and the guys hug and become friends on the bench.
It was
at
not
the
a
end.
horror movie.
It was not a horror movie, and I don't even like horror movies. And everybody was like, we showed it to people, and they were like, "Your movie is begging you
creepy.
to go in this direction." And I was like, "I don't want to do it," and they were like, "We don't give a shit. Follow your movie." And we were like, "All right." And then we eventually kind of figured it out, and there's something really nice about that process. I guess I'm just sort of, it's revealed to me over and over again that, you know, this is not an empirical process. If that was the case, every project you made would become successively better than the last. You have to get lucky. There has to be magic. You have to be paying attention to the things that happen on the ground. So there's something to this whole lower budget nature of not only film, but in this case, TV, that allows those reshoot or rewrite or new scene additions to be more feasible.
Yeah, the budget thing's interesting for me because one filmmaker I talked to said that there's basically a sliding scale. At one end, there's creative liberty, and the other end, there's the ability to actually get it done. Yeah. And the more money you have, you can get it done, but what you're allowed to do actually gets less and less because you can't take those wild swings because there's too much money involved.
Yeah, I think that has been the case for a long time, and I think now we're in the place where, well, there might just not be that much money anyway, because people are just really afraid. I'm not sure how many of you are feeling this out there, or feeling the industry. The people with money are just afraid. There are fewer things being sold, and with that contraction just comes, as you all know, homogenization of the art. They're just going to try and make what made money last year, you know? And so for us, you know, I think that one of the things that's exciting about this TV model, you know, and again, I don't want to get too in the weeds, but I can see a lot of you nodding on the specifics. I feel like there are a lot of filmmakers out here. So one thing I encourage in independent television, which is exciting, is that let's say you do make something independently and you get lucky and Netflix buys your worldwide rights in perpetuity. That's great, right? If you don't perform in that first season, you're canceled and you're toast. So let's take the other road, okay? God damn it, Netflix didn't buy my worldwide rights. I actually lost half of my money, and I was only able to sell a domestic license to Peacock, you know, bummer. And now I have to go and spend all my time selling off the worldwide territories one by one to try and make my money back. Here's the benefit to that. You're now the studio that has licensed it to 10 different areas. So there's no one overlord telling you whether season 2 comes or not. Maybe you perform well in 7 territories and not in 3. Great, so those 3 cancel you in their territory, but you still got these other 7 where you're working. You can just go resell to a different company because you're the boss in there. So there's actually a real nice power benefit to being the person in there if you've either designed an idea so intelligently that you're able to pay for it yourself because it's found footage, it's, you know, video diary or something like that, or you've gotten private equity where they're just passive and you're in control of the boat.
And that also creates the interesting opportunity that if you know you're doing well somewhere that may be a non-American market, you can go like, okay, well, I never thought I was going to be big in Estonia, but suddenly I am. it's Jim Cummings and Thunder Road. Jim suddenly found he was hugely successful in France, and he roadshowed his next 2 films in France. And
that's awesome.
He made.
You want to be big in France, yo?
Yeah.
I think we could be big in Estonia.
I think so.
But Jim made like 10. It was something silly, like 10 times the budget back, because he was like, France is where that people are responding to this film, so that's where we go. And to a certain degree, it gives you. It's another part of that equation of like, how much time do you want to commit to this project versus moving on to the next project. So it does kind of put you into this environment of, yes, you're the creator, but you're also the business manager. And that's something that I was wondering for you, Mel, that you're, not only do you direct Penelope, you are the president of the company. I was wondering about that, the balance for you of like how you're navigating the space, because you've got 2 different responsibilities. They're very different hats.
Welcome to Mark and Mel therapy. We talk about it all the time.
Now we have to do it in front of
It's the
people.
number one conversation.
Oh, did I just open a can of worms?
No,
I'm
it's good.
We're both built the same way, which is we never want to stop, and we want to make, and then we always have to catch ourselves. And we've gotten good at it, where one of us will look at the other.
We've gotten better at it.
Okay,
Not good
better.
at it.
Sorry, we've gotten better at it. At least we have each other to look and go, dude, like slow your roll. Like we're good. Let's take a break. But it's so hard. I think Penelope was such a specific show for us because we really took a gamble. It was like the most money we've ever spent of our own money. We wanted to try a bit more of the self-financed premium TV show. It was a very special project. Mark and I co-created it. And so at Day's End, we were like, one of us has to just take the lead on this and direct, because we can't ask somebody else to do this. And being a female voice, I kind of took that lead and then show ran and directed all the episodes.
You can't even say it without sighing. It almost killed her.
It was a lot. Listen, I had an amazing team at Duplass, and Mark, picked up slack on some things, and I just killed myself, and that's how I did it. But I don't know, if you're smart about what you're doing and you bring in the right people, you love what you're doing and you love who you're working with, and you make it work. But it was like, Mark and I had made a feature film called Biosphere, and that was like my test ground for like, how do I do the thing I love the most, which is write and direct, while running a company that is a very small company but massive in our output. And I think just navigating that of like, turn off my brain on running the company during this period of time to be a director, and now switch roles and focus on everything else. But also why like we've gotten really good at finding our collaborators who like all of 3 of you are like, we'll hang our lights and act and direct, and like
Courtney braided my hair every morning at 6 a.m.
Yeah. You were all like your own VFX, and we were all very safe. Not VFX, sorry, SFX. I don't actually know how to answer your question, because I really don't know how I did it, but I'm really glad I did.
I'm glad you bring it up, though. I think, we're on a panel, and of course you can only, get so nuanced up here in an hour without boring you guys to death. But I do think it's important to mention, I'm a big advocate of mental health in the creative arts right now, and it is something a lot of people are dealing with, and we're starting to talk about it more, which is wonderful. It's something I've dealt with for many, many years. And I think that this thing that we advocate for, which is like, just go and do all the jobs, that does have its own dark side. So I do feel like it's worth addressing. Yeah. Like, self-care is very important in this thing, and you don't have to do all of these jobs. And what I didn't really understand until now, and I'm glad I do understand this now, is that, when you're making something truly independently, often you think like, well, I need somebody who's really, really experienced and has really great credits in this realm to help me. But sometimes that can actually work against you, because, again, they're ingrained into a more traditional way of making it. And I just came up, I was just like, well, it's just my brother and my girlfriend, who's now my wife. And then I met Mel when she was an AD on Your Sister's Sister with Lynn Shelton. And I was like, you're amazing, come run the company. And she was like, I don't know how to run a company. And I'm like, perfect. Like, we're going to figure it out together. So I really do encourage you guys, while we're encouraged this whole, like, go do it yourself, I don't mean just yourself. I mean, you can gather just your smartest, most dedicated friends who are actually not that experienced in a lot of these roles, and it's okay. A lot of this stuff isn't rocket science. I mean, lighting, of course, some of those things are, but like having someone who's just a producer is really just someone who is absolutely dedicated to you, believes in your idea, and willing to get crafty to do it. And you don't need oodles and oodles of experience, in my opinion, for a lot of those roles.
You don't have to hold on so tight. I think that's actually how I get it done. Is I've learned, and Mark's been really good at teaching me this, of like, know your battles, pick your battles, you know. But if you want to be prolific and be healthy, you have to be flexible, and you have to know what the things you're going to fight for are. I mean, like, all three of you got a lot of no's. And then each of you got your yeses, and it was the things that, you know, they stuck hard and fast on as artists. And Mark and I would go, okay, that's your yes, because, you know,
You mean the live fucking dog?
Mark, come on, it was a
We
good call.
fought for a dog. Our only other series regular is a dog.
Spoiler.
A real dog. And yeah, we fought to have a real dog. And Mark suggested maybe a puppet or something because we do, you know, come from the theater.
I was like, come on, cardboard. They don't bite. It's like really good.
And there was robotic dogs at the time were coming up, you know, and we just thought it was really important that it was a real dog. And I think, you know, everybody here can agree that we were right. And so
yes, we can. Honestly, you were right. They pushed back really hard, and they didn't push back on a bunch of things. They like picked that thing, and they kept pushing. And I was like, they're not pushing on everything. They're not. This is real. And I was like, are we going to allow a dog onto an independent set?
Mark
That's the first thing they teach you in film schools. No babies and no dogs.
No kids, yeah.
And I was like, all right, let's do it. And they did it. It was seamless. It was totally fine.
Yeah.
So I was wrong.
We actually got super lucky that our friend, as her hobby, just like trains dogs really, really well. And we got Shark for a great rate. Yeah, and then also, like, just speaking to you guys, saying, like, you can train your friends that you love to, like, fill in these certain roles. Like, we brought in our good friend Chad to be the clown czar or the gag czar.
The gag czar, yeah.
And he was actually the head of the art department. Poor guy.
He was the all art whole, right?
Yeah, he was the art department.
7 departments.
With, like, a show that is, like 99% visual gags.
There are so many. It like outdoes Airplane in the gags. Like the whole show takes place on a white psych. It's like the last news channel in a post-apocalyptic universe, and they are the only broadcasters. And
we're also scientists.
And they're scientists, so they claim. But yeah, that's a great point about Chad, because you knew you had his love for you, his dedication to you. He's really smart. He's really creative. He's had some experience in the theater world, but not on film. But he killed it.
Yeah, he absolutely killed it, and we're so grateful to him. And it was just also awesome to have somebody there who, like, got our style and, like, knew how stupid we wanted to be, and to help us, like, think in that way, the stupid way that we love.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And Sam Fishman assisted him.
Our friend
Sam Fishman.
Yeah, and Sam's a stupid, awesome idiot, too.
He spent, like, a lot of days trying to get black cookies the right color, which does really interesting things to your digestive system. In case
Poor
you're
guy.
wondering.
Yeah, they're both Sam and Chad solid guys.
And on mine, I was able to get my sister to be producer, Rory,
wow.
and it was a period where she was sitting in the closet. I'm like, have you ever AD'd? No, good. So she's in the closet on book as script supervisor and AD'd that day. And if you ever watched the whole first season to the end, the last song of the show, my daughter wrote, you know? And so I have a way to bring in my family, and all of a sudden the work becomes a thing. So I know this is titled The Future of Independent Television. I think the more, for me, I can think of the thing, as opposed to this will be the thing when it's released, when it wins an Emmy, when I get the 10th season, when I go into syndication, and the future's always over there. When the thing can be the life, that, for me, is what I am interested in, and that's what this process was for me. I was surrounded by people I loved in a context that wasn't full of fear. And the thing, like, I said this on set, even if there was no cartridge in that camera, I would be doing this, you know? And it was true, and it is true.
That's crazy. Have the cartridge. Have the cartridge.
We are going to try and save some time for audience questions. So if you have any, submit them via the app, and we'll. Oh, in fact, we have some already. Okay. Start off with. One from Travis Nicholson. When you've already made an indie pilot, what is the best way to gain access to networks to pitch your series?
It's a tough question, and I'm just going to be kind of honest. Unless you have connections or an agent or a manager, or you've gotten a premiere at a pretty big time film festival, they're not listening and they don't care, and it sucks. But it's just the nature of what our industry is. And so, I think that you should be thinking as much as you can about designing a show, not so much that's, I've got enough money to make one episode and it's like live or die on whether someone can then tap me to make more of those episodes. But if you can design a show from the front that you can make at least 6. 6 is the minimum that you kind of want. Then you have the product in your hands, which is amazing. Then you have the ability for direct distribution. You have the ability to show the data of like, you know what, I made this thing, and I made this thing for $8,000, and I was able to sell $16,000 worth of stuff based upon nobody's help. And then you have that data, and all of a sudden that starts to become quite powerful. So, I know I sound like a broken record up here, and I've been saying this for years, but whatever the question you have is about how do I get someone to then tap me and do the thing, in general, if you are not in the place where you have the attention coming to you because of the agent, because of the film festival, the answer is always, I need to get myself to the product as easily as possible. And usually that means, in my opinion, building something that can successfully be made for a very cheap budget. I'm a real big fan of creating abundance where there isn't any. And it's hard, but we're trained to think, I wrote this movie, it should be made for $1 million. How can I make it for $100,000? I wrote this movie, it should be made for $100,000. How can I make it for 50? You're constantly living in a mindset of scarcity, and it sucks. So I really try to encourage you, like, well, what is that really interesting small idea that could be made for $1,000? And if you make it for $2,000, then you have abundance, weirdly, in this small realm. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but the Creep movies are that. It was just me and Patrick in a found footage movie, and we put it in a horror genre, against our will, apparently. And that worked out really well. So
what genre was that for you?
What's
initially, like that the Creep movies?
Yeah, it was
like,
supposed to be
scary, so I'm just curious.
It was supposed to be an awkward Craigslist encounter that ultimately had a reckoning and a breakthrough, and then this guy who's so lonely gets a friend out of it.
Oh.
But apparently, I'm such a close talker and hugger and uncomfortable person that everybody was like, yeah, but it kind of feels like you're going to murder him. And I was like, well, I need to accept this about myself, so give me 6 months of therapy, and then I'll go finish the movie.
Yeah, be open to pivot.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, also I will just add to that and say, like Mark said, there's no ecosystem yet for this and for self-distributing, episodic stuff. And so we're open and we're trying, and, it's like the kids are teaching me about TikTok, and, I know people who are putting stuff out on that and releasing a whole feature in like 18 parts. So I think you could do that with episodic, and I think it's really exciting. I think that's new territory for us. And so we're going to kind of learn with all of you, I guess.
I think that's interesting because you look at BlackBerry, and that was edited as a film, and then they came back and went, no, this actually works really well as a 3-part TV show, re-edited it, put more material in that they'd had to take out that I know that Matt had a real-time trimming and was really missed, and so it comes out, and then it has this additional life as a very successful TV show, while the film is still successful in its own right. Yeah. So, a question here from Elaine Sevier, I think the pronunciation. Sorry if I mangled that. Are you considering distributing the shows yourself on YouTube? What would that look like, or what's stopping you?
Yeah, 100% that could be an option. And I'm not sure how much you guys are aware of these like fast channels or like these free channels that come through like Tubi or your Samsung TV or Roku. You know, those are really interesting right now for certain kinds of things. We're considering direct distribution. You know, this is really new for us. Like, you know, we premiered Penelope at Sundance. The Long Long Night premiered at Tribeca. Then Riley Walker and The Broadcast are both premiering tonight for the first time. So we're just starting to get the lay of the land of like where these things should go. And I think that, you know, if I'm being just totally honest, we don't know what the best approach is. I think there's a slightly, not lazy, there's this little boy in me that's like, I still want Netflix, HBO, Hulu to come in and buy my worldwide rights and have the big announcement on deadline and feel really cool, you know, because that feels like the dream, you know. And look, I'll take it. But there is an argument to be made of just like, well, wait a minute, why wouldn't I go direct to viewers and still maintain all of my rights, show that data to them, show how valuable it is, then increase that worldwide price. You know, so I say this just honestly, we haven't fully thought it all through yet. We're not exactly sure what the sales landscape is going to be. It's all kind of happening in real time.
But we're on a panel to tell you.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, but we're on a panel to tell you how to do it because we know what we're doing. That's
Well,
right.
The truth is, like, nobody ever knows what they're doing, so you should just, if you don't think you know how to do something, you should just do it, because really you'll find out very quickly that really nobody does. Nobody knows.
So true.
Life
It is
just
so
doing it.
true.
Yeah.
That's our whole philosophy, is just like, we've actually like received challenges and criticism in the past for some of these movies, like Safety Not Guaranteed, or the one I love, where they're like, that should have been a huge Hollywood movie. If you had cast the right people in that could have been a $100 million grossing movie. And I'm like, maybe, or maybe it would never have gotten made. So our thing is just like, keep hitting cheap singles all day long, and then maybe sometimes, every now and then, there'll be an infield error and it'll turn into a home run. And we don't know why. You don't know what people are going to connect to or not, but if you just keep making and just let the world decide what they love and elevate, that's kind of our theory.
And I think also, you know, the important thing is to have people around you who you can soundboard off.
Yeah.
You know, it's the classic one that, you know, Psycho almost just ended up as a TV episode. And it was his wife who said, like, this is really good. Like, you can't just cut this down. He hated the first cut, and he wanted to cut it down to just a 50-minute, do it to a half-hour TV episode. Yeah. And you know, having people who, particularly in this environment where it is, what you're recommending is to, you know, reach out to people around you with skills. And one of those skills can be just having good ideas, which I think is very underrated a lot of the time.
Or bad ones.
Yeah.
We love the bad ideas. Those are like, that's where the gold is.
Okay. This is from Christian to Mark and Mel. What's the most unusual way you found an artist or story you later ended up producing?
I mean, Twitter was weird for me and Natalie, for sure.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't want to tell people that, though, because then they'll start
just stalked her.
tweeting
Yeah,
at you.
don't tweet at Mark.
Yeah, yeah. No, I tweeted at you. I came after you.
That's true.
Yeah,
So that
yeah,
was.
let him initiate.
You have tweeted, I think 3 films have come out of you tweeting at somebody that I can think of.
Oh, Charlene de Guzman, which we had a movie
and
called
As of
Unlovable
Yet,
here, and
Taylor
As of
Garrett.
Yet for Taylor Garrett. Yeah, a little bit of that. I think social media might be
My
the
mind was
greatest.
blown that day, by the way. I was like sitting at home. It was like during COVID time, so I was back home for an extended period of time, and I was just like, what the fuck? You know, I was like,
Did you film that? Because I want to see
could
that.
just like yeah, I definitely got it on film. I'll we could throw something together.
Yeah.
Put a timestamp on it. But I mean, I basically did. We did just get it on film. That's kind of
there you go. Recreation. I mean, I don't. You know, that's a weird question because I don't know if I have an answer for it. Not a weird question, but I don't have a good answer for that because I think what we do is we find people who are making things and doing things, like I said, and we keep our eye on that, and we honestly seek people out. I think more than they seek us half the time. That's where a lot of our projects come from.
Are we allowed to swear, by the way?
Why don't you find out? See what happens.
Okay.
I don't think the FCC's in the room, so I think we're okay.
Cool. Fuck the FCC.
Okay, I mean, it's kind of looping around to what I asked right at the beginning here. This question is from Natalie. What would you say is the difference between making indie TV and making a web series, or is there any difference?
I don't think there is anymore.
I mean, from the process standpoint, I don't know that it's very different. I mean, I think there was a moment where we really felt like the web TV series was going to be a big thing, and I speak about that only from a way to be financially sustainable as a maker. I feel less confident that that is a form that is going to be consistently financially sustainable. But that being said, I'm 47 years old, and I might not know because I don't follow TikTok that closely. But I think that if you can get yourself to the level of, if you can get yourself to the level of making something that is, 21 minutes or above, you do generally greatly increase your chance of being, economically sustainable. Because let's face it, it's not just about making art. You got to figure out a way to make some money doing this stuff. And so that gets a little bit harder. So I would just say if you're making a web series and they're like 2 to 3 minutes a piece, you can probably increase the scope of what you're trying to do, have more cast, more locations, because you're only making 12, 15 minutes of total stuff to make a series. If you're going to try and do indie TV, where you need like 6 21-minute episodes minimum, you're talking about 120 minutes of stuff, then you got to bring your scope down a little bit to more of that creep level if you're going to truly do it micro budget, where it just, this is just a few of us making it. So it's more a question of pragmatic scope in my mind.
And I'm going to slightly rephrase this question from Elizabeth Dwyer. Mark, who are you wearing?
Who am I wearing? Yes. Go ahead.
It is, yeah. It's what I said.
So I partner with a lot of mental health organizations. This is an organization called To Write Love on Her Arms. They offer a lot of free resources. In particular, there's no great access to online therapy right now, and there are a lot of weird regulations where you have to take it in the state that you live, and they're working to break down those barriers, and they're working to get people free access from high-end therapists who are willing to donate 3 to 4 hours a week for free through them. So To Write Love on Our Arms, excellent organization.
And they have good clothing.
Yeah, and they have nice hoodies. Yeah.
So
anybody says mental health, you got to clap. I get it.
Yeah.
It's important.
I think there was applause for good hoodies, wasn't it? Really?
Okay, yeah, good. Yeah.
And I have to say, plaudits on the matching ensembles at the end there as well.
We're wearing fashion brand company.
Yeah, it's our friend's company, fashion brand company.
Yeah.
And also just to piggyback on the mental health thing, we wanted to let everyone know that we are in therapy.
We're in
together.
couples therapy. Yeah.
We're not a couple.
And they're not joking.
And it's helped a lot.
It's a lot.
And we love each other.
And we love each other very much.
But yeah, it's a lot to make a
Are you gonna cry?
6 half-hour episode TV show where you're doing all the jobs.
Yeah.
But it's worth it, I think.
Thank you, Charlene.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, shout out to our therapist, Charlene.
Are you guys going to get really centered and season 2 going to be boring?
Maybe, possibly.
All right,
no, we'll
we'll
keep
see.
the toxicity.
All right,
keep
good.
the toxicity alive.
So we've talked about these shows a lot, and obviously they're not out there completely in the wild yet. So where can people see them tonight, Mark?
Yes. So 8:30 p.m. at the Stateside Theater on Congress Avenue, right nearby here. We're going to show the pilots of all 4 of these shows, which are wildly different in tone and scope. And we hope you can come by, and we hope you can preach to the world about how cool independent television is. And if you like all the shows, that'd be great. If you don't like them all, maybe just talk about the ones that you do like, That'd also be pretty cool.
And if you're with a streamer looking to acquire some really good shows, find this man afterwards, I'm guessing.
Yes, exactly.
So, I think that's our time. Mark, Mel, Barret, Courtney, Natalie, thank you so much for being here. This has just been a great experience.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for coming.
Duplass Brothers Productions.
Cheers. Cheers.
See past the
An American couple on the verge of adopting a baby goes on an Italian vacation. What could possibly go wrong? Well, we're about to find out. The film is called I Don't Understand You. Please welcome actors Nick Kroll, Andrew Rannells, and Morgan Spector, along with directors Brian Crandall and David Craig, and Eleanor Normandini as another one of the actors here. Hello, how are we doing?
Great. By the way, well done on that pronunciation.
Great work. You know,
across the board.
We all had our little parts to play. I played my part, and now we can just
nailing it.
get into the best part, which is talking about your new movie, which is I Don't Understand You, which I found to be pretty hilarious because it's all about miscommunication.
It's true.
And you know, as actors, as directors, writers, anyone in the creative field, communication is everything. So to like have like funny commentaries and critiques on that is just in my wheelhouse, and I'm really digging it.
Oh,
it's
good.
amazing.
Well, good. Do you also? Yeah. Go ahead.
No, do I also what? I'm like,
yeah, I was going to ask you. I was like, did you relate to the film?
No, I did recently take a trip to Italy last year.
All right.
I hosted the Fast and Furious premiere, and so I spent like a week there. And
that was right after us. We were in Rome. It was right after that.
Yeah.
Really? Yeah. So at some point there could have been overlap if I just stayed a little bit longer, huh?
Yeah. Nick and I were supposed to be in that.
Yeah.
And
I was supposed to.
You didn't go to the callback?
I was supposed to be Vin Diesel in real life.
Vin Diesel did mention something.
You were going to play. You were going to be him.
I was going to be cast as Vin Diesel, but then he
became available.
He got it. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Now that we have it on camera, if they do Fast and Furious 12, because I think 11 is locked up, we need to rectify that. And get you on there.
12?
Oh yeah, they're on 11 now.
Yeah.
Good for them.
Good for them.
I say good for them.
I think they're making some.
Great. Technically, it'll be their 13th film because they have a spin-off. It's a whole universe.
Wow.
Never would have thought it got this far. Hobbs and Shaw. There you go.
Yeah. Congrats.
I thought that was a delightful
But
film.
back to this film. This one, as a matter of fact, that's a weird segue because as Fast and Furious has wild rides, this movie is a wild ride.
Hey,
we found it.
Nice work.
It's a lot going on in this movie, and apparently it's based off of real events. I'm curious to know which parts is based off of real events.
Which ones do you think?
The beginning of the movie is sort of based loosely on our marriage and our adoption story, where we were headed to Italy for like essentially our baby moon, and got stuck in a ditch and got freaked out and thought, oh, this would be a good start for a horror movie and sort of horror comedy, and that's and then
So the first act is loosely based on reality.
Got it.
Yeah.
And then you say, how could we make this more interesting? Let's add. I don't want to spoil anything because it was definitely a surprise to me of where these things went. I want people to experience it for themselves.
Yeah.
But this film is also described, David, as a love letter to your son.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which I'm just sitting here like, okay, at what point do you show this to your kid and say like, hey, this is for you?
Well, he makes a cameo in it at the end as their son. We gave him away for the purpose of the film.
A couple hours.
Yeah, just a couple hours.
Yeah.
But the reason we say that, and I say that, is because the movie at its core is about two men who are in a loving relationship who only want to be parents, and so it's kind of a what would you do in order to be a parent, and so because of that, it should be relatable to all people who have desires for children in their lives, what you would do in order to keep them.
And some places you go apparently are very dark places. I kind of got like a feeling of that when Nick, you delivered the line. That's cryptic. What would you do for your child? I was just kind of like, something's up with that, and I was excited to see the rest of it. But I just want to ask Brian, like, why Nick and Andrew? Like, why them? What was the thought process of like, I want these guys to be a part of it, and what was the pitch like?
Well, it was interesting. I mean, it was you write something and then you have to sort of, in a casting process, you were just kind of like imagining what the movie would be like with various actors in it. And when we sort of got to, we thought of Andrew and Nick together, you're also kind of looking for that chemistry, and you have to have two people that you're, especially in a movie like this where they do some crazy shit, you have to have people you want to see go through this whole journey together and that you'll be on side with them. And we knew that they had a friendship already, and so we thought, okay, that'll help hopefully help build a plausible relationship, and it did. I mean, they were so brilliant together, and truly such a dream to work with.
Yeah, well, I could tell you, like, it's one of those things that you really can't look away because you want to see how deep the rabbit hole goes, which is what the exciting thing about the film was.
Yeah.
Nick, you're a master at like finding humor in unexpected places.
Yeah, I
like,
say that about myself.
I hear him. He said that every day.
Look in the mirror when you say
I
that.
am the master.
How many voices do you say it in when you say that to you?
I do it at 30, and when in Italy, I do it all in different regional Italian accents.
Well, I just want to know, like, what were some of those, like, moments that you saw, like, whether you were reading the script or that you were playing out that just made you laugh out loud and said, like, I really want to mine this?
Well, again, the movie does starting, you feel like you're kind of watching a relationship comedy, but there is some stuff in the script ominous that sort of keys you in that maybe stuff is coming. And what's so exciting to watch the film afterwards is seeing all the really smart, interesting choices that David and Brian made in the edit, and certain music cues, certain things that you're like, oh, there's what we did on the day, and then there's all these other elements that you see that make the film sort of that you realize more is coming. But inside of that, as the insanity ensues and it becomes sort of a horror thriller, but also comedic, trying to find that balance, and then watching with an audience and hearing laughs where you weren't even expecting the laugh. There's moments obviously where we're going for the humor, and then other stuff where the funniest thing we could do is play it super real, and then out of that comes a laugh from an audience, which is incredibly gratifying.
Right.
I mean, I think the goal is, even when you're playing something for humor, at the time you're trying to play it as emotionally real as possible, and so much of the time that will lead to the funniest outcome. And so that's what we try to do, and Andrew does so naturally, and David and Brian had such clear instincts inside of that, but also left room for us to sort of find and have input about navigating the tone in that moment.
Right.
It was very reassuring to hear last night after our premiere here that in spite of all of the things that these characters do, people were still on board with us as a couple, which was pretty surprising.
Pretty awful things.
Yeah.
So, for me, it was like saying, okay, I get it. You can forgive that. You can forgive, not that one. So it was kind of a fun journey to kind of just see like how much I was willing to be on board with everything. And then, you have the ending, and I'm just kind of like, that happened. Okay.
Yeah.
It's great.
I think that truly is a testament to their performances together.
Absolutely.
Because I think anybody could have put somebody else in these roles, and at the end of the movie been fully at odds with these characters and not wanting to leave, wanting them to have the baby. And I think just because we put these characters in their hands, it was what it became. So.
Yeah, and Andrew, I want to talk to you about like the chemistry between you and Nick, because obviously you
Pretty spicy.
I mean, you walk in here and the chemistry's already kind of crackling.
We're on fire.
You're on fire right now.
Yeah.
Right? If we
His
could
wife
zoom
said it's
in,
cool.
if we could zoom
my
in
wife
on
said
the
it was
hands
cool.
here.
His wife,
absolutely.
It's not just that Texas heat that's lighting this place up.
It's us, baby.
But it feels so easy, like the chemistry that you two have, and I just want to like get your thoughts on like how would you describe your characters' relationships, and are you sympathetic to like what they're going through when it comes to?
Well, I mean, I think it's a fear, everyone's huge fear, that you would find yourself in a situation where everything goes wrong, and it's certainly something that I think about, particularly when traveling abroad. That like one little mistake, one tiny thing could go wrong, and it sets off this whole chain of events. And in this case, it's a seemingly small, it's a car that gets stuck in a ditch, and which is something that's, well, it's really a wrong turn, I guess, at the beginning of it. That then everything just escalates from there. So yeah, it's a definite, I think, fear for most people that, what would you do if you found yourself in a situation where everything around you has all of a sudden gone completely south?
Yeah.
And these guys get creative with how to get themselves out of it. Yeah.
That's the way to describe it for sure. It's so funny, and this is gonna sound weird to you, but this is just how like my movie mind works. Like I've been describing a lot of things that have to do with like a chain of events that cascade into something like crazy and big as like the Oppenheimer effect, because I watched Oppenheimer. And like the big theme is like, you know, the cascading effect starting from one little thing. And I've been describing this film as like Oppenheimer but comedy. Because it starts off from one little thing that you just go, oh yeah, they're stuck in a ditch. They can just call AAA, but then it just goes and goes and goes and goes and goes till maybe it could destroy their relationship in an explosive manner. So that's just kind of like my weird thought process that gets into it.
Well, we similarly, Andrew and I, like Oppenheimer, like Cillian Murphy. You know,
I'm more of an Emily Blunt. But.
Yeah, and I lost 180 pounds to do this movie.
Real work.
I put it all back on.
You're going full Christian Bale with your transformation.
Yeah.
All right, I want to get Morgan and Ella in here because I see you guys as like the two characters who get caught up in the storm that is Nick and Andrew's character. Can you describe just kind of like playing against them and just kind of being the, I think you're the most genuine ones in the film because you're just trying to live your lives, but you're the ones being misunderstood left and right. Can you speak a little bit to like playing that as straight as possible?
Yeah, I mean, that was the nice thing is that like they are doing the heavy lifting of the comedy in the film, and we could just come in and be like incredibly earnest and, you know, talk about our family. And I think that there was both comedy in that and also it sort of sets up the horrors to come, I guess. Yeah.
Ella, what about you?
Yeah, we're even trying to help. So that's the funny thing, that we're trying to help, but the Italian, the English, we cannot help it. So it's very funny.
I like though that almost like this could easily have been a film that is sort of mocking Italians, and it never does that. Like it's always, it's like the Italian characters are always sort of like doing completely normal things and going about their lives and trying generally to be kind and generous and reaching out to these two people. I mean, even the guy who you know, picks them up and is a little gruff with them is like genuinely trying to help them. But yeah, it's their own. They're sort of locked in their own bubble of their own language, and so all they see is
what I find
horror.
Interesting is that, you know, it's not just the language barrier. It's a big part of it. The language barrier is like that miscommunication, but it's also just the circumstance of it all, right? It's, I think you'll be afraid of anyone who picks you up in the middle of a ditch at night when it's raining and you don't speak the language, you don't know where you are. If someone was speaking to you in just like your native language, what are you saying? I'm sorry? You know, there's a hilarious TikTok where like they say if you don't have your glasses you can't see, and for some reason that affects your hearing. And so someone's trying to help you, and to them it comes out as deeper dapper dick. You're like, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying, you know? So it's just kind of that situation, just exacerbated by the circumstances, which I found like very telling when I was watching this film. Morgan, talk to us about like the role of surprise in this film, like including like the different surprises. Like when you were watching this back, like what were some of your favorite moments that made you just kind of go like, like mine was the dad moment, if you know what I'm saying. Like you're gonna be a dad. Like I absolutely love that one.
Yeah, no, I love that one too. But I mean, there are a few. There's the moment when the film turns and you suddenly understand what is gonna happen. But I can't really say what that is. But I love that one. I mean, it's that first thing, and I mean, we watched it last night.
I do a number from Showgirls.
Yes.
Gina Gershon, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm just picturing Maestro now, but you doing Showgirls for Carey Mulligan.
That would be great. Why didn't we think of that?
Jesus. Is it too late?
It's never too late.
Call Bradley.
You know what? The Oscars always have like that big like reel of like, you know, recaps and stuff. We can just get you to play.
Let's get it in there. Yeah, when are the Oscars? Oh, tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Fast enough.
Maybe next year.
Get on a flight right now. Do it right now. All right, so Brian and David, you're like veterans at this South by Southwest games, right? So like, can you like talk a little bit about like how South by Southwest has like affected your careers and like that journey that you've been on since the first one till now?
For sure. I mean, my first movie, Bag of Hammers, premiered here, so basically launched my feature career here. And, you know, that was like such a huge milestone, and the audience, the kind of audiences that come here are so excited about different kinds of movies. They don't want to be boxed in. Not everything has to be sort of like tragic, you know, dark, indie. A lot of the movies that we love are kind of like weird and joyful and strange and like revel in something that can be serious and silly at the same time. And so this feels like a perfect home. So yeah, we're huge fans of the festival.
He said it. I just think the festival gives you freedom to like play. Like you don't take yourself too seriously, so you're allowed to both enjoy and showcase what you have in a really like welcoming space.
Right, that's incredible.
Yeah.
All right, so in terms of like this film, I feel like this film is like very different. It's like in a genre of its own. Like the only other film that I could think that had misunderstandings this big was Tucker and Dale versus Evil.
Oh, yeah.
But you know, those guys who are very earnest, I think that takes it into like a little bit more of an over-the-top zone, where this one comes from a more sincere place. Right, and the sincerity comes from like almost like inverting the like the gay couple, right? Where I feel like in this film they're very earnest, but they just kind of get into some deep shit that like yeah, I just cursed, right? We can bleep that out. Yeah, they get into some deep shit. Like you talk about like portraying a gay couple in Hollywood and then just kind of like shattering expectations with a film like this.
You're looking at me because I'm gay?
You guys shattered my expectations.
Just like right. You were looking at me, so like it just kind of became like a thing.
I mean, I don't know what I don't know what the expectations would be of a gay couple.
I think I'm probably the one who should answer this.
Do you want to do it?
Yeah, I'm the one.
What do you got?
Look, as a ally, what I was gonna say is
There's a lot of bleeps going on.
Calling what we did? No, is that what you mean?
Is that what it was?
Is that all I am to you?
I was an
ally.
I was an ally. That's how I referred to myself.
Good God.
Can we all get a chance to answer this question?
Well, no, but what I was gonna do was just because I feel like you guys had a really interesting take on like going into this about what expectations are and how you've seen like gay couples portrayed oftentimes in film and what you were doing to subvert that, which I thought was really helpful and interesting to me as we were making it.
Sure. I mean, for me, it's like there's a lot of victim stories where you're like, oh, this queer character is gonna die horribly and tragically, or they're gonna lose everything, or they're gonna become the victim of violence. And this movie, like, there are a lot of very good versions of that story and that are relevant and real, but there's also room in the queer experience for joy and family and parenting and other shit. So it was like our real desire to, invert those kinds of stories and make space for a different kind of couple.
Well, and like besides one joke in the film, the movie is never about them being queer.
Right.
And I think that was something we just like so often in films that have two gay characters, there's so much about them being gay, and like that ends up becoming what they're defined by.
Yes.
And
or they're there to support a lead. They're there to support like. And then what did he say? There's a lot of that kind of.
And truthfully, I think a testament doing all of these interviews today, like not one person is really like there's never been an instance where it's become an issue or brought up or like in terms of like it being like such a thing, which is a testament, I think, to what we created.
It's just so natural, you just don't even like clock it like that, right?
Yeah. And gays are like snowflakes.
Yeah.
In what sense?
A lot of us are villains.
You just open your mouth in the winter and
they'll show up. Just let them come in.
I think that is the perfect place to
Why do you want to stop now?
Wait.
This is South by Southwest.
Andrew, we're cornering. Come on.
You want to stop
Excellent.
now?
I was told that.
All right. Someone told you.
And I was like, this is what we're
That was
stopping on. I don't want to.
This is what happens.
I was going to get into a whole discussion about how I want to see more gay villains as well.
Yeah, we're here for it.
There's not a lot. It's very scary.
Outside of Disney.
Well, ask my family. They'll tell you there's some gay villains.
We'll
Do you have an ashtray?
He brought his cigarette fingers out.
Is this an ashtray?
For a huge cigarette.
Get that camera.
And this is South by Southwest.
Excellent. Well, thank you everyone for coming. And you can watch all of our studio interviews on the South by Southwest YouTube page at youtube.com/SXSW. I'm your host, Juju Green, and thanks so much for watching.
Gene Smart's coming?
What? Smart's coming.
What time?
Right now.
Oh my God.
Gay villains.
Gay villain.
Gay villain.
I can see past the wall.
Good afternoon and welcome to South by Southwest. As a reminder, please remember to ask questions using the Engage button in the session page on the South by Southwest Go app. Please welcome to the stage Richard Taylor, Jessica Brilhart, Roni Abovitz, and Jared Ficklin.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I hope you are having an excellent South by in Austin. Let's get this panel started with a little bit of introductions here. So this is our album photo when they get our slides up here. And my name is Jared Ficklin. I'm one of the founding partners at Argo Design. This is a product design firm here in Austin. For 25 years, I've been creating bleeding edge interfaces, including 3 years working with Roni as a strategic design partner at Magic Leap. And one of my favorite technologies that I've been spending a lot of time obsessing over is the meta wayfarers. I think when we were working with Roni, we set the bar, and this is perhaps one of the first steps there. Love the product, not sure about the factory. Jessica is a mixed reality creator. She's a writer and a theorist, former principal filmmaker for VR at Google, and a research director of the Mixed Reality Lab at USC's Institute for Creative Technologies. And she is a strategic design advisor for one of Roni's new startups, SynthB. And Jessica gave us this image as one of her favorite things. What would you like to say about this image?
So this actually comes from a game called Jessica's Cats that my dad created in HyperCard when I was young. It's probably weird that it's a mackerel, and he didn't really know why he put that in a game filled with cats either. But what happens is when you play it, it actually makes the sound of lasers, which aren't playing. It doesn't play in the actual video, so I have to play it up here. Oh, yeah.
It goes pew, pew.
Pew, pew, pew. Yeah, and there's a couple of reasons I love this thing. One, it's awesome, and I want to show you because it's awesome. But the second thing is this is the kind of work that is usually designed away, controlled away with current technology that we have now, where it seems like those little human elements, those little moments of randomness are usually the first things to go. And so something I'm thinking about is how do we preserve that in the future as we start building new systems and new forms of computing.
So you've all had your first HyperCard sighting at South.
And now you know what HyperCard is. No, sorry.
Very influential piece of software. Roni is the founder and CEO of SynthB and Sun and Thunder, what we're here to talk about. Also the founder of Mako Surgical. He has made his own robots, something we have in common. Founder of Magic Leap. He plays guitar and bass, and I can tell you that he talks about the future a lot, but he's one of those rare people who then goes on to make it actually real. And Roni, you gave me this image. Tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, we're a little bit working on a time machine at SynthB in the sense that with the right AI platforms, we can maybe jump hundreds or thousands of years into the future, find out what's good, what's bad, bring it back to our time, and hopefully use it in a good way.
Fantastic. Sir Richard Taylor is the co-founder of Weta Companies and owner of the Weta Workshop. And Pukeko Pictures with his wife, Tanya Roger, and a founding board member of Magic Leap. He's a passionate advocate for the creative process, and the thing he loves the most today is other makers. And you gave me this image here. What would you say about this image?
Well, hello, everyone. It's lovely to be with you all, having a chat today. We've had a 35-year career utilizing animatronics in the creation of puppetry. And so for me and our team at the workshop, it's incredibly thrilling to think that our robotic performance characters are now going to be imbued with a higher level of spirit through the use of AI. Funky stuff.
Fabulous. All right, let's set the stage here a little bit for what we're going to talk about. Let's go a little bit into the future, okay? In the future, computing completely exceeds human perception. Computers can create more colors than we can biologically perceive, and it can process information faster than our neurons fire. Computing is generative at this point, and it's far more useful than just creating images of that one time you were at Burning Man with the Pope, which was a great week. We had a moment in the temple. We are entered the age of comprehension where computers understand us in a really human level and are able to communicate back to us in a very human level. We have wearable mobile computers. We walk around with an amplified and augmented reality where our digital lifestyle is participating in the real world with us. Our data is in a marketplace. We own it, can profit from it. We transact with it, and we have more language around it just like we do with money. So I could spot you a little my data. We have it in abundance. AI and other technologies have created goods at a level that reaches into post-capitalism, and we trade in prompts. We speak constantly about the jargon of how to instruct our computers to produce the outcomes that we would like. Our creativity is amplified at humanity to a brand new level, and we constantly debate our role as whether we should create sentient life out of machines or not. But we are still the experts on humanity, and we have entered an age of hyper-creativity. Here's the trick. That's not really the future. There's only a couple things in that we have not achieved today. In fact, that is the reality of the times. You could say that we are in a golden hour of technology, and what comes after the golden hour is the hour blue. The hour blue. This is that time where the sun is set and the blues come in and the gradients dissolve the foreground into the background, and everything seems quite magical yet suspenseful in a lot of traditions. From ancient times to today, during this moment is when the fairies come out. It's when portals open into alternate universes. So it's no surprise that Roni and Richard in their new Sun and Thunder studios named a construct that we're gonna talk about today, Our Blue. And I have a trailer to start us off, then we're gonna get into some question and answer in a moderated form, and the last 15 minutes are dedicated to your questions and answers. So you saw the thing about Slido at the beginning. Everyone on the live stream and here in the room, start getting your questions ready. Let's watch a trailer together.
Damaged souls are we, broken, spiraling amongst the galaxies, born into many worlds, lost, infinite.
One may die in a dream, but one can also become reborn.
He threw me to the ground and ran towards the forest. But it was too late. They were on us. Those that would be the Moraveckian kings. Waves of singularity rushed upon our shores. All that we knew was lost. Welcome to the Hour Blue.
It is all real. It is all.
All right, let's make this all add up. That was pretty interesting, and no doubt all of you noticed the shift in quality at the end. But Richard, I'd like to start with you. Okay, Tolkien is often credited with creating something that is called a mythopia, right? And can you start us out here by telling us what exactly a mythopia is, and what is it like using high technology to fulfill a story that is set in what is essentially a literary device?
Yeah, we've had the great pleasure of working really within a number of mythopias. Ultimately, filmmaking in its earliest and simplest form can be considered that you only build and need to tell a story in which the triangle of the camera of the film sees. I guess a cowboy western would be the greatest example of that, where you only build the flats of the streets and no more. But of course, a modern day audience is desiring a fully immersive, believable, authentic ecology for their consumption of movie making. And when we started to develop our careers, we realized that it was beholden on us to try and think about a way that the audience could perceive that the world existed beyond what the director was showing you. And that, of course, is about building believable and plausible worlds. Suddenly, Lord of the Rings is upon us, and an author has pre-created this incredible mythopia, a modern mythology for a new audience. And we need to give the illusion that that world cinematically exists to the breadth that Middle-earth, as written by Tolkien, does. The way I like to describe it is, in a perfect world, should the audience stand up from their chair, you know, I'm in a cinema and I stand up and I step forward to the screen, and if I were to look around the proscenium arch like this, I would entirely believe that the world that has been created in that rectangle by the director might exist around a planet. James Cameron has created some movies called Avatar, but really it's a movie of Pandora. The mythopia is Pandora, and he's just pierced the skin of that world with two specific stories, one about a group of Na'vi living in a tree culture and another about a group of Na'vi living in a water culture. But anywhere that he should drop that pin onto that planet, you would find equal and enriched stories within the mythopia of Middle-earth, within the mythopia of Pandora, within the mythopia of Middle-earth, or whether it's Narnia or Our Blue. And when Roni approached us over 12 years ago now, he wasn't perceiving of a film, of a moment that he could slice out of the story and tell to an audience. He was perceiving of a modern and new mythopia that would exist in the world for future audiences to experience and consume. The second part of the question, it's interesting when you start to think about how you achieve that beyond the confines of the rectangular screen of the movie cinema and the television. And with the emerging capabilities of the type of technology that Roni is developing, suddenly for us practitioners of our art, there is the potential that we can start to tell story worlds that are fully immersive, a vestibule into which you can put art, music, and all the elements that may exist around mythology, spirituality, etc. So for us, it's a very exciting offering to be going on this journey with Roni and Jessica and others to see what is possible in a story world setting.
So Roni, thank you, Richard. And Our Blue is a story world, which is not quite a mythopia. At lunch, you were telling me a lot about this. Can you repeat for the audience, like, what exactly is a story world? How is it an advancement, or is it an advancement on a mythopia?
So first of all, I just want to say this at South by Southwest once, like, hello, Cleveland. Sorry, that's where I'm from. Hey, Austin. So what's a story world? Did you actually do that? Yeah, I did. Hello,
yeah,
Cleveland.
You did.
So a story world, I'll use a metaphor. Let's think about Japan, a real country. It's been around for tens of thousands of years. So think of a container around Japan that contains its geography, the animals, the culture, the music, the art, the films, the food, the wars, the tens of millions of lives, every apartment and every little family and every little story that's happened in Japan. That entire container is a story world. And I think of a mythopia as a single individual author trying to imagine a conjured place like that. But it is still not that fullness of what a Japan is. Like, Japan is the analog story world. So what we're basically proposing is that, and this is when I came to Richard when he was in the middle of making Avatar, the first one, I said, our blue is going to be this thing we didn't really have a name for. And we needed all these crazy technologies. Like, we kind of had to invent a big piece of augmented reality and immersive computing in order to go beyond film. Now we're in the age of AI where these story worlds are possible, because think about how many people, like 10,000 people for a decade, make a movie series, you know, like Lord of the Rings. How many people would you need for how many thousands of years to build a detailed, rich story world? Not an empty 2D Nintendo Wii type world, which we're seeing in like sort of early metaverse things. And by the way, Neil's a good friend, so it's nothing about that. But it's like, I'm defining something different, which is this rich, detailed container for culture, for art, for music that is impossible for human beings to do alone. And I think it's the worthy container for what creative AI can help us fill up. Don't displace the past. Build something completely new that has the space and reservoir for our new creative future that needs to be amplified by this technology we're building. So it's kind of looking really into that future, and that's what story worlds are, and that's really what we wanted to get across today. Session over. Sorry, I'm just kidding.
That's it, done, everyone home.
All good.
Jessica, so if I understand this, Roni, like this is an interactive environment at a very high fidelity with a depth of perhaps true immersion, where art, music, philosophy are realized, right? Jessica, you spent a lot of time creating and studying virtual worlds. What is the interface like for someone to participate in this? Is technology or the computer interface or even humanity, like humans themselves, like, are we sophisticated enough for this?
I don't know. I would say, well, to start, I would say that the interface, the computing interface as we know it to be now, is fundamentally broken. I actually think computers aren't built correctly. We have computers the way they are because it worked at the time, and then that just kept on going. Once businesses started to pop up, once money was involved, once our eyes were involved, just the same old road. And one of the most annoying things, and my colleagues would agree that they've heard this quite a lot from me, and I will still continue to say it, most interfaces built for VR are terrible. They require you to type, they require you to, you know, hit an app, and I hate apps, and I've always hated apps because really it's just, it creates so much mess and so much complication where there is an elegance and a simplicity in abstracting human experience in a completely different way. We've had windows and tabs, like finders, apps again, like it just, we haven't changed it for more than half a century. And so one of the things I've been telling Roni about a lot is when we start really thinking about whatever this new ecosystem is, which will involve virtual worlds, intelligent systems, and so on, we really need to think holistically about what the experience is going to be and how we have changed as humans in the process of technology having become more and more a part of our lives. And so that really is the thing that I'm quite excited about, is that reinvention, that redesign from the ground up, but also to really evaluate like what is still left of us that is truly human before computers existed, like what is human behavior from then that still exists, and what are we now, having had computers in our lives for so long.
So I'm going to read that as there's a metaphorical mismatch between the interfaces, that like we are currently mostly working with the 60s office place metaphor, and there are people putting files in folders who've never put files in folders before.
100%, and you know what? The thing is they're probably not going to be changed by the big companies anyway, because everyone's so familiar with apps and everyone's so familiar with Windows. To fundamentally change the operating system would require complete overhauls of design ethos at all these companies. And the truth is they're not going to do that.
So Roni, this graphic I have up here, I've tried to summarize some of the immersive worlds that exist, starting with the mythopia, right? And you can see a story is created right through a mythopia. A film is can be bigger than just literary because you're going to add pictures to it. And we say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so 1,000 pictures is worth 1 billion words, or whatever the math is, right? Then you have game worlds, which are probably the most popular interactive worlds that we have today in a story world, right? Obviously, multiple stories could be made through this. What is the real difference between a game world and a story world?
That's a great question, Jared. No, so I envision a story world to be something where, and I'll give you an example of something that just happened. You are not trying to gain points. You're not trying to kill a bunch of things really fast before time runs out. On the way here, just did a road trip from Atlantic to Pacific and back. So as we're crossing the border from New Mexico to Arizona, we see this really obscure roadside place called the Yellow Horse. Pull over, walk in. There's a Navajo Native American proprietor. It's got really cool stuff. Looking around, and there's like archery equipment on the wall. And there's an older man in his 80s who was in and walked out. And I asked him, do you have like real bows? Because I love to do archery. And he starts talking about there's all the different things, but what he's got, there's more for show. But he said, the guy that just left, he's a master archer and he's a master builder. And he runs out in the parking lot, grabs this person who learned from his Navajo great-grandfather and grandfather how to make a Navajo bow. And he comes back in and he starts teaching me how to shoot in the Navajo style. Both eyes open, you pull the bow back, you just kind of quickly see it. He talked about hitting flies on the wall at 20 meters. It was incredible. And it's like, would you make me a bow? Maybe. We exchanged numbers. And he told me the story of his family. He pulled out like photos of his grandfather and grandparents that go back to the 1800s. And to me, that moment felt like I was in a story world. I had that same feeling being in Kyoto. Just wandering around late at night amongst the shrines and going into an ancient samurai restaurant. And they talked about the beams. This is where the beams are low, so they couldn't actually fight inside. They had to go fight in the alleyway outside. But sometimes they would be friends and all kind of sleep there after a good sake. And if they wanted to fight, you had to go in the hall. And this was from the 1800s, like a Wild West saloon for samurai. And I'm like, there was no game here. But the experience, the storytelling was infinite in all directions. The fact that you could just meet someone and you don't treat them like a non-player character. Every single person had this depth, this soul, this sort of infinite reality that you can chase. It wasn't a visual dimension, it was a story dimension. So it's like those kind of encounters convinced me that we need to be building these things as containers for art and culture and music and stories, as preservations of cultures. And then game worlds will coexist. Nothing wrong with game worlds. Let there be Fortnite. Let there be all those cool games. I love Epic. But they're not the same thing. A book is not a game. A great movie, when you watch Apocalypse Now, that's not a game world. It is something else. When you read 1984 or Brave New World, it's those kind of things I think can find homes in this idea of a story world. And I think about great filmmakers, what happens after film? First of all, film can live in a story world. You may encounter a city in a story world where there's a film festival created by entities you've never met, and music created by AI entities that have lived there for, in their world, thousands of years, in our world, maybe a month, and have generated all sorts of amazing music and culture. So I think what Jared's got here is the non-linear, infinite in all directions, but the dimension is story. The dimension is emotional depth and art. And that container to house it, the things we care about. And then alongside that will be the game world, but the game world has dominated all the conversation. It's sort of dominated all the funding and all the conversation. And I sense that if you are the kind of artist who doesn't want to build games, you're like, where do I go? What do I do? And I think that's where story worlds could be that next place for us.
Jessica, if we pick up on what Roni just said, right?
We're gonna fight?
A film basically,
Kung Fu style.
You said this at lunch, Richard, a film pulls you by a string, right? Starts at 0 hour, and whatever the time scale is in the movie, you end. Real life, 2 hours later, you might have gone through 100 years in the film. A game is this kind of time loop where you go to the end, accomplish a goal, restart the match. Go to the end, restart the match, right? Whereas a story world, you can meander. How does time work in a virtual world? Is it going to be
I mean, time's kind of, it's, first of all, time's subjective. Second, time is like a human thing, right? So I think time, as it exists in this I'm sorry, I know I'm going to go real deep right now, but it's like when
Let's go there.
What's up?
Let's go deep. It's South by.
Yeah. Oh, okay. You know, I think what's really interesting about the construct of time is that you can apply it in virtual worlds in completely different ways and unpack our relationship with time overall as a species. So, you know, it's also like, you know, if you think about time, like you see a star in the sky and it's, you know, that light has been traveling for like 1 billion years, right? So like and it also only takes a second just to look up and see it. So I think there's like a lot of really interesting interplay there between like what we believe time to be and what time could be in a completely different format or medium.
Okay, so I'm going to introduce a new concept to the room here. This is called the Kyoto test. Richard and Roni wrote it, and it's basically essentially let's talk about this maybe as like the Turing test. What good is it for us anymore? Feels like it has been passed 50 times, and there's a lot of debate about whether it's passed. But it seems like there's a new test these guys have come up with, which is if you can spend 3 days in an X-verse surrounded by sentient and aware life that never breaks your sense of a neurologically true experience, you've passed the Kyoto test. Because we could all fly to Kyoto, spend 3 days in Kyoto, and feel like we were part of Japan the entire time, right? Richard, is this a fidelity that we can accomplish today, or like?
No, it's not a fidelity that can be accomplished today, but we believe it can be accomplished and can be accomplished in the near coming years. Seeing the amplification of creativity through technology and the ability to, our challenge collectively, of course, is keeping the spirit of the creative at the heart of the invention. You know, as we talked about the other night, never letting the tail wag the dog. It's critical that we continue to be the dog wagging the tail. And if we can stay in charge of the spirit of the creative process, what's at the heart of this, while people such as Roni, Jessica and their colleagues develop a heightened level of technology to allow this, then indeed this is within our grasp. And it is another form of immersive entertainment and that people can enjoy and experience. It doesn't have to be the only form, and it doesn't in any way rule out the way things are made today. But isn't it lovely to think that we're constantly exploring new ways to share story? You know, creativity is chaos, and storytelling is the way that we can share our conceptual thoughts with others in the world. And this is a new and exciting way to do that.
Now,
wait, can I?
Absolutely, absolutely.
So the Kyoto test goes on the pretense that you would have to be in that experience for 3 days, right? Isn't that a little bit scary? Like, isn't it like, because I mean, if you look at, I know that, you know, video games are a little bit different than what you're suggesting, but like, if I could just be on, like, Cyan makes incredible games, you know, the fidelity isn't like super, but it's beautiful, and they made it in HyperCard, speaking of which. So they were using very like minimal kind of like, you know, artistic tech at the time. I mean, I could be stuck on Myst forever if given the chance, right? So, you know, I'm going to defend these guys and a lot of other companies who consider themselves game designers, because I do think they think very much about the infinite amount of stories that could potentially unfold. The technology just hasn't been there for people to necessarily explore it that way, right? So that's one thing. The second thing is the 3-day. And it's also kind of relevant to video games as well, where, you know, a lot of video game addiction comes from people whose lives, not so good here, and suddenly they're in control of them, they're able to manipulate them the way that they want, they have a win state, which, you know, life isn't always win state, you know, we all know.
Golden box, good thing it's not, right?
Yeah. And so my worry is like, yes, I think that there is some level of like comfort that needs to be involved with these worlds that make people feel like they're explorable the way that they would explore another world, right? But I do think we need to be very careful of people who will now then use that world as escapism, as opposed to realizing that they are still biological beings.
We're going to talk about more about that later for sure. That's a very interesting point. And I think about the 3-day thing, like I practice a NEPI sometimes. This is a sweat
Like, how do you go to the bathroom?
Okay? And you have to be prepared to go in them.
Can I throw one thing, Jared?
Yeah, how is humanity going to be prepared?
So think about it as like a sound barrier, right? Like, we don't have to always travel faster than the speed of sound for flight to be useful. But the Kyoto test is like, crossing that is a signifier of like what's possible, but it may be that all you want to do is live in a 0.5 Kyoto or a 0.2, and that's actually perfectly great. But the fact that it's out there as a barrier to cross, I think, is interesting.
So Rich,
and by no means is it aspiring to have all people involved try and meet the 3-day expectation. It is a challenge that we've set ourselves, and maybe only we are the 3 that ultimately try and meet that 3-day.
I like going to the bathroom the old-fashioned way, man. I'm just gonna.
Well, I'm one of those few people who has like 10,000 hours wearing one of these magic goggles on my face. So I'll probably spend 3 days. But you spoke about a technology enabler, which, spoiler alert, it's AI, right? Roni, how is AI important to this concept of a story world and the Kyoto test?
So AI is incredibly important, but I just want to say that the word AI means at this point thousands of different concepts and architectures. So the type of AI that we're working on, we have in a sister company called SynthP, is a really different concept. It's something that you would work with an artisanal community of synthetic beings. Not a gigantic monolithic AI. And I think to build these incredibly crafted worlds that have a level of fidelity and detail and quality that also has like a soul to it and has a feeling to it, that a creative human team can be in charge of and not lose its sense of purpose and have these things work alongside them is a really key thing we're doing. It's really posing a different philosophy of AI systems. So I think we're trying to do 2 things at once. Posit the idea of a story world and also posit a parallel AI system that is not following the road of the other AI companies. And I think what's interesting is that the underlying power pushing AI can be redirected a number of ways. It doesn't all have to be the giant 2001 monolith. There's other ways to channel that energy and do amazing creative work and not lose our humanity and not lose our souls in the process.
Well, we're going to talk about that in the second half of the panel. But first, let's watch something that humanity and AI created together. And I'm going to throw the caveats for these guys out in front of it. You all know that the pace of this is moving so fast and that they actually created this in enough time to bring it to the festival. So I think it's a beautiful piece of work. Let's see a short clip of it really quick. This is Yellow Dove Aftermath. It's currently a short film that was, if you will, and I know I'm begging a little license, filmed in our blue, if you will, a human and AI collaboration. Thank you. That's a very short clip of a 9-minute short, right? And you'd be hard pressed, and in fact, a lot of people want to ask the question, what was AI and what was humanity, right? But I think a more important thing for us to discuss right now is what is the right way to do AI so that humans are amplified in their creativity. So what would bring us in this world of hyper-creativity? And I think this is the subject of the other startup. So the first startup, Sun and Thunder Studios, is looking to produce films in a new way but also produce story worlds. SynthBee is a new startup, Roni, that you've created. If you told me about it, and I thought of this for that you describe it as a bunch of AI workers that were able to amplify humanity. Can you tell us a little more about what is SynthBee, how it's relevant here, and then I think it's gonna lead us to a discussion about AI architectures and AI and humanity.
Yeah, so we're in building mode, which we call black card mode. So I'm going to use that as the prompt to hand you one of these, Jared. Yeah, we're not using stealth mode anymore. We're calling it building mode. But one of the big differences, I'll just talk about what is largely out there that's captured the imagination and fear in AI, and what is possible is a different path. So I think people see the power. They also see it as potentially taking over a lot of the workforce. People perceive AI as something that's grabbed all the data and everyone's work that we never really agreed to, or maybe we agreed to without understanding what we handed over. These are gigantic, monolithic things that we cannot know what's going on the inside. The fathers of modern AI have largely come out and said, we don't really know why they work anymore. So your data has been taken for the last 20 years, somewhat willingly, somewhat you just don't know what you signed. In exchange for, here's some email, but I'm handing over most of my life and I don't really know what I handed over. The next thing is your know-how. So if you hand over your data, you hand over your know-how into a gigantic machine, and I think of this as like central autocracy. Do we want to live a future where our creativity, our imagination, our work, our personal lives are managed by a handful of central autocratic companies? And to that, we're saying F no. I'm not allowed to say the full version. So the alternative is something I think of as decentralized democratic computing and decentralized democratic AI, which means that you can have the power but totally control it. You can have transparency, visibility, understandability, knowability. So the idea that this black box thing is somehow I type a prompt and out comes a 2-hour movie, it removes us from that. Even though it's amazingly powerful, what happened to our craft? What happened to our collaboration? And I probably have one of the most interesting experiences about this because I founded a company that was AI and robotics called Mako. And our competitors were basically trying to shove a robot to take over for surgeons. And we created this really friendly R2-like robot that collaborated with surgeons. And if you look at Mako afterwards, if you look at it today, there's been over 1.5 million surgeries. With an AI that has helped 1.5 million people, it hasn't hurt anyone, thank God. It's been mission critical, and if you look at photos on the web, the teams have birthday parties for their robot. They give it names. It's become a friend. It's R2. And actually, R2 was our mood board inspiration. And think about the inspiration mood board for what you're hearing about AI that's dominating the conversation today. It's like everyone just watched 2001 or Terminator or Skynet, and they're like, let's go build that without thinking too much beyond that. So we're saying there's an alternate philosophical approach, which is really a approach which is decentralized democratic computing. And you can have artisanal, much smaller, collaborative, sort of, I think of them as synthetic beings, not just a brainless box, but beings that will actually have a relationship with you over time. They will have their own relationships. They will earn their creativity. It's a very different kind of thinking process than what's being talked about in other circles, probably here. But we wanted to do both things to say that creativity being pushed forward, I think will move into the idea of a story world, but we need these helpers to fill up these gigantic containers. But those helpers should not be malevolent, dystopian, philosophical concepts. They ought to be built on a completely different philosophy. And I think philosophy starts with the thought about what you're building. What is the intent? So I spent a long time working with people like Richard, amazing creative artists, and the intent and the spirit you put into the work, the love and that feeling, is also something that will show up in your software, in your computing. So if we build soulless machines, they will be soulless, they will be dystopian. But if we build things that have positivity and with an artisanal craft and an eye to something that will help us, not displace us, that's a very different future, and that's the future. We're waving the flag here today and wearing the hat because Jared told me to get the hat. So this is our, decentralized democratic computing, I think, is critical to our future as people. And everyone here, everyone online, is going to have a decision. Am I just going to submit to a giant central controlled autocracy? Or are you going to just give them your middle finger and go about it and do it a different way? Which is wandering in the desert in the beginning, but it is taking a different path, and that's what we're for.
So, if I get this correctly, right? It took, yes, please. If it took 10,000 years and a few thousand years of humanity to build Kyoto to a point where it's fully immersive and passes its own test, if you will, it will require AI workers to build a story world with the filigree down to a level that it can represent art, music, philosophy, and such. And this is the bar that you guys are
Worker
setting.
for a sec?
Yeah.
I just want to say, like, the original RUR story is a worker uprising because people mistreated the worker. I don't think of synthpeas as workers who are subordinate to you. Think of them as artisanal, collaborative friends. And I think just that mindset, they're not going to be necessarily this thing you shove around. Imagine them as like the collaboration like I've had with Weta. When you go down there to New Zealand, they're artisans. You work with them in a very particular way, and I think that feedback loop is incredibly important. If you read like anything about The Strange Loop, right? So it's an amazing book about like your interaction with objects in the world and beings in the world. The strange loop we're gonna have with AI, if we mistreat them, they will mistreat us back a millionfold. If we treat them with love and care and as partners, which I saw at Mako firsthand, it's worked. It beat all the other philosophies. This is the way, this is the way.
Well, but they still do things a lot faster than I can or artists. And so, Richard, you work with a lot of creatives. How are they handling this moment, this intersection of AI and creativity? Is this a new bar for them that they're like really rushing into, or is it an unsettled moment?
Well, as a company, we've always tried to pursue a depth of innovation and creative inspiration within the company to try and drive a way forward for all that work with us and people that are yet to join us. You know, the adoption of technologies tends to be for the people in the moment that are there at the inception point of that technology. And it's not for us to define what people will and won't have an opportunity to use. But we are in a conundrum to some degree as a company because we have a B2B business and we have a B2C business. And in our B2B business, we have a very strong ethical and business rationale because we have to prove the passage of ownership back to the artwork that we're creating. So we don't use AI at all in our screen work, nor do we want to at this point, because it is the rules of the game by which the industry is operating. But our B2C work, we need to stay competitive. We desire to innovate at the cutting edge of what we can achieve as a company. Our robotics division is a good example of that. But it is a driving desire to make sure that the aspiration for innovation within our company and creative leadership stays at the forefront, and we wrestle these ethical and commercial issues as we go forward.
Okay, so if we're successful here and there's a story world and it passes the Kyoto test, Jessica, I want with your specialist to ask this to you. Does that mean we've crossed the uncanny valley? And if we have crossed the uncanny valley, what's on the other side?
You just gave me the hardest questions.
You're the smartest person here.
I'm going to record that. Oh, no, they are already. Thank you.
It's recorded.
So I've always believed the uncanny valley has less to do with fidelity and more to do with relationships. And I have every amount of respect for Richard. I think he's amazing. And the work that they do is amazing. I come from a place where I believe there is a time for fidelity, and then there's a time for abstraction. I think that when I was at MXR and I led a research project around, abstracting visual assets, right? This idea that, if you don't have great bandwidth, or you're just in a place where there's no internet, but you do need core information delivered to you, you would, maybe there was some sort of abstracted version of, a place, so that you're actually able to explore it and get the kind of information you need from it, at least from that point. And I find that also brings me to this idea of how visual assets don't have to be one thing and that's it. Like, virtual assets can be multiple things packaged up together that rack either high fidelity or smiley face, or a stick of butter if you're in VR chat. But you basically have, that range, and that changes depending on context, and it's constantly adapting based upon what your intent is, what the technology allows for you to do, and so on and so forth. So I think of Uncanny Valleys as being a result of us only believing that a being is one thing and that's it. I think that resonance and that adaptability in response to me, that responsiveness, that relationship, is the thing that's missing.
I did the...
And I don't know what's on the other side of that, by the way.
I did the intellectual version of say something funny there, and you really delivered, thank you.
Well, I had the chicken cross the road.
Right, exactly. I would say on the other side of the Uncanny Valley are the plains of myopia, where everything is possible, but you can only see so far and look in one direction, so you just don't know what to do with the technology. Like, you just kind of like, everything seems possible, and you paralysis by analysis. I believe that's almost where we are in technology today. I want to finish up with a couple things here real quick, and then we'll get to a final question, and then your Q&A, so get on Slido and ask your questions. One is, I'd like to show this image. It's one of hundreds I've created with the platform Midjourney, which is particularly adept at creating images of dystopian humanity subject to the oppression of AI. And it's why I get up every morning and tell Alexa to let them, know that the robots are, I am on their side. And I'm a product designer, and as a product designer, we have this conundrum of, are we foisting something that is good for humanity? Does humanity need another cooler mixed with a blender, mixed with a Bluetooth speaker that you can ride on at a festival, right? And we're beginning, as product designers, to think that not everything we make does advance humanity. And so I've created a personal philosophy called technophilia, which states it's okay to love technology so long as you love humanity equally or more. And it has this set of principles that technology should live in service of humanity. It should seek to amplify, not emulate humanity, so we don't end up in the same resource conundrum. That it should treat privacy as a virtue. We should all be priests. It's okay for me to know what you have for lunch, but I'm going to pretend like I don't, with the fear of some burning hell behind it. That it seeks to build presence, not escapism. Just because we can build robots to pick crops, should we not then solve immigration issues here in North America, right? And it should build authenticity, help us be our best selves rather than influence. To kind of close this out, I'd ask the three of you, is there anything you would add or remove or comment on this time when it feels like responsibility and technology are really a little too distant?
Well, your second one, I totally respect and appreciate your lofty aspirations, and with a certain sector of the robotics industry, it absolutely is appropriate. But for ourselves, we are trying to emulate, because humans like being entertained by things that look like humans, right? You could argue that a animated feature film is a emulation of the human race, and the robots that we are attempting to build, you saw one earlier, is a humanoid form wrapped in an orc-like character who entertains and brings joy to the multitude of people that interact with him every day through one of our LBEs. So I aspire to achieve a level of emulation through robotics that that can bring joy and fun and love and entertainment to people.
So you'd add the purpose of emulation is very important. and not just to eschew it.
It is through the entertainment industry. Most actors are emulating a person that they're not. They're ultimately standing on stage lying to themselves and the audience because they are performing something that they're not, right? They're making up a story that doesn't really exist, and so they're emulating constantly. And it's a lofty aspiration of ours to try and meet that. Whether we ever will be yet seen, but we certainly have set ourselves that challenge.
Jessica?
I would say privacy is essential. Like, not even a virtue. Privacy has to happen. We joke about server to table ideas where it's like, you can imagine people with servers in their backyards that are actually their server farms, next to your garden or whatever.
A personal area network.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I just think that, we now have, a lot of the infrastructure that we used to have that used to be, just governed by specific, plants, are now distributed. Solar's distributed. There's a concept called district energy where my dad did a lot of that work, which was all about creating more subsets of personalized energy consumption so that you're able to actually tap in. So I think that there's there's an opportunity here to be able to give people control of their data. And as this stuff moves on, data is all we'll have, and the only leverage we'll ever have as stuff starts to happen. The other thing I would say is that there needs to be respect for the human experience. I think that there is a disrespect, a grave disrespect, for what we do with, how we interact with the world, how we interact with each other. There's a lot of, I don't mean to sound so down. I'm sorry if I do. I just I take this stuff really serious. But I think we really, we can't be okay, a like isn't a relationship, right? Real relationships with people matter. The nuances of human experience matter. And I think that technology should be built with this necessary respect for what that is and what that needs to be.
Roni, close us out here, and then we'll go to Q&A.
Yeah, really quick. I agree with all these. The thing I would add is boundary conditions to protect our humanity. And what I mean by that is think of knowledge as like a fire. And as we get closer and closer to it, we can get burnt. Oppenheimer won the Academy Award, last night. It's really a great lesson. And there are those that think we could just race right into that fire and everything will be okay. But I think we have to understand that it won't all be okay. We have to put boundary conditions and use technology to make our humanity better, to improve the human condition, but don't go beyond a certain point. We don't need to. We're not gods. We're basically people. And I think if we recognize our limitations and our humility, that's actually really important. Hopefully AI can teach us there's a point where we need to stop and leverage it and go back to being people, which is not what the people we're going to compete against think at all.
Well, I'm going to end with this note, and then we'll go to your questions and answers, which is remember that only you can prevent Skynet, and that humans are still the expert on humanity. We always will remain the experts on humanity. Let's discuss this a little bit. Do we have any questions?
Can I make one quick announcement?
Of course, please.
Two things are going to happen. If anybody wants a handcrafted Our Blue Butterfly, there were hundreds given out in Europe, and there'll be hundreds given out here today. Come up to the stage right after. And the secret algorithms of SynthBee are being knitted on stage by our punk rock knitter, Mad Rain. So someone in the audience will get it at the end. Let's go to questions.
Which answers the question, what's up with the lovely knitting lady in the corner? Well, this is Mad Rain. She requires no introduction. We thought you would know who she is. And she's over here programming an analog computer quietly while we all discuss the digital ones. Here's a question I'd like to throw out from an anonymous person who says, how can immersive digital story worlds contribute to preserving and promoting the diverse cultural narratives, and what steps are taken in Our Blue to achieve this? Roni would like to go for it, Roni.
That's a great question. Number one, I think you have to be very careful not to appropriate other cultures without working with those artists. And for example, working with Weta Workshop, one of the artists is a native Maori, who's amazing and has done probably some of the greatest art that has been the iconic definition of the world we've been building with Richard and his team for a number of years. And so I think it's like making sure the artists you work with are bringing in a diverse and creative mindset. And you know, what parts of their culture they want to share really becomes a discussion. But you know, an example here, this artist is amazing, Richard knows exactly what I'm talking about, has created some of the most iconic, definitive pieces of art that will really define what this world looks like. So I think we are trying to do that.
It sounds like it's important to keep a certain amount of humanity involved versus training an AI. Jessica, what do you...
What's the question?
Do you think we should train the AI to handle this task, or do you think we should keep humanity in charge to make sure that we accomplish this?
I mean, I guess if it's about preserving and promoting, I mean, I think that's a lot on us, isn't it? Like the people who are involved building the worlds, like the worlds themselves don't just exist, they're people. It's like, you know, AI isn't just AI. It's people's data. It's other people engineering the, you know, the system. So I absolutely believe that we shouldn't just leave those up to AI to figure out how to do. We should grow up and be better people and do it ourselves.
I happen to agree with that. Richard, the Kyoto test describes, this is from a Joshua Rubin, the Kyoto test describes the serendipity of real life. Shouldn't we be inspiring people to explore the real world instead of losing themselves in some fictional world?
Yeah, Joshua, that's obviously a terrific question, but it begs the question, every book that you've ever read lying on your bed growing up, why didn't you go out and kick the soccer ball around instead? Why didn't you go for a hike? Every movie house that you entered and whiled away 3 hours of your life, why didn't you just wander through town, go into a cafe, chat to people? Of course, you're mixing it up. You're doing all of those things. It's offering the fertile human mind the option of choice. And there's another component to the question, which is that the ability to visit and see the real world is the privilege of a very limited few on the planet. And why shouldn't we offer rich exploratory experiences to everyone on the planet in the manner that cinema has done for such a long time, authors have achieved since the beginning of the time. The shaman around the campfire has evoked these mythological and spiritual worlds through human imagination. I respect and appreciate the question that you're asking, because it is a critical component of this that I personally deplore the idea of my children being lost for hours and hours in their technology, and we as a husband and wife are constantly prodding them to get outside and sniff the roses. But they have a choice, and what we are choosing to get involved in is the ability to offer another choice to people, take it or leave it as they choose.
Can I have a little?
Of course.
Okay, so I think this is an amazing question, and I love the answer you gave, Richard. I think if I were to respond, though, as someone who reads a book, I can leave the book when I can. I see that the book is a book and that there's real world around the book, and you can rest it on a table, I can put it on the shelf. But if you're trying to convince somebody you're in an immersive world and you lose sight that you are, there's no book to put down. Maybe there's a headset, but maybe you lose sight of the headset or lose the feel of the headset. What I think is really critical here about the story world is that at its best, it should be inspiring people to leave it and live their lives better, and be able to aspire to go out in the world and connect with people they wouldn't otherwise connect to, experience something they wouldn't otherwise experience. Like in Roni's example, like if I were in that situation, I'd want to go out and actually talk to people more and ask them questions, or go into these, maybe not all the random side shops that are by, with one person in them, but I bring my husband, we both go together. But you know, this idea that like, these are the things that technology was meant to do when it was first, like a computer was meant to augment the human experience, right? To make it more efficient and effective for us to be able to live our lives. Instead, we have screens that block the real world from us, when the whole point of these computing systems was meant to have us have a better relationship with our planet. And I actually think climate change, a lot of what's going on right now, the socioeconomic issues that are going on, look at me talking about this, it's crazy.
Let's tackle them all.
Yeah, all the things. No, a lot of those problems, I think, come fundamentally from the computing systems that block out our experience with the real world. And so I think what's going to be really critical here is that the story worlds, as wonderfully immersive and beautiful and as stunning as they could be and will be, need to have something in there that reminds people that they do live in the world and the world is out there and they should go explore it more.
I think the only answer to that is, of course, right?
Yeah, no.
Of course, it would be reckless to think otherwise, right?
Yeah.
And it's such at an individualistic level, you're capable of putting down a book and exiting it. My wife can only put down a book when she collapses exhausted at the end of the last page, because the book becomes all-encompassing to her, and it is as immersive and as deeply burying as any video game, such as the need to consume the literature within it. Mm-hmm. We are individuals in how we choose and engage with our story worlds is of our own choice. But I totally agree with you. We would be reckless to think otherwise, and we're not reckless people. We're highly respectful people that are trying to offer something rich and beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And a final word to Roni, and then I have an announcement after that for you.
Yeah, just want to 10 seconds on that. That idea that the world has to be blocked out is the virtual reality mentality, right? A few years ago, we built this amazing thing called Tonandi, which means sound spirit in Icelandic, with the band Sigur Rós. And Tonandi, you saw the real world directly, and these sound spirits floated around you. They were the voices of Jónsi and the band. And it brought you into the real world with a heightened experience. And the idea behind it was prototyping the idea that we could release sound spirits into caves and the landscape of Iceland, because they believe in spirits. So you can go there, and these sound spirits would live amongst the terrain. So you'd go explore the cave and realize, like, oh, there's a sound spirit there. And maybe the people who lived there 1,000 years ago saw them, but now you'll see them again too. So you could have this real world experience, go out hiking, go to a mountain. Some of the most amazing things people told me about Tonandi, they go to Joshua Tree and do Tonandi in golden hour, right? And they said it was just the most amazing, trippy thing. I don't know what else they were doing, but you know, that idea that you could be in the real world and make a heightened presence, almost like a shamanic presence, I think is also possible. It doesn't all have to be virtual reality that blocks out everything. It could be this blend, which I think is going to be amazing.
Yeah, it's all about the blend there. Yeah, I like how
it's all about the blend.
It's all about the blend.
Thank you to all of you. Roni, you and I have talked so long about how this is a time in humanity where we need to balance technological and biological evolution. And that I'm very hopeful that SynthP rises to that purpose, and humanity can continue to live up to its real purpose, which is to contribute as much love and intellect to the universe as possible. With that, Mad Rain, we are closing our proceedings, so if you can give the source code out to the audience.
All right, we're going to fling this to somebody who will raise their hands, and we'll see what happens.
That's the source code for SynthP. All you have to do
Please
is figure out.
Please do not unravel it. The source code is on the surface.
Just figure out how to do it. Thank you all for coming. Thank you everyone on the live stream. Have a good South by Southwest.
And if you want a butterfly, come up here.